everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Naruto, Building Insect Kingdom, Chapter 90 to 118, Capturing the Son of the Hokage. 1162 words. 2 days later, Shiraki, Shisui, returned to the hidden camp. The intelligence he brought caused a collective shiver to run down the spines of the elite squad. The Konoha border garrison was commanded by none other than Sarutobi Shinnosuke, the eldest son of the third Hokage. Though only 16, he was already a jonin. More critically, he was flanked by the previous generation's Ino-Shikacho trio veteran masters from the Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. Ino-Shikacho. Nagishi's face went pale. Are you absolutely sure? My dragonfly saw them with its own eyes. The Chunin fell into a heavy silence. The Ino-Shikacho was a legendary combination. Their teamwork was so seamless that their combined strength far exceeded that of ordinary jonin. Against 12 Chunin, they weren't just an obstacle, they were a death sentence. What do we do? Someone whispered. Nagishi bit his lip. The cannon fodder units, the orphans and rogues, had already crossed into the land of fire to begin their pillaging. The distraction was in play, the iron was hot. We stick to the plan, Nagishi growled. The fodder is drawing their attention. We slip in through the chaos, grab what we can, and burn the rest. We hit, we run. Do not get bogged down in a fight. Our goal isn't victory, it's survival. The raid on the supply depot that night, the operation commenced. Hundreds of orphans and rogue ninjas launched a desperate, screaming assault from 3 directions. Armed with crude weapons, they charged the Konoha camp. The Konoha sentries were stunned not by the strength of the attack, but by the sheer audacity. No one expected the hidden grass to have the tiger's courage to raid a main garrison. While screams and explosions echoed in the night, the true elites moved through the shadows. Shisui led the way, his eyes closed as he sensed the environment. 30 meters left, 2 guards. 50 meters right, a patrol squad. His voice was a ghost's whisper, guiding them through the gaps in the defense. They moved like a needle through silk until they reached the heart of the camp, the grain and supply depot. Nagishi commanded. The squad unleashed a barrage of fire, wind, and earth-style jutsu. The wooden granaries erupted into a roaring inferno, the orange light reflecting off their masks as smoke choked the air. The trap closed as they turned to flee, but a figure blocked their path, a golden-haired man with a stern, square jaw. He formed a single-hand seal, his gaze locking onto the lead grass ninja. Mind transfer jutsu. A grass ninja suddenly stiffened and collapsed. Simultaneously, a shadow snaked across the ground from the side. Shadow possession jutsu. 2 more ninjas were pinned instantly, their bodies mirroring the movements of the hidden Nara. Nagishi barked. He lunged forward, his hands glowing as he touched the shadow and the spiritual connection. His unique ability disrupted and absorbed the chakra flow, forcing the techniques to dissipate. The 2 pinned ninjas scrambled back, gasping. But the one hit by the mind transfer remained catatonic. Shisui watched with a detached sigh. This was the tragedy of small country ninjas. Even with similar ranks, the Konoha elites possessed a level of synergy and execution that made every move a masterpiece. The grass ninjas were merely reacting to a slaughter. Save him, Shisui murmured. Ao, the dragonfly, took flight. Its wings blurred into a hum. Wind style, gale palm. A concentrated blast of air forced the golden-haired Yamanaka back several steps. Nagishi seized the moment, throwing his unconscious comrade over his shoulder. They sprinted, but the Ino-Shikacho moved to encircle them. The Yamanaka prepared another mind transfer. The Nara's shadow expanded to block their path. The Akimichi's muscles swelled as he prepared a physical blockade. It's over, one of the grass ninjas whispered, closing his eyes in resignation. Take a hostage, Shisui's voice cut through the panic. It was soft, but Nagishi heard it clearly. Sarutobi Shinnosuke, Shisui said. He's the Hokage's son. Catch him, and we walk out alive. Nagishi froze. To kidnap the Hokage's son was to sign a blood feud with Konoha that would never end. But to not kidnap him. He looked at his desperate comrades and the closing circle of elite masters. To hell with it. Negishi spun on his heel and charged not away from the camp, but toward the command dais. The captured Shinosuke was indeed young. At 16, he had only recently become a jonin, and was still adjusting to the weight of command. He stood on the platform, his face calm despite the burning depot. "Sir, do we send reinforcements to the warehouse?" "No," Shinosuke shook his head. "The 3 seniors are there. That's enough. We stay here and ensure no one else slips through." Before he could finish, a black blur lunged at him. Shinosuke's pupils contracted as he drew a kunai to parry. The sparks flew. Negishi's attacks were frantic and lethal, the desperation of a man with nothing to lose. While Shinosuke was talented, he lacked the raw, scarred experience of a grass ninja who had fought for every scrap of food. Within seconds, Shinosuke was forced onto the defensive. "Protect the commander," the guards screamed, rushing forward. Negishi's greedy ghost ability allowed him to temporarily absorb incoming chakra, rendering small ninjutsu ineffective, but the sheer number of guards began to overwhelm him. Suddenly, Shursui appeared at his side. The dragonfly's wings vibrated again. Wind style, great breakthrough. A massive gust of wind knocked the guards off their feet. Shinosuke braced himself for the wind, but he wasn't prepared for the subtle insect illusion Shursui wove into the air. For a split second, his mind went blank. Negishi didn't miss the opening. He lunged, his hand snapping around Shinosuke's throat, pulling the young commander in front of him as a human shield. "Don't move," he bellowed. The guards froze. The Ino Shikacho, arriving on the scene, stopped dead. All eyes were fixed on the gasping son of the Hokage. "Let him go, and you can leave," the Yamanaka senior said, his voice dropping into a dangerous register. Negishi laughed coldly, his grip tightening. "Let him go. If I let him go, we don't make it to the border." He began to back away, keeping Shinosuke between him and the Konoha ninjas. "Don't follow us. One more step, and the Hokage receives a corpse." The Konoha forces stood still, their faces masks of fury. The 6 surviving grass ninjas huddled behind Negishi. In the distance, the diversionary force of orphans and rogues was already wiped out, but for the greedy ghost and the grass-colored dragonfly, the real game had just begun. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters. 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter. 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 91, Why the Leader Rebels. 1049 words. The Nara clan representative, his hair tied in its signature pineapple style, tried to de-escalate the situation. "Kusagakure ninjas, listen. We know you were coerced. We know this wasn't your choice. How about this? Release Shinosuke and return with us to Konoha. The Hokage is a reasonable man, he will seek justice for you. Trust me, even if you escape today, Kusagakure will never treat you kindly after bringing this much trouble to their doorstep." That's our business, and it has nothing to do with Konoha." Shursui spoke up from the back, his voice cold and dismissive. He then turned to Negishi. "Don't you dare let go. If you do, these 1,000 ninjas will turn us into dust in an instant." "I know that. You don't have to tell me," Negishi snapped. Deep down, he was already starting to regret his choices. He should have abandoned his subordinates and fled alone. Now he had crossed a line with Konoha that could never be uncrossed. But there was no time for what-ifs. "Clear a path and let us leave," Negishi bellowed. "Impossible." A Konoha jonin barked back. However, the Nara strategist quickly signaled the Konoha forces to step aside, creating a narrow corridor. It was a stalling tactic. He had already positioned several Yamanaka clan members within the ranks along that path. The moment the grass ninjas entered the bottleneck, they would be hit with the mind-body switch technique. But just as the hand seals were completed, the Yamanaka ninjas suddenly collapsed, clutching their heads in agony. The spiritual backlash was instantaneous and violent. 30 seconds earlier, Shursui had distributed a special injector to his teammates. It contained a stimulant refined from Hero's water and various insect pheromones. It was a potent adrenaline shot that surged through the nervous system. While it shortened one's lifespan and led to a month-long period of extreme weakness, it provided an ironclad defense against mental intrusion by hyperstimulating the user's psyche. The grass ninjas, sensing their impending doom, had injected it without hesitation, internally thanking Shiraki for such a precious gift. So you did have an ambush waiting, Negishi sneered. He tightened his grip on Shinosuke's throat, cutting off the young man's air until he lost consciousness from hypoxia. Lord Shinosuke, the Konoha ninjas cried out, rushing forward. Suddenly, a series of light breezes began to swirl, rapidly intensifying into a violent gale that blinded everyone in the vicinity. High above, Ao the dragonfly beat its wings with rhythmic precision. This was Shursui's newly developed technique, wind-style, wind sweep. It wasn't designed for lethal damage but for high-pressure suppression. Mixed into the gale were phosphorus scales from Ao's wings, creating a temporary blinding effect. Furthermore, Shursui activated his secondary invention, secret art, wind listening. By combining chakra with natural energy, he turned the surrounding air currents into his ears and eyes. He had already mapped the perfect escape route through the chaos. Shursui urged, falling back to cover the rear. By the time the dust settled, they had vanished into the night. The homecoming of the condemned for 3 days, they trekked through the dense forests of the land of grass, dragging the unconscious Shinosuke. Every time the Konoha trackers drew close, Shursui's sensing warned them in advance, allowing them to slip away. When they finally limped back into Kyuzugakur, exhausted and bruised, they collapsed at the gates. But there was no hero's welcome. The grass leader's face turned ashen the moment he saw their prisoner. "You fools," he screamed, his finger trembling as he pointed at Negishi. "That is the Hokage's son. Do you think Konoha will let us live? Do you think IWA will protect us now? You've brought ruin to this village." Negishi looked up, his eyes cold and hollow. "When you sent us to die, did you care about ruin then?" The leader stammered, unable to find an answer. An elder stepped in to mediate. "What's done is done. Lock them up. Treat the boy well, don't let him suffer. Then we'll see if we can negotiate with Konoha." Everyone knew negotiation was a fantasy. You don't kidnap the son of the god of shinobi and expect a seat at the table. Sure enough, a day later, a Konoha Anbu arrived. His voice was like ice. "Return the prisoner and hand over the perpetrators within 3 days. Fail, and Konoha will classify Kyuzugakur as a hostile entity and take all necessary measures." He left without even accepting a cup of water. Panic gripped the village. The high-level meeting was a cacophony of shouting. Some wanted to hand over Negishi and his squad as a peace offering, others wanted to defect to IWA immediately. The consensus: imprison Negishi's team to appease Konoha for the moment, while secretly pleading with IWA for protection. The prison break Negishi and his 6 surviving comrades were thrown into a damp, dark cell. The stimulant's side effects had kicked in. They were now so weak a child could have beaten them. 8 men huddled in the dim light of a flickering oil lamp. "I knew it," one ninja hissed. "Those bastards are going to sell us out. We just wait here to die." Negishi leaned against the wall, silent. Shursui sat in the corner, observing their rage and their burgeoning hatred for the village. The fruit was ripe for the picking. "Do you want to get out?" Shursui asked quietly. The group froze. Shursui reached into his pouch and pulled out several small, dark pellets, which were actually dormant insect eggs. "Eat these. They will give you the strength you need." Without waiting for their response, he stood up and placed a hand on the reinforced iron door. With a casual shove, the indestructible gate shattered off its hinges. Outside, two guards already lay in pools of blood, silent and cold. The ninjas looked at each other, then at Negishi. Negishi didn't hesitate. He swallowed the pellet and stood up. Let's go. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters. 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter. 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 92. Holding the grandson to control the old ape. 1383 words. The insect egg slid down his throat without a hint of foul taste, leaving only a refreshing, cool sensation. Negishi had braced himself for some sort of adverse reaction, but the moment the egg hit his stomach, it dissolved into a warm current that instantly surged through his limbs. His body, which moments ago had been too weak to even grip a kunai, regained its strength within a few breaths. It wasn't just a recovery. He felt noticeably stronger than before. He turned his astonished gaze toward Shiraki, Shursui, the usually quiet, low-profile censor Chunin. Shursui merely offered a faint smile, offering no explanation. The others quickly swallowed their eggs as well, their faces twisting into expressions of pure disbelief. The comrades who had been slumped helplessly on the floor just seconds earlier were now standing up, flexing their hands, and looking around in utter shock. Don't just stand there, Shursui said, turning toward the broken cell door. We have a lot to do before dawn. The coup went far smoother than any of them had anticipated. The guards had assumed they were dealing with starving prisoners who lacked the strength to stand, let alone launch a midnight revolt. When Shursui threw open the gates, the guards didn't even have time to process what was happening before the 6 rejuvenated Chunin swarmed them. Don't kill, the plea was cut short as a blade sliced cleanly through his throat. Negishi wiped a splatter of blood from his cheek, his gaze locked onto Shursui. In that moment, he realized Shiraki was far more than the simple censor he claimed to be. He found himself asking instinctively where to next. The rest of the squad looked to Shursui as well, silently recognizing him as the mastermind of the operation. The leader's compound, Shursui replied calmly. He's in the 3rd courtyard to the east. There are only 2 guards with him tonight. How do you know that? I've always known. Negishi stared at him for a beat but didn't press further. The shadow squad vanished into the night. A bloody dawn in the heart of Kizugakure, an unannounced purge unfolded with brutal efficiency. The village leader was assassinated in his sleep, a single, clean slit to the throat that left him no time to suffer. The 3 prominent elders of the Dove faction met similar fates. One was cornered in his study, while the other 2 were eliminated in their private quarters. Their bodyguards were cut down by the hyperstimulated Chunin before they could even sound an alarm. Yet, this sudden shift in power was only the catalyst. The first to notice the disturbance weren't the native grass ninjas, but the elite foreign spies embedded throughout the village. Chaos erupted as skirmishes broke out across different sectors. Shursui chose not to stop the infighting. Instead, he used subtle genjutsu to guide the clashes, ensuring that the younger, high-potential ninjas were spared. As for the established jonin, he made sure they weren't wasted either. Those who could be reasoned with were simply subdued, heavily injured, and knocked unconscious. By dawn, the hierarchy of Kizugakure had been completely overhauled. Negishi stood in the center of the council chambers, his blade still dripping crimson. Before him knelt a crowd of trembling ninjas, jonin, chunin, administrators, and guards alike. From this day forward, I am the new leader of Kizugakure, his voice echoed clearly through the silent hall. The old guard sold our lives for peace and treated us like cattle. Now they are dead. From now on, the grass will have only one faction, the Independence faction. The captives awakening. Meanwhile, across the compound, Sarutobi Shinosuke slowly opened his eyes to find himself lying in a beautifully arranged room. It wasn't large, but it was meticulously prepared. The bedding was brand new, fresh fruit and pastries sat on the table, and an unfamiliar flower bloomed on the windowsill. Warm morning sunlight spilled across the floor. When he tried to move, he realized his chakra had been completely locked by an intricate sealing formula. You're awake, my lord, a soft, youthful voice spoke from beside him. Shinnosuke turned his head, his heart stopping as he found a young girl, entirely unclothed, resting in his arms with a timid, frightened smile. The reality of what had transpired while he was semi-conscious became instantly, devastatingly clear. Shame washed over him. As the proud son of the third Hokage, he had managed to violate the 3 sacred taboos of a shinobi without even realizing it. He frowned, wanting to curse, but managed to suppress his temper. He rasped. The girl scrambled up, hastily wrapping a sheet around herself as she prepared to shrink out of the room. Shinnosuke turned his head away, but his eyes caught a stark crimson stain on the white sheets. Wait, he called out, his tone softening despite himself. Are you going to walk out like that? A girl should respect herself. Put some clothes on. Thank you, my lord. The girl whispered gratefully. She dressed quickly and left, returning a short while later bearing a tray of tea and food. Why are you back? Shinnosuke sighed. The girl kept her head low as she set the tray down. The leader commanded us to serve you with the utmost care, without the slightest negligence. Her voice began to tremble, and tears pooled in her eyes. Please, my lord, have mercy on me. If you reject me, the leader will sell me to the military brothels. Shinnosuke fell silent. Raised in the relatively righteous environment of Konoha, he had never come face to face with the dark underbelly of smaller hidden villages. A surge of righteous fury welled up in his chest. No matter how much he resented the circumstances, this woman's beauty was undeniable, and more importantly, her first time had been given to him. How could the grass ninjas treat their own people like currency? My lord, I beg of you, let me stay by your side. Can you unlock the chakra seal on me? The girl looked up, terrified. I don't know how, my lord. I am only a servant meant to tend to your daily needs. Shinnosuke let out a long, defeated sigh. You may leave. The girl nodded but didn't move. She stole a glance at him, her face flushing crimson. Lord Shinnosuke, if I walk out just like this, it won't be enough. She slowly let her garments slip to the floor once more. Please, let me serve you properly. Shinnosuke wanted to push her away, but with his chakra entirely suppressed, his physical resistance was compromised. He eventually stopped fighting, sinking back into the mattress and staring blankly at the ceiling, his mind drifting to far-off places as he endured the surreal captivity. The blueprint for a counterweight. An hour later, the girl quietly dressed and stepped out of the chambers. Waiting just down the corridor were 2 figures, the newly anointed leader, Negishi Kusanagi, and his newly appointed chief strategist, Shiraki. Following the bloody consolidation of the village, it was Shursui who had gone from faction to faction, using his silver tongue and covert methods unknown to anyone else to convince the remaining rebellious Jonin and Chunin to submit to Negishi's rule. The 2 men looked at the young woman. She blushed deeply and gave a firm, affirmative nod. Negishi's face broke into a satisfied grin, and he patted her shoulder, signaling her to return to her duties. Once she was out of earshot, Shursui looked toward the closed door where the bearded young Konoha Jonin resided. If she manages to conceive the lineage of the Hokage's eldest son, it will become the ultimate leverage for Kizugakure. Chief Strategist Shiraki, Negishi murmured, a hint of skepticism in his eyes. Can an engineered encounter like this truly guarantee a child? Rest assured, Shursui replied smoothly, a calculated glint in his eyes. With the specific medicinal pheromones I've introduced to his diet, it will be a certainty within 3 days. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters. 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter. 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 93. Konohamaru will never have the chance to be born. 1617 words. On the night of the 3rd day of Sarutobi Shinnosuke's captivity, a dark figure silently slipped into his chambers. The intruder wore the standard uniform of a Kizugakure shinobi, appeared to be in his early 30s, and possessed an entirely unremarkable face. He crept over to the bedside and lightly nudged the sleeping Jonin. "My lord, wake up." Shinnosuk snapped awake, his instincts screaming at him to draw a weapon, but his hands met empty air. "Don't be alarmed, I am on your side," the ninja whispered, keeping his voice incredibly low. "I am an Iwagakure spy embedded here in the grass village. I have been ordered to break you out." Shinnosuk narrowed his eyes, tracking the man's movements. "Yes," the spy nodded. "Lord Tsuchikage made it clear we cannot allow you to remain in the hands of the grass. They intend to use you to blackmail Konoha, which serves no one's long-term interests. Follow me. I will escort you into the land of Earth, and from there, arrange safe passage back to Konoha." Shinnosuk fell into a brief silence. He was no fool. He didn't truly believe IWA was acting out of pure altruism, but staying here offered no future either. "My chakra is sealed. I am aware." The spy pulled a small glass vial from his cloak. "This is the antidote. The sealing techniques used by the grass are rudimentary at best. Drink this, and your network will completely unbind within half an hour." Shinnosuk took the vial but didn't drink immediately. Instead he asked, "What is your name?" "I have none," the spy replied with a faint smirk. "In our line of work, names are a luxury we don't require." Shinnosuk stared at him for a moment before throwing one last question. "Are you absolutely certain you belong to IWA?" The ninja nodded heavily, showing no hesitation. "Beyond a shadow of a doubt." Shinnosuk asked no further questions. He hesitated for a fleeting second, his mind flashing back to the endless cycle of women who had been pushed into his room over the past few days. If he stayed here any longer, his body would give out before the seals did. He uncorked the vial and drained the fluid in a single gulp. Shortly after, the two figures slipped past the compound walls and dissolved into the dark night. Capitalizing on the asset not long after their departure, two silhouettes materialized on the roof overlooking the empty room, the new leader, Negishi, and his chief strategist, Shiraki. "Chief strategist Shiraki, are we really just going to let him walk away like this?" Negishi asked, watching the distant tree lean. "3 women are already confirmed to be carrying his seed," Shursui replied smoothly. "That is more than enough leverage for a village of our scale. Furthermore, a high-value asset like the Hokage's son is only useful when held by a major power capable of playing the grand board. If a small village like the grass clings to him for too long, it invites total annihilation." Negishi let out a low laugh, though there was a speculative glint in his eyes. "Shiraki, your foresight is terrifying. If you weren't dedicating your every effort to backing my rule, I'd begin to suspect you were a master spy sent by someone else to puppet me." Shursui turned to him, offering a remarkably warm and genuine smile. "How could that be, Lord Leader? I am truly just a censor ninja who happens to be practical. If I harbored any treacherous ambitions, I could have easily eliminated you during the chaos and claimed the seat for myself, couldn't I?" Negishi's tension melted, and he laughed heartily. "Fair point. Now that the Hokage's son has been moved off our board," Shursui continued, his tone shifting into something more calculated, "we finally have the breathing room to thoroughly clean up Kizugakure." "Clean up the village?" Shursui smiled again. "Naturally. I am referring to the swarm of hidden foreign spies nested within our ranks." Before long, a second purge began beneath the cover of darkness. The mirage shatters. Meanwhile, the IWA spy proved to be exceptionally familiar with the surrounding terrain. He guided Shinnosuk along an intricate path, flawlessly bypassing every single patrol and sentry post as they traveled due north. By dawn, they had cleared the borders of the land of grass and crossed into the rugged terrain of the land of earth. Shinnosuk could feel his chakra system sluggishly awakening. The fluid in the vial was working, though the progress was vastly inferior to what the spy had promised. At this rate, it would take at least another hour before he could mount a proper defense. "How much further?" Shinnosuk asked, adjusting his stance. "We are close," the spy pointed toward a jagged ridge ahead. "Just over that mountain is our forward outpost. Once we arrive, you will be safe. Shinnosuk nodded, maintaining his pace. As they crested the ridge, a secluded valley came into view, dotted with camouflage tents and signs of shinobi activity. Finally, the IWA spy visibly relaxed, his stride quickening. Shinnosuk trailed behind him, mentally calculating his next move. The moment his chakra was fully restored, should he turn on his guide and make a break for the border, or play along a bit longer to gather intelligence on Iwa's operations? Suddenly, the spy stopped dead in his tracks. His entire posture locked up, rigid as a stone statue. "What is it?" Shinnosuk asked, stepping forward. Before the words could fully leave his mouth, the spy whipped around. The expression on his face had completely transformed. His eyes were bloodshot, wide with an unhinged, violent hatred, as if an internal switch had just been violently flipped. Without warning, he lunged, plunging a kunai deep into Shinnosuk's torso. Shinnosuk tried to dodge, but the moment he attempted to channel his newly restored chakra, his entire network violently collapsed, leaving his limbs paralyzed and numb. It wasn't an antidote at all, it was a delayed-release paralytic agent. How dare he? Why would IWA throw away their greatest bargaining chip? Shinnosuk thought frantically. Even during the bloody coup back in the grass village, his status as the Hokage's son had guaranteed him safety and luxury. Why would they murder him here? But he didn't have the time to unravel the mystery. A second strike drove ruthlessly into his chest. The spy screamed frantically, his face contorted in madness. "My wife, my child. I've finally avenged you. I never killed a woman, let alone a child." Shinnosuk choked, thick crimson bubbling past his lips. He muttered the words into the wind, his eyes losing focus as he took his final, ragged breath. The eldest son of the third Hokage was dead. "What are you doing?" A booming roar echoed from the valley as several IWA ninjas finally noticed the commotion and sprinted up the slope. The sheer volume of the shout seemed to shock the assassin out of his trance. His manic gaze slowly cleared, sinking back into reality. He looked down at his trembling, blood-soaked hands, and then at the mangled, unrecognizable corpse resting at his feet. A wave of absolute horror washed over him. His memories began to fracture. It was true that his father and elder brother had died in the last war, but they had been killed by Amigakure ninjas, not Konoha. More fundamentally, he was only 18 years old. He had never been married. He didn't have a wife, nor did he have a child. "I was under genjutsu," he shrieked, stumbling backward. "It's a setup. It's all a conspiracy." He screamed his defense to the heavens, but the approaching IWA forces were already drawing their weapons, their eyes blazing with fury and panic. The son of the Hokage had just been slaughtered on their doorstep. No one was going to listen to his excuses. He was the perfect, undeniable scapegoat. Seeing the murderous intent in his comrade's eyes, the spy began to shake violently. He dropped his bloody kunai, tripped over his own feet, and turned to sprint blindly into the wilderness, tearing off his IWA headband and hurling it into the dirt. The puppet master's assessment back in Kyusugakure, Shursui sat casually atop a stack of 2 freshly slain enemy spies, turning a lifeless insect over in his palm. The creature was entirely gray, sporting 2 delicate antennae. Its upper thorax resembled a standard beetle, but its lower abdomen was bloated, pale, and bulbous. In terms of color and morphology, it looked like an unnatural hybrid of 2 entirely different species, which was precisely what it was. Using the residual viral strains he had harvested previously, Shursui had successfully crossbred a stink shatter bug with an emotion manipulation bug. The hybrid was entirely sterile, a freak accident born from his laboratory experiments. Its utility was highly situational. It could only override the minds of low to mid-tier chunin and genin with weaker spiritual energies, and it was strictly a one-time use asset. Its primary function was to hyperamplify genjutsu, allowing Shursui to manually rewrite a target's memory and trigger an explosive, uncontrollable surge of specific emotions under a predetermined catalyst. However, fabricating a believable memory required intricate, manual programming. This had been Shirsue's first real-world deployment of the specimen. As for the final geopolitical fallout, he would have to wait for tomorrow's reports to see just how beautifully his seeds would bloom. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters. 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter. 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 94. Sarutobi Hiruzen's belated regrets. 1658 words. In the Hidden Leaf Village, inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat rigidly at his desk, staring blankly at the intelligence report in his hands. He did not move for a long time. The report was brief, but its contents were devastating. Lord Shinosuke has been killed. His body was discovered along the border of the Land of Earth. The assassin is suspected to be an Iwagakure spy who has since fled the area. He stared at the parchment for so long that the others present in the room began to grow deeply uneasy. Hiruzen. Yuditane Koharu called out softly. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly raised his head. His expression remained unnaturally calm, but his face looked as though it had aged a decade overnight. His hair, which had been peppered gray, was now completely snow-white. I understand. All of you may leave now. Hiruzen. Mitokado Hamura stepped forward, wanting to offer words of comfort. But Hiruzen's voice cut through the air with sudden, jarring finality. Get out. The two elders exchanged a look, bowed their heads, and quietly exited the office. The moment the door clicked shut, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally let his head sink into his hands. There were still documents piled on his desk waiting to be reviewed today. He needed to finish his work quickly. After all, he was the Hokage. He had to perform the duties of the Hokage. He had to keep moving forward. He had to. He repeated the words like a mantra in his mind, but his eyes grew burning hot, and a heavy weight pressed down on his chest. Right then, Shimura Danzo pushed the door open, storming inside. He marched up to the desk and slammed his palm down onto the wood. Shinosuke is dead, and you're sitting here calmly reviewing paperwork. Hiruzen looked up, his voice hollow. I am aware. You're aware. Danzo sneered. What exactly are you aware of? Do you know who killed him? It was IWA. They slaughtered your eldest son. Are you truly not grieving? Are you just going to let this slide? Hiruzen remained silent, staring at the desk. Danzo pressed further, his voice rising. Issue the order to mobilize our forces. We must march on the Land of Earth. This blood debt must be settled in full. Hiruzen slowly lowered his brush. Danzo froze, his face twisting into an expression of raw fury. I said, get out. Hiruzen's voice was entirely level, but his eyes flashed with an absolute, terrifying authority that left no room for argument. Danzo glared at him for several seconds, let out a harsh scoff, and spun on his heel, slamming the door behind him. You will regret this. To be honest, Hiruzen had always believed a Hokage must never look back with regret. But now, a profound sense of remorse gnawed at his heart. He picked up his brush to resume his work, but his hand shook so violently that ink splattered across the parchment. Shinosuke was the son he had placed his highest hopes upon. To achieve the rank of Jonin by 16 was proof of his immense talent, yet his very first deployment as a commanding officer had ended in tragedy. Hiruzen didn't blame Kuzugakure, nor did he blame Iwagakure. He blamed himself. He was the one who had assigned Shinosuke to reinforce the border garrison. He was the one who believed his son could handle any challenge. He was the one. He closed his eyes, sitting in the silence for a long time before opening them again. The raw grief in his eyes had been carefully locked away, replaced by an ironclad resolve born of sheer exhaustion. To become a shinobi was to accept a fate of conflict, and to fall on the battlefield was an inherent risk of the profession. But the son of the Hokage would not be allowed to die as a mere pawn in a web of foreign conspiracies and underhanded plots. The blame game. Meanwhile, in Hidden Stone Village, Anoki's face turned as dark as a thundercloud upon receiving the report. The Hokage's son was murdered inside our territory. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage. The kneeling ninja wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow. According to the reconnaissance team, the perpetrator was indeed our intelligence operative embedded within the grass village. Witnesses reported hearing shouts before the clash. The operative claimed to harbor a blood feud against the Sarutobi clan for the death of his family, and the Hokage's son allegedly provoked him intentionally. The operative lost control, leading to an accidental escalation. He fled the scene immediately after the killing, and his current whereabouts are unknown. Absurd, Anoki hissed, striking his desk. An IWA shinobi possesses the unyielding will of stone. Our operatives do not lose control over mere verbal provocations. This was undoubtedly a trap. Someone was manipulating the pieces from the shadows. As the oldest living Kage and a master of political maneuvering, Anoki knew that, regardless of the truth, IWA had to reject all culpability. The evidence was damning, but the hidden stone could absolutely not shoulder the blame for murdering Hiruzen's son. The grass village. Yes, it must be them. A murderous glint flashed in Anoki's eyes. When did those spineless fence-sitters cultivate the spine to orchestrate something like this? He turned to his assistant and commanded, "Issue an official decree immediately. Condemn Kusagakure for framing our village and attempting to instigate a world war between two major powers. Publicly declare that IWA has no connection to this tragedy, and lay the entire responsibility solely upon the grass. Furthermore, sever all economic ties, diplomatic relations, and resource aid to the land of grass effective immediately. If possible, dismantle our border depots and pull all supplies back into our territory. Leave them absolutely nothing." As IWA moved to distance itself, Kusagakure desperately issued its own public clarification. The Hidden Leaf's commanding officer was treated with the highest hospitality during his 3 days in our care. He was provided premium lodging, exquisite meals, and the company of 10 maiden attendants, 3 of whom have since been confirmed to be carrying his lineage. As a small and modest village, the grass harbors absolutely no hostility toward the great Hidden Leaf. A day later, both official declarations arrived at the Hokage's desk. Sarutobi Hiruzen issued an immediate and ruthless counterresponse. He personally penned a formal manifesto detailing the entire timeline of events. Kusagakure systematically abducted the son of the Hokage, orchestrating a vile plot against the Sarutobi clan to forcefully compromise their bloodline. Upon realizing their conspiracy had been exposed, they dragged the hostage to the border of the land of Earth and executed him, attempting to frame the hidden stone. Such deceptive tactics and barbaric actions are thoroughly unpardonable. The document was written with masterful, righteous indignation, but its core message was singular and absolute. The land of grass has deliberately sought to rupture the stability of the shinobi world. To preserve the long-term peace of our nations, the Hidden Leaf village shall move to dismantle them entirely. 2 days later, the Hidden Leaf and the Hidden Stone simultaneously declared a punitive campaign against the land of grass. The news sent shockwaves through the nations. Yet, throughout the entire escalation, Sarutobi Hiruzen never once directed his declaration of war toward Iwagakure. Anoki did not want a full-scale war, and Hiruzen could not afford one either. Both old men possessed a mountain of burning fury that required an outlet, and the land of grass had just become the perfect anvil for their hammers. A house divided back in the council chambers of Kusagakure, a suffocating silence weighed heavily on the air. The newly instated leader, Negishi Kusanagi, sat at the head of the long table, his face devoid of color. Resting before him were the 2 declarations, Iwa's complete abandonment and Konoha's formal manifesto of extermination. For a small village with a total civilian population of a few tens of thousands, and a standing force of barely 500 active ninjas, a simultaneous assault by 2 great nations meant total annihilation. "We are ruined," someone muttered under his breath. "It's over, everything is over. We're dead." Panic spread like a plague through the hall. The surviving Jonin, who had just finished purging the village's internal traitors, and were preparing to divide the remaining resources among themselves, no longer cared about their newly acquired status. They realized the village was a sinking ship. Their best option was to dissolve the system, split the assets, and run. Even if they spent the rest of their lives as rogue ninjas hunted by international bounties, it was still a better prospect than staying here to face the wrath of Tsukage. An elderly councilman suddenly stood up, leaning heavily on the table. Lord Leader, we must dismantle the village. Let everyone take what they can carry and flee for their lives. If we run now, we might still make it past the border. With the ice broken, voices calling for a dissolution erupted from every corner of the room. Dissolve Kyuzugakur and scatter to the winds. It's better to try our luck as rogues than to sit here and wait for execution. Sitting at the high end of the table, Negishi felt his resolve fracturing. Though he had only just seized the seat of leadership and hadn't even had time to properly experience the power, the thought of abandoning the village and becoming a missing nin began to take firm root in his mind. Right at that pivotal moment, a faint, rhythmic whisper carried on a subtle draft of wind slipped directly into his ear. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters. 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter. 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 95. The Sovereign Stabilizer. 1999 words. You are the leader. You are the prime culprit. No matter where you flee, you will be hunted to the ends of the earth. But if you stabilize the military's morale right now and consolidate all available strength, you might still have a fighting chance to survive. Negishi Kusanagi followed the direction of the voice carrying on the draft. Shursui was seated not far to his left, looking straight ahead as he casually drank tea straight from the spout of the kettle. Yet, Negishi was absolutely certain that the voice he had just heard belonged to him. Negishi roared, slamming both hands onto the table as he surged to his feet. The squabbling councilman froze and looked toward him. Negishi turned his gaze sharply to Shursui. Chief Strategist Shiraki, you have a mind for strategy. Why don't you share your thoughts with everyone? Shursui sat up slightly, his level gaze sweeping across the crowded room. The dual declarations of war from the great nations had shattered the morale of Kyuzugakur, pushing the village to the brink of absolute collapse. Even Negishi, their newly appointed figurehead, was wavering under the pressure, contemplating whether to abandon his post and run. A gathering like this is nothing more than a disorganized rabble, Shursui thought. Of course, he could not allow them to dissolve just yet. If he had intended to let them scatter, he wouldn't have bothered transmitting his voice to Negishi in the first place. As the room fell silent, every eye fixed on him. Shursui maintained his characteristic, tranquil demeanor. Atop his shoulder, Ao the emerald dragonfly rested quietly, its translucent wings fluttering with a rhythmic, hypnotic cadence. After a prolonged silence, Shursui finally spoke, "Do you all want to live?" "What kind of ridiculous question is that? Who doesn't want to live?" a jonin barked, pushing his chair back as he stood up. "You talk as if it's easy. Staying here is no different from waiting for the executioner's blade. I'm leaving right now, and nobody is going to stop me." The man didn't even manage to take a single step forward before he was violently slammed back down into his seat by the very chunin, who had consumed the hybrid insect eggs. Over the past few days, the strength of these 6 individuals had drastically surged, easily rivaling the standard parameters of a jonin. Furthermore, following the 2 consecutive rounds of internal purges, only 15 of Kyuzugakur's original jonin remained active. The 6 modified ninjas, alongside Shursui, constituted the newly promoted elite. Out of the 22 high-ranking individuals present in the council chambers, more than half were already under Shursui's absolute, covert control. They remained entirely oblivious to this reality, and Shursui intended to keep it that way. "If you want to live, then we fight," Shursui stated calmly. "If we want true independence, if we want to survive, we must carve out our path through blood. This is a crucible we can only cross by relying on our own strength." The room erupted into collective shock. Every veteran ninja in the room knew their current military capacity, attempting to stand against two great nations simultaneously was the literal definition of throwing an egg against a fortress wall. The Pin Jonin screamed again, his face contorted in rage. Kusagakure was ruined by your hands. Why should the rest of us pay for your catastrophic blunders? Let go of me. We need to dissolve the village and run before the vanguard arrives. Shui cut through the shouting, his voice carrying an ironclad authority. Kusagakure was not ruined by our hands. Every individual in this room understands the absolute truth of the matter. Iwagakure framed us. They assassinated the son of the Hokage to test the waters of the hidden leaf and gauge the resolve of Sarutobi Hiruzen. We are merely the convenient scapegoats they threw onto the board to take the fall. He leaned forward, his eyes narrowing behind his tinted visor. Even if you dissolve the village today and scatter across the nations, you will find no sanctuary. You will spend the rest of your days fleeing from black market bounty hunters. Your severed heads will become the currency of the underground exchange. Stop indulging in illusions, you have no realistic alternative. Another councilman countered, his voice trembling with frustration. Then tell us, what do you expect us to do? Look at our numbers. Look at our resources. If we don't abandon the village, are we supposed to just sit tightly and let two great nations systematically exterminate us? To survive, we require elite forces capable of shifting the balance of power, a deterrent capable of making a great nation hesitate, Shui explained smoothly. To achieve this, I propose an immediate alliance. To be entirely frank with you all, I hail from an ancient, hidden summoning lineage known as the Dragonfly Sacred Land. The summoning beasts residing there possess immense combat capabilities, though they have been isolated from the affairs of the shinobi world for so long that their existence has faded from history. If you place your trust in me, I am willing to act as your emissary and facilitate the signing of a grand contract. Once successful, every single ninja in this room will be granted a powerful dragonfly summon. So what? A tactical commander scoffed. They're just summoning beasts. The Hidden Leaf has internal contracts that outclass anything a minor faction can offer. How can a few insects alter the tide of an entire war? Shui gently extended his finger, allowing Ao to crawl onto his knuckles as a faint, knowing smile played on his lips. What if I told you that the contract includes a forbidden integration technique? A secret art that allows a shinobi to temporarily merge their physical form with their summon, granting them absolute, high-speed flight capabilities. The room fell completely silent. In the theater of war, an army that held absolute dominance over the skies possessed an incomparable tactical advantage. Furthermore, we will not fight alone, Shui continued. We can forge a coalition with neighboring minor nations. Salamander Hanzo of the Land of Rain, and the rogue syndicates operating near the Land of Waterfalls. If we form a united front, the great nations will be forced to meticulously calculate the devastating cost required to dismantle us. You make it sound so simple, an elder muttered skeptically. Why would nations like Takigakure or Amigakure lift a finger to save our skin? It is a matter of basic geopolitics, the classic principle of the lips being destroyed and the teeth turning cold, Shui replied. Moreover, Kusagakure is not entering these negotiations empty-handed. We possess significant leverage. The hidden waterfall village has held the Seven Tails, Komi, inside a dormant sealing chamber for years, entirely unable to locate a compatible vessel to serve as its Jinchuriki. It just so happens that within our own ranks, we possess an individual whose physical and spiritual attributes are perfectly aligned to host the Seven Tails. In exchange for providing them a functional weapon and yielding a portion of our border territories, we will negotiate the immediate military deployment of the Seven Tails. That is a tailed beast. A Jonin shouted, slamming his fist down. You think you can just borrow a living weapon of mass destruction on a whim? Who do you think you are? Shui looked him dead in the eye. If I state that I can deliver the Seven Tails to our front lines, do you have the courage to believe me? Disbelief washed over the room. The councilman stared at Shui, as if he had entirely lost his sanity. Yet, Shui remained utterly unbothered. He stepped forward, raising his hand to issue a formal military oath. I will stake my life on a military mandate, grant me precisely 24 hours, and I shall return to this village with the 7 taels secured. In return, every individual in this room must guarantee that within this one-day window, you will maintain absolute internal order. No one panics and no one crosses the border. The proposition sounded like the delusional ramblings of a madman, yet the sheer charisma and unnatural conviction radiating from his presence made it almost impossible to outright dismiss his words. This crisis is a catastrophe, but it is also our greatest opportunity. Shersue's voice resonated through the timbre of the hall. The moment we repel the vanguard of the great nations, even if we only secure a decisive victory in the very first engagement, we alter our destiny forever. From that moment onward, the land of grass will no longer be a spineless fence-sitter. We will no longer be an insignificance that can be casually crushed beneath the boots of the prominent powers. And once that first victory is secured, I possess the absolute leverage required to travel into the land of rain and convince Salamander Hanzo to sign a mutual defense pact. The price for his compliance will be the secession of our southern territorial corridor. As for how a shinobi village could casually partition the sovereign territory of the land of grass without the daimyo's consent, Shersuei didn't care to explain. He simply made it clear that the civilian government would comply when the time came. Finally, Shersuei turned his gaze toward Negishi. Lord Leader, you have spent your entire career dreaming of a reality where this village could rise to prominence. Are we truly going to spend the rest of our lives cowering in the shadows, enduring the constant suppression and casual arrogance of the great hidden villages? Why do they deserve to enjoy the most fertile lands and limitless resources, while we are constantly marginalized, blamed for their conspiracies, and left too terrified to even raise a hand in self-defense? Why must we exist as spineless cowards? He turned back to face the entire council. The reason is simple: from the day they are born, those elite shinobi are taught that they belong to the strong. They can lose battles, they can suffer defeats, and they can execute tactical retreats, but the concept of total annihilation never enters their minds. Because behind them stands an invincible village, backed by an infinite network of comrades they can rely upon. But look at yourselves. From the very day you were born, you have been conditioned to believe you belong to the weak. You can win skirmishes, you can achieve temporary victories, and you can escape encirclements, but deep in your souls, you carry the permanent, crippling fear that your demise is always a moment away. Shersuei walked toward the exit, his cloak billowing behind him. Win this upcoming battle. Even if we only shatter their vanguard in the first clash, you will strip away the label of the weak forever. You will earn the right to stand tall in the shinobi world and prove to the 5 nations that the grass can bite. And if we happen to lose, we were slated to die anyway. Isn't a glorious death on the battlefield vastly superior to being slaughtered like sheep in a ditch? Shersuei paused at the threshold, throwing one final instruction over his shoulder to Negishi. Lord Leader, issue our official manifesto to the 5 nations before sunset. Condemn the tyrannical bullying of the minor villages by the great powers. I have already secured ironclad material evidence proving that the operative who executed the Hokage's son was an active IWA ninja. Let the world judge whether Sarutobi Hiruzen is truly blind and incompetent, or if the god of shinobi is simply too terrified to lock horns with the hidden stone. With those final words, Shersuei stepped through the threshold and vanished into the corridor. Inside the council chambers, the silence remained absolute for a very long time. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters. 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter. 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 96, Uzumaki Sharingu, and the Awakening of the 720-58 words. Inside the dimly lit council chambers of Kizugakure, a high-ranking jonin walked up to the window, staring intently at the courtyard below where Shersuei's figure had just dissolved into the shadows. He turned back toward the main table, his voice laced with deep skepticism. Lord Leader, do you truly place your faith in that man? Negishi Kusanagi remained silent for a long beat, his eyes fixed on the empty threshold. Finally, he spoke, his voice hollow but firm. I do not. Then why are you going along with Because he is right, Negishi interrupted, turning around to face his remaining commanders. We are already standing on the precipice of absolute ruin. If death is our only destination, I would rather we burn so brightly that the great nations never forget the fire. He marched directly to the center of the Grand Hall, his presence commanding the attention of the anxious, wavering ninjas before him. Draft the manifesto, Negishi commanded. Lord Leader, are you certain? We will publicly denounce the tyrannical bullying orchestrated by the leaf and the stone. Negishi's voice grew progressively louder, vibrating with an ironclad resolve. Publish the material evidence immediately. Let the entire world examine the proof that it was an Iwagakure operative who executed the son of the Hokage. Let every minor nation see the depths of their framing and deception. Furthermore, we shall openly cross-examine the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Is the legendary god of shinobi truly blind and incompetent, or is he merely a spineless coward who lacks the courage to lock horns with the hidden stone? Let the entire shinobi population judge the righteousness of his words. The councilman froze, paralyzed by the sheer audacity of the directive. This wasn't just a defense, this was intentionally detonating a powder keg across the continent. Lord Leader, this will completely eliminate any chance of diplomatic retreat. Execute the order, Negishi barked, leaving no room for negotiation. From this exact moment onward, Kusagakure ceases to exist as a spineless fence-sitter. Never forget the oath you took when we initiated the purge. We are the Independence faction. While the council hall erupted into frantic activity, Shisui had already departed from the central compound. He did not return to the land of waterfalls immediately. Instead, he navigated the narrow alleyways of Kusagakure, arriving at a squalid refugee settlement situated on the outermost periphery of the village. Housed within the dilapidated camp were over 100 war orphans, individuals salvaged from the blood-soaked borders over the years. They existed inside frayed, rotting tents, relying entirely on the watery gruel occasionally rationed out by the grass administration. Most were reduced to little more than walking skeletons. Shisui walked past the silent, hollow-eyed crowds, stepping directly toward one of the most degraded structures at the edge of the camp. Curled into a tight ball inside the tent was a young girl. She appeared to be no older than 7 or 8. A mane of vivid, crimson hair fell over her shoulders in a tangled, unkempt mess, and her face was heavily smudged with soot and dirt. Yet, beneath the grime, her eyes remained piercingly clear. The Uzumaki clan, once the supreme masters of sealing arts, and the sovereign rulers of the land of whirlpools, had been reduced to scattered fragments of stray bloodlines roaming the dark corners of the world. The young girl tracked Shisui's movements with intense vigilance, her posture rigid and defensive, like a cornered, feral animal. "Do not be afraid," Shisui murmured softly. He dropped into a low crouch, bringing his gaze level with hers. "What is your name?" The girl remained completely silent, her lips pressed into a thin line. "Are you hungry?" Still, she offered no response, her eyes locked onto his tinted visor. Shisui reached into his flak jacket, pulled out a tightly wrapped travel ration, and gently extended it toward her. The girl stared at the food, her throat bobbing as she swallowed hard, but her hands stayed tightly tucked against her chest. Shisui offered a reassuring smile, placed the ration neatly onto the dirt floor, and rose to his full height. "Follow me. You will have proper food to eat." He turned and walked out of the tent without looking back. Behind him, the faint, rustling sound of movement echoed through the dirt. Shisui did not break his stride. A few moments later, a tiny, cautious silhouette slipped into his shadow, mimicking his pace. By the time Kusagakure's blistering manifesto hit the communication networks of the 5 great nations, Shisui had already escorted the young girl across the border, returning safely to the hidden depths of Takigakure. The public declaration issued by the Grass Village sent massive shockwaves running through the continent. To the global shinobi community, the leadership of Kusagakure had clearly succumbed to collective insanity. Over the past century, the minor nations had produced only a single anomaly capable of matching the great power salamander Hanzo, and even with his unparalleled might, the land of rain had been utterly devastated during the world wars. What hidden strength did a minor faction like the Grass possess to justify such suicidal defiance? In an instant, every intelligence agency from the Leaf, Stone, Cloud, and Mist shifted their absolute focus toward the impending conflict, completely sidelining the internal administrative overhauls occurring within the land of waterfalls. After all, regardless of how aggressively Takigakure restructured its domestic infrastructure, they hadn't openly challenged Tsukage simultaneously. They remained entirely oblivious to the reality that every single piece on the board was moving according to Shirsue's design. His primary objective had always been to create a massive, international diversion, drawing the eyes of the world away from his primary stronghold to ensure the unhindered development of his grand domestic rearguard. As for whether Kizugakure was ultimately wiped off the map during the process, Shirsue didn't feel the slightest shred of remorse. They were an aggressive, opportunistic village that had preyed on others for decades. Using them as an anvil was simply practical efficiency. Since the goal was to capture global attention, it only made sense to amplify the scale of the spectacle. Naturally, a tailed beast needed to be introduced to the battlefield. Whether the beast was framed as a lone or a strategic alliance mattered little. The Seven Tails belonged entirely to his network now anyway. The narrative was whatever he chose to write. Furthermore, during his observations, Shirsue had noted that Nagishi possessed immense latent potential, with the foundational genetic markers of the swift release, Meitun, beginning to manifest within his chakra network. Shirsue intended to introduce specific viral strains into the leader's body to see if his physical limits could be forcefully accelerated to the parameters of a Kage-level combatant within a condensed timeframe. Even if the experiment fell short of a perfect ascension, it would at least cultivate an elite vanguard capable of anchoring a battle line against a great nation's commander for a limited duration. With these pieces consolidated, the tripartite alliance between the reformed minor factions would possess a stable foundation, allowing them to effectively challenge the hegemony of the major villages on equal terms. Deep within the subterranean chambers of Takigakure's fortress, Kakuzu sat cross-legged in the center of a heavily fortified stone room, meticulously counting stacks of currency. This had become his primary administrative duty. Ever since he had assumed absolute control over the financial infrastructure of the land of waterfalls, he spent at least 2 hours a day auditing the ledgers, not to track the incoming revenue, but to rigorously calculate the massive outgoing expenditures. The capital required for highway construction, the funding for the new electrical grid, the naval structural overhauls at the primary ports, the standardized salaries for the newly registered civil officials, every single Rio had to be calculated down to the decimal. Damn it, this is vastly more exhausting than assassination work, Kakuzu grumbled to himself, violently shoving a mountain of ledgers to the edge of the stone table. Right then, the heavy iron door groaned open. Kakuzu snapped his gaze upward, freezing as he recognized the figure stepping into the room. "Why have you returned so early?" Shirsue didn't offer an immediate vocal explanation. Instead, he stepped to the side, revealing the filthy, silent crimson-haired girl standing directly behind his cloak. "Who is this?" "An orphan of the Uzumaki lineage," Shirsue stated smoothly. "The designated Jinchuriki for the Seven Tails." Kakuzu stared at the girl for a long, silent moment before looking back at Shirsue. "What kind of elaborate theater are you staging this time?" "A strategic tailed beast leasing operation, if you care to review the parameters," Shirsue replied, his expression shifting into a perfectly polished, professional demeanor. He placed his right hand over his heart and executed a flawless, 90-degree bow. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shiraki, the chief strategist of Kizugakure." Kakuzu stared at him, utterly speechless at the sheer absurdity of the performance. However, the moment the concept of high-end corporate leasing entered his mind, his eyes flashed with monetary interest. "Hold on," Kakuzu muttered, leaning forward. "Does your little grass coalition require the contract services of a Kage-level combatant?" "Rest assured, provided the financial compensation meets my baseline parameters, I am entirely willing to hold the line against the third Hokage himself." "And what if we factor the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, into the equation simultaneously?" Shirsue asked, his tone laced with amusement. Kakuzu's expression instantly turned profoundly serious. He fell into a deep, calculating silence for several seconds before looking up. You'll have to adjust the premium. We need to add more money. Deep within the lowest sector of the subterranean complex on the 50th isolated level, Shisui stood before a massive, complex ceiling array. Standing directly beside him was the young Uzumaki girl, whom he had registered under the name Uzumaki Shiringu. She stared at the colossal geometric patterns etched into the stone floor, her clear eyes shifting between pure, childlike curiosity and a deep, instinctual terror. Are you prepared? Shisui asked quietly. Shiringu nodded her head quickly, only to shake it a second later. At a mere 7 years of age, her mind was entirely incapable of comprehending the staggering weight of the cosmic entity that was about to be anchored to her soul. Shisui didn't pressure her with further explanations. He formed a rapid sequence of hand seals, channeling his chakra into the primary terminal. The ancient sealing array began to groan, its heavy mechanisms shifting as the barrier slowly receded. A brilliant, amber light erupted from the center of the array, casting long, sharp shadows across the cavernous stone walls. In the exact epicenter of the illuminating glow, an immense, terrifying life form rested in a tight fetal position. 6 armored, translucent wings wrapped securely around its armored torso, mimicking the appearance of a massive, dormant insect chrysalis. The 7 tails, Komi-ai. Shisui raised his hands to initiate the secondary integration seals, but before his fingers could cross, a tiny, distinctly high-pitched, childlike voice resonated directly within the confines of his consciousness. Who are you? Shisui's movements froze instantly. He turned his gaze toward the center of the vault. The 7 tails' massive, multifaceted compound eyes were slowly shifting open, their golden, incandescent pupils reflecting his silhouette with perfect clarity. Shisui did not display a hint of panic. He simply softened his posture, offering a polite smile through his mental link. My name is Aburame Shisui. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Komi-ai. You recognize my true name? The 7 tails seemed visibly taken aback, its massive wings rustling slightly within the enclosure. Komi-ai. It feels as though an eternity has passed since anyone addressed me by that title. But wait, how is it possible that a human can natively comprehend the high-frequency dialect of the swarm? The language of the swarm. Shisui's mind raced. Was Komi-ai not communicating via standard telepathic human speech? He looked down, casting a glance at Shiringu standing beside him. The young girl was staring blankly at the massive entity, her expression entirely empty. It was immediately clear that she could hear absolutely nothing. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters. 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter. 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 97, Formulating the Summoning Covenant. 1765 words. Shisui raised his head once more, a faint, smooth smile gracing his features. Because I walk alongside the swarm. Within my very flesh, countless insects live in perfect symbiosis with me. So that is the reason. The 7 tails let out a sharp, chiming laugh that vibrated like crystal. Fascinating. You are the second, no, the third human in existence who can natively interpret my thoughts. Shisui's interest piqued, and he asked, did the individuals who maintained your seals over the decades never once address you by your true name? Never. Komi-ai's tone dipped, carrying a heavy note of underlying grievance. They called me the 7 tails, the monster, the great calamity. Not a single person ever troubled themselves to ask what I preferred to be called. Shisui replied smoothly, how profoundly ignorant of them. You are remarkably reasonable to converse with. Hearing his affirmation, the massive entity's demeanor shifted instantly, turning noticeably vibrant and energetic. You have no idea. I have been locked behind those seals for decades without a single soul to speak to. Those human wardens were universally grim and terrifying, keeping me confined in pitch-black enclosures without the slightest bit of casual conversation. I was so utterly bored that I nearly shredded my own wings, counting the scales out of sheer desperation. Shisui. This tailed beast is exceptionally talkative. Oh, right. Who is that tiny child standing beside you? Komiai's massive compound eyes pivoted sharply toward Shiringu. That vivid crimson hair, she belongs to the Uzumaki lineage, doesn't she? Are you preparing to anchor me to her flesh as my new Jinchuriki? Shisui did not deny the implication. If you are amenable to the arrangement, I am entirely willing. Komiai answered with zero hesitation. To be quite frank, being sealed inside a living human body, or locked inside a rudimentary iron kettle makes very little practical difference to me. However, she paused mid-sentence, her mental voice laced with eager anticipation. Could you occasionally allow me out into the open air to catch my breath? Just occasionally. For instance, when the weather is exceptionally clear, let me take a single lap through the skies to look at the outside world. I solemnly swear I won't attempt to escape, nor will I inflict harm upon a single soul. Shisui stared up at those massive, incandescent compound eyes. Within their multifaceted depths, he could discern a raw, unadulterated longing, the desperate yearning of a consciousness that had been systematically denied freedom for half a century. For a fleeting second, his mind flashed to the countless test specimens confined within the glass petri dishes of his laboratory. Did those insects harbor the same mute desperation? Did they look up into the artificial darkness, praying for a day they could spread their wings and cross the threshold? There is no need for that, Shisui stated levelly. Komiai froze, her massive wings locking up. What exactly do you mean by that? There is no need to bind your existence inside a human vessel, Shisui explained slowly. I have developed an entirely different alternative. Right at that pivotal moment, a faint, high-frequency hum echoed from the darkness behind his cloak. Shisui turned his gaze toward the adjacent incubation vats. The dragonfly larvae nourished by Komiai's residual chakra were rapidly shedding their pupil casings. 1, 2, 10, 100 vivid, emerald green wings unfurled from the nutrient fluid, their damp, segmented bodies trembling slightly as they met the open air. They struggled out of the incubation terminals, crawling blindly across the stone floor toward Shisui's position. No, they weren't navigating toward him. They were tracking the immense chakra signature of the seven tails. The freshly emerged dragonfly hatchlings utilized every shred of their infantile strength to scale the base of Komiai's armored legs, emitting microscopic, high-frequency vibrations through their spiracles. Mother! Shisui blinked, momentarily caught off guard. Komiai froze entirely. She looked down at the tiny, fragile organism swarming around her claws, her massive compound eyes completely blank with overwhelming bewilderment. They are addressing me. Shisui nodded gently. Their biology was cultured and accelerated using your direct chakra signature. From a genetic and spiritual standpoint, they are indeed your true descendants. The seven tails fell into a profound, prolonged silence. When she finally spoke, her mental voice trembled for the very first time. I possess children of my own. The dragonfly hatchlings had already clustered around her lower torso, using their delicate mouthparts to lightly tap against her thick, obsidian exoskeleton. Komiai remained completely motionless, rigid as stone, as if terrified that a single involuntary shift of her weight would inadvertently crush them into paste. They are so remarkably small, she whispered, her voice filled with a strange, maternal awe. So incredibly fragile. Shisui walked forward, stepping up to the perimeter of the array. Komiai raised her massive head, her golden eyes locking onto his visor. I wish. Her voice carried a rare note of vulnerability. I wish to ensure their survival. I want to protect them. Shisui dropped into a casual, cross-legged seat before the grand beast. I happen to have a proposition. What sort of proposition? We shall construct a sovereign summoning sacred land, Shisui stated smoothly, his tone carrying an innate weight. With your consciousness serving as the absolute core, and these dragonflies constituting the primary citizenry. You shall reign as the progenitor of the realm, their spiritual anchor and ultimate sovereign. A summoning sacred land. Like Mount Myaboku or the Shikatsu forest. Precisely. But if we establish such a bond, won't we simply become the property of you humans? Forced to manifest whenever you command, reduced to mere summoning beasts. Shui let out a soft laugh. Not summoning beasts, strategic partners. The human race and the swarm shall choose one another freely, elevating one another through mutual achievement. You will never be bound by seals, nor will you ever endure captivity inside an iron walls. You shall reside permanently within your own realm, surrounded by your children. Only when a human collaborator has earned your respect and truly requires your intervention will they invoke the covenant to call upon your strength. Komi fell silent once more. She lowered her immense head, watching the emerald hatchlings climb across her carapace before looking back up at Shui. For the very first time in her long, chaotic existence, she seemed to actively engage her cognitive faculties, deliberately analyzing the parameters of the future of her children. In the past, she had merely existed as a carefree, primitive insect. But now, a profound sense of responsibility weighed upon her consciousness. You will not exploit me for your own designs. I will not. You will never confine me behind bars. I can truly remain with my descendants permanently. You have my word. Komi stared at him for several seconds, looking straight through his visor. Then, without a word of warning, she violently dropped her colossal head right in front of his chest. Then etched the seal. Shui blinked, caught off guard by her sudden compliance. Before he could fully process the shift, Komi urged him frantically through the mental link. Didn't you state you wanted to execute a summoning contract with me? Hurry up, hurry up. Do it before I find a reason to change my mind. Looking at the massive, armored skull resting inches from his hands, Shui offered a faint smile. He bit his right thumb, drawing a drop of blood, and executed a flawless sequence of hand seals. He slammed his palm against her forehead, and the intricate, black geometric formulas of the summoning covenant rapidly spread across her carapaced brow. A brilliant flare of golden chakra erupted, enveloping both figures in a blinding pillar of light as the covenant was officially bound to their souls. The exact millisecond the contract finalized, Shui felt an extraordinary, phantom sensation rippling through his consciousness, an intense, harmonic resonance with his cheat system. With a simple shift of his intent, the colossal form of the Seven Tails vanished from the stone vault instantly. In the next breath, Komi materialized directly within the boundless expanse of his cheat space. It was an infinite, chaotic void, devoid of horizon, saturated with a faint, pervasive golden luminescence. Situated in the exact center of this primordial domain was a massive, shimmering reservoir of golden fluid that accumulated 3,000 years of primordial energy Shui had systematically hoarded. Shui had initially assumed that the system would relegate a tailed beast into one of the standard inventory slots. He hadn't anticipated that because of her nature as a pure, massive concentration of sentient energy, the space would automatically categorize her as core fuel and grant her entry to the inner sanctuary. Komi stood at the edge of the golden reservoir, her massive compound eyes bulging to their absolute limits with sheer, unadulterated shock. What is this place? She could smell the intoxicating vapor rising from the liquid in incredibly high tier, pristine energy saturated with an infinite, boundless life force. Merely inhaling the ambient mist sent a wave of sublime, therapeutic comfort coursing through her entire spiritual network. It smells absolutely incredible. She murmured, her mental voice turning distinctly glazed. I want to consume it. I need to taste it. She lowered her immense mandibles, attempting to lap at the golden fluid. Yet, no matter how hard she strained, her mouth met an impenetrable, invisible barrier. The golden reservoir remained perfectly visible, yet entirely untouchable, separated by a flawless systemic restriction. Why can't I reach it? Komi grew visibly frantic, her massive wings fluttering in a wild panic. Let me have a single sip. Just one drop. Shui's consciousness manifested within the void, watching her desperate, frantic antics with an expression of mild amusement. You desire to consume the primordial fluid. Komi nodded her colossal head so violently the space trembled. I am losing my mind over it. Shui fell into a brief, calculating thought. 3,000 years of primordial energy had indeed taken an immense amount of time to accumulate. However, now that the Seven Tails had bound her soul to his covenant, she was officially a permanent asset of his core network. Allowing her to absorb a fraction of the reserves carried no structural risk, and, given the massive international war looming on the immediate horizon, optimizing his primary living weapon was simply sound military strategy. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters. 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter. 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 98, Structuring the Sanctuary and the Sovereign's Metamorphosis. 1949 words. With sure sway lifting the restriction, the Seven Tails didn't hesitate for a single fraction of a second. She lunged straight toward the edge of the pool, plunging her head down to drink in massive, frantic gulps. The shimmering gold water cascaded down her throat, instantly dissolving into boundless, liquid energy that rushed violently through her internal pathways. Her heavy exoskeleton began to radiate a brilliant light, the intricate purple markings tracing her armor flaring with blinding intensity. Her 6 armored wings unfurled to their absolute limit, each rhythmic vibration kicking up a sharp, pressurized gale across the subterranean vault. So good, this feels amazing. She mumbled between frantic gulps, entirely unable to tear herself away from the liquid bounty. Within moments, the level of the golden water dropped by a massive, visible chunk. Shirsue's expression warped instantly. The Seven Tails raised her head with immense reluctance, pristine golden droplets still clinging to the edges of her massive mandibles. Just one more drop, please, just a tiny sip. 2,000 years worth of primordial energy. You just drank down nearly 2 millennia of accumulated time in a single breath. Staring at the dramatically hollowed-out reservoir, Shirsue felt a wave of agonizing heartbreak hit his chest. Originally, that supply was more than enough to accelerate his cultivation by over 3,000 years, now, a mere handful of centuries remained. The Seven Tails let out a massive, rattling burp, her multifaceted eyes suddenly growing heavy and unfocused. So sleepy. She murmured, driftingly, I need to. The moment the words left her mouth, her colossal form collapsed heavily onto the cavern floor, plunging instantly into a profound, dead slumber. Shirsue scrambled to activate his specialized ability, instantly transferring her out of the golden dimension. The Seven Tails lay sprawled across the expanse of the underground palace's 50th floor, her massive abdomen rising and falling in a slow, rhythmic pattern, sleeping as deeply and peacefully as a newborn child. Shirsue wiped a thick layer of cold sweat from his forehead. Must be nice to sleep that soundly. He lowered his head, casting a glance at Uzumaki Karen standing quietly by his side. The young girl had remained entirely mute throughout the display, her features painted with a mix of awe and burning curiosity. Let's go. He reached down, gently taking her small hand into his own. We still have a mountain of work waiting for us. Throughout the following days, Shirsue found himself working at a manic, non-stop pace. The entire 50th floor was systematically overhauled to serve as the Seven Tails' absolute sanctuary. Utilizing his Earth-style burrowing insects, he systematically carved out thousands of specialized hexagonal chambers across the jagged stone walls to serve as nesting grounds for the dragonfly colonies. Following that, he deployed intricate ceiling matrices across the entire perimeter of the chamber to completely lock down the space, ensuring not a single shred of the massive chakra signatures could leak to the outside world. But the absolute centerpiece of his efforts lay in the construction of the summoning scroll. He had given his binding word to the leadership of the Grass Village that they would possess a definitive summoning sanctuary named the Dragonfly Sacred Land, and he had every intention of transforming that promise into an absolute reality. A colossally thick scroll was unfurled across the stone floor, stretching over 10 meters in length. Shirsue bit into the tip of his finger, utilizing his own blood as the raw ink, and began tracing the massive, interlocking geometric scripts of the summoning contract line by line. The architecture of this particular contract was absurdly intricate. Even the slightest tremor of his hand, or a minute structural flaw, would cause the entire construct to implode, wasting his efforts entirely. He remained hunched over the parchment for a full day and a night, working straight through the exhaustion until the final binding array clicked into place. He stood up, surveying the massive, completed document with a firm nod of absolute satisfaction. Next came the cultivation of the Dragonfly Vanguard. Utilizing the absolute last remaining drops of his unrefined primordial energy, he initiated a forced temporal acceleration on nearly 100 select dragonflies. The newly hatched creatures, thoroughly nourished by the golden energy, experienced a massive, explosive growth spurt. Their physical frames ballooned in size, and the crystalline structure of their wings grew immensely dense and powerful. Among the cohort, a few possessing exceptional latent talent instinctively began to pull in the surrounding natural energy of the cavern, a faint, emerald green aura flaring across their carapaces, the definitive embryonic form of Sage Chakra. Excellent! Watching them swarm gracefully through the air, Shui felt a deep surge of pride well up within his chest. These dragonflies would serve as his ultimate, absolute ace in the hole for the campaigns to come. To achieve this level of forced evolution, he had entirely exhausted every single vial of the hero's water harvested over the past months, and his stockpile of royal chemical components had been bled completely dry. It could be said that to build the foundations of the Dragonfly Sacred Land, he had completely hollowed out his personal treasury. But the investment was undeniably worth it. He watched the massive insects dance through the gloom above the sleeping form of Chomei, nodding in silent affirmation. A full day later, the Seven-Tails finally stirred. She cracked her massive eyes open, her very first instinct being to run a comprehensive diagnostic scan over her own physical form. She froze entirely. Her physical dimensions had expanded significantly compared to before. Her heavy armor plate felt immensely more durable, and her wings vibrated with a terrifying level of compressed force. But what truly left her dumbfounded was the realization that actual, organic flesh and blood had begun to weave itself through her internal structure. She was no longer a construct composed purely of volatile chakra, but an entity existing directly in the liminal space between energy and physical reality. How is this possible? You drank down an absolute ocean of primordial energy. It would be a mockery if you didn't experience a fundamental evolution, Shui's calm voice echoed from the side of the chamber. The Seven-Tails whipped her massive head around, spotting him sitting a short distance away, entirely surrounded by a swirling cloud of the newly evolved dragonflies. My children! Chomei flared with immense excitement, preparing to lunge forward, but she froze abruptly in her tracks. She looked down at the hovering cloud of dragonflies, then looked back at her own towering, colossal frame. I am too massive. I'll crush them if I get too close. Shui chuckled softly. You won't. They are far more resilient than you think. A massive dragonfly detached itself from the swarm, hovering gracefully forward before gently touching down right upon the tip of Komiai's nose. The Seven-Tails went absolutely rigid, her massive compound eyes crossing completely as she stared directly at the tiny creature resting on her snout. It's looking right at me. Does it like me? Undoubtedly. The Seven-Tails suddenly let out a bright, rumbling sound. It was the absolute first time Shui had ever witnessed a tailed beast show genuine, unadulterated joy. Her massive compound eyes curved into perfect crescent moons, and her 6 wings vibrated in a gentle, rhythmic hum that echoed beautifully across the stone vault. I have children, she murmured softly, her voice filled with a profound sense of wonder. I truly have children of my own. She turned her massive head back toward Shui, her gaze filled with absolute earnestness. Thank you. Shui shook his head smoothly. We are partners. Yes, partners. Chomei nodded her massive head in agreement, her eyes suddenly glinting with a bright spark. In that case, could you spare me just a tiny bit more of that golden water? Shui shot her a highly guarded, sharp look. For what purpose? I can feel it. If I can just consume another 100 portions of that exact energy, I will be able to completely revert into a chrysalis state and execute a flawless, absolute metamorphosis. The Seven-Tails' eyes practically shone with anticipation. When I emerge from that cocoon, I will be exponentially stronger. I'll be far more useful to your plans. 100 portions. The absolute last scrap of energy remaining in Shirsue's possession didn't even amount to half a single portion. No, he refused flatly without a shred of hesitation. What about 10 portions then? Chomei bargained quickly, trying to salvage the deal. In reality, 10 portions would probably be more than enough to trigger the shift. Shirsui countered plainly, as long as you coordinate perfectly during our future summoning deployments, you will eventually receive a steady, unending supply of that energy. Is that a promise? Her eyes lit up like lanterns. A definitive one. Then what on earth are we waiting around here for? Chomei bolted to her feet, her 6 wings snapping open with a thunderous crack. Right now, I feel like I could tear the Ninetails apart with my bare claws. Deploy me onto the battlefield. Right now. Immediately. Shirsui. This tailed beast's desire for combat was bordering on the absurd. Your window of opportunity will arrive, he reassured calmly, pacifying her volatile energy. But it is not today. Time was running short. Shirsui quickly calculated the days. A full 48 hours had already slipped past since the one-day deadline he had established with Nagishi Kusanagi. Back at the grass village, the high command was likely descending into absolute, unmitigated panic. It's time to head back. He stood up, preparing to exit the chamber. However, a tiny, trembling shadow abruptly stepped into his path. It was Shiringu. She kept her head lowered tightly, her small hands clutching the frayed fabric of her skirt so hard her knuckles turned stark white. What's wrong? Shirsui knelt at her eye level, his tone soft and measured. Shiringu remained silent for a long, agonizing moment before finally wringing out the courage to speak, her voice trembling slightly. I don't possess the necessary qualifications to serve as the Jinchuriki anymore. Are you going to discard me now? Shirsui went rigid for a brief instant. Looking into the young girl's highly anxious, terrified eyes, understanding suddenly washed over him. This child had spent her entire young life running from one conflict to another, being used, abandoned, and discarded by various factions so many times that her psychological state had become profoundly fragile and hypersensitive. She had been waiting in silent dread for days, waiting for him to deliver the sentence, waiting for any confirmation that she still possessed an absolute baseline of utility to him. Yet, over the past few days, he had been entirely consumed by his own administrative duties, building the sacred land, accelerating the dragonflies, and negotiating with the Seven Tails. He had completely overlooked her psychological state. In her fragile mind, his preoccupation was the definitive writing on the wall that she was about to be abandoned once again. A deep wave of genuine remorse hit Shirsue's chest. He reached out, his hand resting gently upon her hair as he spoke with absolute certainty, Shiringu. The young girl slowly raised her head, her eyes wide. You are immensely valuable to me, Shirsui spoke, staring directly into her eyes with absolute, unshakable sincerity. Furthermore, you are going to become a phenomenal master who will stand right by my side. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 99, Konoha deploys troops, War in the Nomans. 1829 words. Shirsui pulled the massive summoning scroll from his robes, and unrolled it across the floor. Bite your finger and sign your name right here. Shiringu nodded vigorously. Wringing a drop of blood from her bitten fingertip, she pressed her name firmly into the parchment. Uzumaki Shiringu. A brilliant golden light flared from the fresh script, instantaneously weaving a profound spiritual tether directly to her soul. In that exact split second, she could feel a vast, echoing presence calling out to her from the deep void. It was the Seven Tails resting on the 50th floor of the underground cavern, the newly matured swarms of dragonflies, and the entire structural consciousness of the dragonfly sacred land. From this day forward, you are the absolute first contractor of the dragonfly sacred land. Shirsui smoothly rolled the parchment back up and stowed it away. Moving forward, you can call upon their strength at any given moment. Shiringu's eyes blazed with excitement. But almost immediately, she lowered her chin, her small hands tightly clutching the edge of Shirsue's cloak. I want to follow by your side. I don't want to be left behind here. Her voice was soft, yet it carried an unyielding undercurrent of absolute resolve. I can stand on the battlefield. I can fight for the land of grass. I am not afraid to die. Shirsue understood completely that the child didn't possess a genuine thirst for war. She was simply desperate to prove her baseline utility, terrified of being cast aside as useless baggage once again. He knelt down, bringing his gaze perfectly level with hers. Shiringu, do you know what your absolute greatest asset is? Shiringu shook her head blankly, signaling her ignorance. You belong to the Uzumaki clan, Shirsue explained in a measured, deliberate cadence. Your lineage commands the absolute strongest sealing arts in the shinobi world, the most massive chakra reserves, and a near-immortal physical vitality. Within your very biology lies an infinite sea of latent potential. However, you are still entirely too young. Your physical body is severely depleted from years of malnutrition, you haven't undergone basic chakra training, and you possess zero combat fundamentals. If you step onto a live battlefield right now, you will die instantly. Shiringu's eyes welled with sudden tears. Therefore, I am granting you a window of 3 months, Shirsue interrupted smoothly, his tone reassuring. Throughout these 3 months, I will utilize our premium nutrient solutions to completely restore your physical deficits, forcing the latent Uzumaki traits within your biology to awaken. When that phase concludes, you will command passive self-healing, the adamantine sealing chains, and the mind's eye of the Kagura abilities specifically tailored to guarantee your survival on the front lines. Furthermore, the moment you master the basic principles of the summoning jutsu, you will be capable of calling upon Chomei at will. If you encounter an existential threat, the Seven Tails can instantly utilize a reverse summoning to pull you out of harm's way. Short of running into the true, apex monsters of this world, your survival is absolute. Shiringu's eyes widened in sheer wonder. Is that true? Naturally. She nodded with immense force. I will work myself to the bone to master it. Shirsue smiled faintly, reaching out to pat her head once more. Excellent. Follow me. A 3-month accelerated training curriculum was undeniably a case of forcing growth ahead of its natural schedule. However, Shiringu was a premier talent of the Uzumaki bloodline. Even with an expedited timeline, as long as they aggressively weaponized her natural physical advantages while systematically masking her structural weaknesses, her tactical utility on a live battlefield would easily dwarf that of multiple standard jonin at least, when compared to the caliber of jonin produced by the Grass Village. Shirsue realized that his decision to bypass the traditional, restrictive Jinchuriki bonding method had been an absolute stroke of strategic genius. By keeping the entity and the host structurally independent, they could unleash the full, uninhibited combat parameters of the Seven Tails on the field, while retaining the tactical flexibility to split them into 2 independent operating forces for multi-theater campaigns down the road. Simultaneously, back within the administrative heart of Konoha, inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat rigidly behind his desk, his gaze locked onto an intelligence brief spread out before him. The document contained a mere handful of sentences, yet every single word felt like a jagged splinter driven deep into his chest. The Grass Village has launched a public proclamation, aggressively denouncing Konoha and Iwagakure for leveraging their military weight to bully minor nations. Furthermore, they have produced definitive evidence implicating Iwagakure intelligence assets in the targeted assassination of the Hokage's son. The rhetoric is exceptionally venomous, their posturing flagrantly defiant, and the incident has already drawn intense scrutiny from multiple global factions. He set the scroll down heavily, raising a hand to massage his throbbing temples. Shinosuke's death was already a festering wound in his heart. Yet now, a pathetic, insignificant entity like the Grass Village dared to step onto the global stage to mock Konoha for being completely blind and incompetent, openly questioning why he lacked the spine to confront Iwagakure directly. This wasn't merely an insult to his personal authority, it was a flagrant humiliation directed at the entire Hidden Leaf village. An Umbu operative materialized out of thin air, dropping into a silent kneel. Summon Orochimaru to my office immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, stepping toward the wide windows to stare out at the distant Hokage monument. From behind, his silhouette looked noticeably more frail and exhausted than it had just a single day prior. Deep beneath the subterranean layers of the village, Orochimaru's primary laboratory remained shrouded in absolute shadow. The illumination here was incredibly sparse, the atmosphere thick with moisture and drenched in the sharp, chemical stench of medicinal preserves. Rows of glass incubation cylinders of varying dimensions lined the stone walls, within which floated all sorts of grotesque, mutated biological specimens, severed animal organs, preserved human appendages, and bizarre, unclassifiable organisms that defied basic terminology. Orochimaru stood poised over a central dissection table, his scalpel slicing with surgical, mathematical precision through the thoracic cavity of a fresh corpse. It was the body of a rogue ninja that had been delivered to his doorstep barely an hour ago, still retaining a trace of residual body heat. "My lord," an Umbu operative announced, appearing silently at the threshold of the laboratory. "What is it?" "The Hokage demands your immediate presence." The scalpel in Orochimaru's hand stalled mid-stroke. Suddenly, his chest heaved violently as a raspy, hacking cough tore through his throat, dark crimson blood spilling past his lips to splatter across the steel examination table. He set the blade down, pressing a silk handkerchief tightly against his mouth. It took a long, agonized moment before the spasm finally subsided. Witnessing the display, a flicker of genuine shock danced across the Umbu operative's eyes. "Lord Orochimaru, you..." "My apologies," Orochimaru murmured, raising his head to reveal a complexion as starkly pale as bleached parchment. "As you can plainly see, I am currently nursing profound, debilitating injuries from my recent endeavors and require an extended window of absolute rest. I fear I am physically incapable of attending to my teacher's summons at this juncture." Then, regarding the Hokage's deployment order, "Kindly convey my deepest regrets to my teacher. It is far from a lack of willingness on my part, my physical vessels simply refuse to comply. If the Hokage is in desperate need of a commander to lead an army to the front, he would be well advised to seek out Jiraiya. That man has been lingering in absolute idleness of late." The Umbu operative nodded slowly, turning to vanish into the shadows as the heavy stone doors of the laboratory groaned shut. The moment the operative's presence cleared the perimeter, the fragile mask of weakness vanished from Orochimaru's features, replaced by a low, mocking sneer as he cast a glance at the blood-soaked handkerchief. Performance art is truly an exhausting endeavor. He tossed the stained cloth into a waste bin, and effortlessly retrieved his scalpel once more. Even if his current vessel were operating at a flawless 100% efficiency, he had zero intention of marching out on this campaign. The political waters surrounding the land of grass were entirely too deep. He could taste the distinct, methodical scent of a hidden mastermind pulling the strings from the shadows, a style that felt remarkably close to the machinations of a certain individual he knew all too well. Furthermore, his personal research into human body modification was currently teetering on the edge of a definitive structural breakthrough. He simply possessed no surplus time to waste on the petty power games of the village elders. Meanwhile, within a secluded, mist-shrouded valley deep inside the land of rain, Jiraiya sat cross-legged directly beneath a raging waterfall. He allowed the absolute, crushing weight of the torrent to hammer against his bare shoulders, remaining as completely motionless as a carved stone monument. Along the rocky shoreline below, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan were intensely focused on practicing their basic ninjutsu forms. Yahiko's progression was remarkably swift, already capable of manifesting a perfectly viable water-style construct. Nagato maintained his characteristic silence, though his operational control over his massive chakra reserves grew noticeably more precise with each passing day, while Konan knelt nearby, her fingers blurring as she folded sheets of parchment into intricate, morphing shapes. Suddenly, a specialized messenger hawk dived out of the gray clouds, landing heavily on the shoreline. Yahiko curried forward with intense curiosity, noting a sealed cylinder fastened tightly to the bird's leg. "Jiraiya-sensei. A message has arrived." Jiraiya cracked his eyes open, stepping smoothly out from beneath the thundering cascade. He accepted the scroll, breaking the security seal to scan the contents. A slow, wry smile spread across his features, a look born of profound exhaustion mixed with an unnamable, heavy emotion. To suppress the land of grass. The old man is explicitly ordering me back to active military duty. Yahiko looked up, his brow furrowing slightly. Sensei, are you preparing to leave us again? Jiraiya offered no immediate answer. Instead, he casually extended his arm, and dropped the tactical scroll directly into the center of their roaring campfire, watching the parchment turn to ash within seconds. Noticing the silent gesture, Konan stepped closer, her voice laced with a quiet note of concern, Sensei. Jiraiya turned back toward his young pupils, his features instantaneously shifting back into his familiar, loud, and boisterous grin. Ah, it's absolutely nothing to worry about. Just a routine letter from back home, inquiring whether this old hermit is eating his meals properly. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 100, 2 great clans volunteer for war. 1646 words. Jiraiya walked over to the 3 children, crouching down to look at them. How has the training been coming along lately? Yahiko puffed out his chest proudly. I'm doing great. I can already fire 3 water arrows with my water style. Konan held up a paper flower in her hand. My paper style has made a lot of progress, too. Jiraiya nodded approvingly, his gaze shifting to Nagato. The boy remained as silent as ever, merely offering a soft nod. Looking at him, Jiraiya suddenly reached out and ruffled his vibrant red hair. Nagato, you need to keep pushing yourself, too. Nagato froze for a brief second, then lowered his head, letting out a quiet whisper of agreement. Jiraiya stood up and stared into the far distance, looking toward the direction of Konoha. He murmured under his breath, Old man, forgive me for being unable to obey your orders this time. There is absolutely no reason to fight this war. Meanwhile, somewhere within the capital of the Land of Fire, Tsunade was a rare sight away from the gambling tables, completely absorbed in her research lab. The tables around her were stacked high with medical texts she had recently written. As her partner, Kato Dan naturally attended to her every need, moving back and forth with a slightly helpless expression on his face. Right then, an Umbu operative materialized behind her. Lady Tsunade, the Hokage, has issued an emergency summons. He requires you to lead an army to suppress the land of grass. Tsunade remained entirely focused on her work, not even bothering to raise her head. I'm not going. Lady Tsunade, that is an explicit command from the Hokage himself. I said I'm not doing it, and that's final. Tsunade grabbed the operative by the collar and casually flung the Umbu ninja straight out the window. I am currently completely occupied with establishing the medical infrastructure. Where on earth would I find the time for those matters? If he wants to avenge his son, he can go do it himself. Perched on a tree branch outside, the Umbu ninja looked completely bewildered before ultimately turning around to report back to the third Hokage. Dan walked up to her, offering gently, why don't I go instead? After all, it is a task assigned by the Hokage. You aren't allowed to go either. But he is your master, after all, Dan reasoned understandingly. And he has just endured the agonizing pain of losing a child. Hearing those words, Tsunade's hands froze instantly. What if he is my master? Who hasn't lost loved ones before? Didn't my little brother perish on the battlefield as well? The gentle smile faded from Dan's face. He lapsed into silence for a brief moment, then stepped forward, gently clasping Tsunade's hand. Tsunade. Tsunade forced a weak smile onto her face. Don't worry about it. I have an endless reservoir of energy to burn through every day. I don't have time to dwell on those messy thoughts. She paused for a beat, then suddenly pulled Dan along as she turned back toward her desk. Come on, help me organize these educational materials. Those students are completely thick-headed. I explain things perfectly clearly, yet they still fail to comprehend. I need to break down these textbooks into even finer detail. Dragged along by her grip, Dan could only offer a bitter smile. The textbooks were already incredibly thick. If she refined them further, how long would it take to finish writing? But looking at the rare smile gracing Tsunade's face, he said absolutely nothing. He simply held her hand tightly, letting her pull him along. After all, she was his future wife, so he had to spoil her a bit. Inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk. Listening to the report delivered by the Umbu operative, his expression turned incredibly dark. He had issued a direct deployment order, yet not a single one of his disciples had stepped forward to accept it. Was this an open rebellion against his executive decision, or were they profoundly dissatisfied with him as their teacher? At this moment, he felt like an absolute failure of a mentor, realizing that every single one of his students had grown distant from him. Orochimaru claimed to be heavily wounded, Jiraiya hadn't even bothered to send a reply, and Tsunade flatly stated she had no time. He took a deep drag from his pipe, exhaling a slow plume of smoke. Just then, Udatane Koharu and Mitokado Hamura pushed the door open and walked in. Hiruzen raised his head to face his two lifelong comrades. "You've arrived. We've heard the rumors," Koharu stated, taking a seat across from him. "You intend to deploy an army against the land of grass?" Hiruzen nodded firmly. Shinosuke's death cannot be ignored just like that. The grass village has openly flagrantly insulted the authority of Konoha. They must be made to pay the absolute price. Hamura furrowed his brow. "Hiruzen, why would a trivial matter like this require our main forces to mobilize? Simply dispatch a regular jonin to handle it. The war has only just concluded, and our respective clans as well as the village itself have countless administrative matters to resolve." "Exactly," Koharu chimed in. "Hasn't Danzo been incredibly idle lately? Why not let him handle it? Doesn't he thoroughly enjoy fighting wars? Letting Danzo handle it. Wouldn't that be equivalent to handing over all the military prestige directly to Root?" Hiruzen shook his head subtly. "You may leave. I will find a solution myself." Koharu and Hamura exchanged a glance, choosing not to press further before turning to depart the room. The office plunged back into a heavy silence. Hiruzen stared out the window, his brow tightly knit. He hadn't anticipated that within the vast expanse of the Hidden Leaf Village, he would find himself completely without capable hands to deploy. Did he truly have to take the field personally? But he was the Hokage. If he acted personally, wouldn't that explicitly validate all the negative rumors circulating outside? Right at that moment, a firm knock echoed at the door. The door swung open, and two figures stepped inside. Leading the way was a serious young man dressed in the traditional attire of the Uchiha clan, the distinct fan crest proudly embroidered upon his chest. It was Uchiha Fugaku. Standing right behind him was a slightly older man with long, loose black hair, and a pair of stark white eyes radiating a subtle, oppressive pressure, the definitive hallmark of the Hyuga lineage. Hyuga Tennin, the father of Hyuga Hayashi, and the current head of the Hyuga clan. "Lord Hokage," both men greeted in unison, offering a formal bow. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an immense wave of surprise. Reclining back into his chair, he asked, "What brings the two of you here?" Fugaku took a step forward, his voice level. "We have received word regarding the situation in the land of grass. The Uchiha clan is fully prepared to launch a campaign on behalf of Konoha." "The Uchiha?" Hiruzen's brow furrowed slightly. Naturally, he was highly reluctant to hand over military glory to the Uchiha. Over the recent years, their clan had grown increasingly restless. If he permitted them to accumulate further battlefield merit, it would only serve to inflame their growing arrogance. He shifted his gaze to the Hyuga leader. "Am I to assume the Hyuga clan has come for the exact same purpose?" Hyuga Tennin bowed his head slightly. "The Hyuga clan stands entirely at the disposal of the Hokage." Hiruzen lapsed into a long, calculated silence. With the two greatest noble clans volunteering for battle simultaneously, he possessed no viable political ground to refuse them. A sudden tactical thought flashed through his mind. Forcing the two rival clans to deploy alongside one another, using their historic friction to balance each other out, wasn't a bad strategy at all. The Uchiha wanted to secure merit. Then let them charge the front lines. Having the Hyuga accompany them would not only share the tactical burden, but also provide a perfect set of eyes to monitor the Uchiha's movements. As for the battlefield glory, that could be sorted out after the campaign concluded. Very well, he spoke slowly, his voice carrying the full weight of his office. Then the two clans will form a joint vanguard to launch the campaign against the Land of Grass. He stood up from his desk, walking over to stand directly before the two clan heads. Remember this. The explicit objective of this campaign is to suppress the warmongering instigators and preserve the absolute stability of the shinobi world. The Grass Village has flagrantly disrupted the order established by the major nations, intentionally attempting to spark widespread conflict. They must be subjected to a severe punitive strike. Furthermore, you must force them to return the Sarutobi bloodline. Both men nodded in synchronization. Understood. Hiruzen watched their receding figures disappear through the doorway before seating himself back behind his desk. Suppressing instigators and preserving peace, the rationale sounded incredibly thin, and anyone with a shred of intelligence could see through it to realize he was simply seeking personal vengeance for his son. But no one within the village would dare poke a hole in that narrative, because the Grass Village had indeed jumped entirely too high, so high that they deserved to be ruthlessly swatted down. He picked up his pipe, taking another deep, slow drag. Enveloped within the twisting plumes of smoke, his expression grew profoundly complex. Shinosuke, this is the absolute most your father can do for you now. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters. 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter. 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 101, The 71589 Words. Chapter 101, The Seven Tales arrives, shocking the entire audience. Inside the briefing hall of the Grass Village, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. Negishi Kusanagi, the newly appointed leader of the Independence faction, sat at the head of the table with a dark, grim expression. Below him, the surviving ninjas gathered in small clusters, whispering urgently among themselves. It's already been 2 days. He still hasn't come back. I told you from the start, borrowing a tailed beast. It's completely a scam. What do we do now? Konoha and Iwagakure are already preparing to deploy their armies. We're dead meat. Should we just run for it? The entire shinobi world is watching us right now. The moment we step outside, we'll become sitting ducks. Even that is better than waiting around here to die. The arguments grew louder and louder, rapidly spiraling out of control. Negishi Kusanagi struck the table heavily. The room instantly fell silent, every eye shifting toward him. Before Shiraki left, he explicitly told us to wait for his return. Until he gets back, no one is permitted to leave. But leader. No buts, Kusanagi said, fixing his gaze on the dissenting ninja. If you want to walk out that door right now, I won't stop you. But the absolute second you step outside, you are no longer a ninja of the Grass Village. Whether you live or die after that has nothing to do with me. The ninja opened his mouth to reply, but ultimately lost his nerve and didn't dare move. Right at that moment, a sudden commotion echoed from outside the doors. The gathered crowd turned in unison as the heavy doors slid open. A distinct silhouette stepped into the threshold, flanked closely by a young, red-haired girl. Shiraki, or rather, Aburaim Shirsue, operating under his wartime alias, walked smoothly into the briefing hall, casting a calm eye across the room. So, everyone is here. One of the ninjas couldn't hold back and blurted out, Shiraki. You claimed you went to borrow a tailed beast. Did you actually get it? I got it. You got it. Where is it then? Pull it out and show us, a Jonin replied in a mocking tone. From his posture, it was clear he didn't believe a single word. Shui offered no verbal reply. He simply turned on his heel and walked back toward the exit. Follow me. The ninjas exchanged skeptical glances, but despite their lingering disbelief, they systematically filed out behind him. The clearing outside the village. Several hundred grass ninjas converged on the open field, their collective gaze locked tightly onto Shui. Standing at the dead center of the clearing, he reached behind his back and unrolled a massive summoning scroll. Biting his thumb to draw blood, his fingers blurred through a sequence of hand signs before he slammed both palms heavily against the earth, summoning jutsu. A massive cloud of white smoke erupted across the field. The exact fraction of a second the smoke drifted away, every single person present sucked in a sharp, terrified breath. It was the Seven Tails, Chomei. 6 massive, iridescent wings fanned slowly, their purple armor plating glinting brilliantly under the sunlight. Her golden, multifaceted compound eyes looked down upon the gathered crowd with a mixture of curiosity and playful amusement. Hello there, everyone. The Seven Tails spoke, her voice remarkably crisp and clear. My name is Chomei, but you can all call me Lucky Seven. Staring up at the colossal, towering entity, the gathered ninjas were completely dumbfounded, frozen like statues where they stood. A heavy, deathly silence blanketed the clearing. A-tailed beast. Quick, run for your lives. The monster spoke. It can actually speak human language. The crowd instantly erupted into absolute chaos. Some ninjas felt their legs buckle as they collapsed to their knees, others spun around in a desperate bid to flee, while a few drew their kunai with hands trembling in pure terror. Right then, Chomei peered up at the clear blue sky, her mood exceptionally bright. Having been sealed away in darkness for so long, she felt an intense urge to spread her wings and soar. However, even the gentle, casual flap of her massive wings unleashed a violent surge of wind pressure across the clearing. The ninjas standing closest to her were instantly sent tumbling head over heels across the dirt. They screamed in panic, disaster. The tailed beast is going on a rampage. Wait, don't run. If we scatter now, we're finished. We can only stand a chance if we combine our forces to fight. Yet, amidst the absolute bedlam, Shui calmly walked directly to Komiai's side. He reached out an arm, gently stroking the massive snout she willingly lowered toward him. The crowd fell dead silent once more. They watched in sheer disbelief as the legendary engine of destruction leaned into the man's palm, nuzzling against his hand like an affectionate pet. How is this possible? How can a tailed beast be so docile around a human? Shui turned around, facing the thoroughly stunned shinobi. A tailed beast is not some mindless natural disaster. Just like humans, they possess their own intellect and their own complex emotions. Chomei has a wonderful personality. As long as you do not actively provoke her, she will not harm a single soul. Standing right behind him, Chomei nodded her massive head in agreement. Yes, yes, exactly. I don't eat humans, and I don't like fighting. I only get angry because those people always lock me up without a word, and never bother to listen to what I'm saying. The ninjas exchanged bewildered glances. Was this truly what a tailed beast was like? Shui gently patted Komiai's head. Go on and play. When you're tired, you can head back to the sacred land. Komiai's golden eyes lit up. Wonderful. With a powerful flap of her wings, the Seven Tails launched herself into the sky, her massive silhouette carving through the clouds. She darted through the atmosphere, occasionally diving and looping in elegant patterns, letting out joyful, resonant cries. The crowd stood rooted to the spot, staring up blankly at the sky. That was a tailed beast, a legendary cataclysm, yet right now, it was soaring through the air like a perfectly happy bird. Shui retracted his gaze, turning his attention back to the gathered ninjas. Now then. Does anyone else still doubt whether I successfully borrowed the tailed beast? No one questioned him, and no one harbored any further thoughts of fleeing the village. After all, the grass village had officially become a power backed by a tailed beast, and more importantly, they could perfectly deploy its strength without even requiring a Jinchuriki host. What other village in the current shinobi world could boast such a feat? However, a new concern quickly surfaced. A tailed beast worked perfectly as a strategic deterrent, but how were they supposed to fight on the front lines when the war actually broke out? Regarding this point, Shisui was naturally fully prepared. He unrolled the massive summoning scroll across the ground before them. This is the official contract scroll for the Dragonfly Sacred Land. From among your ranks, I will personally select 100 individuals to become the Vanguard Dragonfly users. Forming another rapid sequence of hand signs, a series of compact smoke bursts manifested in the air. As the haze cleared, dozens of hovering dragonflies emerged. They varied drastically in size, the smallest were mere handspans long, while the largest boasted a wingspan stretching well over 2 meters, their emerald wings vibrating against the air with a distinct sharp hum. These dragonflies can be considered descendants of Chomei. They possess high intelligence, can comprehend complex commands, and share a mental link with their contractors. However, not just anyone can sign this pact. To become a dragonfly user, you must first earn their individual recognition. A ninja raised his hand from the crowd. Lord Shiraki, once we forge a contract with these dragonflies, what exactly can we do in battle? Shisui explained smoothly, an exceptional number of things. He signaled the largest emerald dragonfly to descend, stepping lightly onto its hardened back. The creature fanned its wings, launching into the air to carry him through a series of precise, low-altitude banking maneuvers. Reconnaissance, aerial combat, high-speed transit, and synchronized elemental jutsu. As long as you can conceptualize it, they can achieve it. Shisui touched back down on the grass, facing the awestruck crowd. Furthermore, the Dragonfly Sacred Land possesses a specialized secret technique, insect-human fusion. Once you master this style, you can briefly merge your form with your dragonfly, granting you independent flight capabilities and access to their unique, high-yield wind-style jutsu. The eyes of every ninja present widened to their absolute limits. Flight, that was an ability that countless shinobi dreamed of their entire lives. However, Shisui's tone shifted into a serious note. To master these arts, you must undergo exceptionally rigorous training. Over the coming days, I will oversee your instruction personally to weed out the unsuitable and select the final core vanguard. As for those who are filtered out, do not lose heart. It simply means your physical constitution isn't a natural match for the contract, not that you lack capability as a shinobi. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters. 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter. 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 102, Intense pre-1850 words. Over the next few days, the grass village descended into an unprecedented state of high tension. Aburame Shisui, operating under his moniker Shiraki, severely cut all external communications and completely locked down every transit route surrounding the village. No one was permitted to enter or leave without explicit authorization, and violators were ruthlessly punished without exception. Then, the true training commenced. Every single morning at 5 o'clock sharp, the entire force assembled. Formations, physical conditioning, taijutsu, and kunai-throwing drills followed one after another without a single moment of respite. At noon, following a brief window for rest, the curriculum shifted to ninjutsu refinement. Shiraki personally oversaw the drills, starting from the absolute fundamentals of the 3 basic academy jutsu, meticulously correcting every single microscopic flaw in their execution. By evening, it was time for the medicinal rations. Shiraki brought out the remaining reserves of his private inventory. To put it bluntly, these were the failed experimental byproducts left over from his specialized insect breeding. He had crushed the residual biological matter, mixed it into a highly concentrated nutrient solution, and boiled it down into a thick, pitch-black medicinal soup. The primary function of this concoction was to immediately replenish the biological deficits wrung out of their bodies from the grueling physical training, repair internal long-term injuries, and, when necessary, erase the lingering strain left behind by improper physical conditioning. Furthermore, it softened their muscles, tendons, and skeletal structures, drastically increasing their physical flexibility so they could rapidly accelerate their combat capacity during the upcoming collective drills. Naturally, such an exceptionally potent and efficient biological treatment carried one minor side effect. It rapidly accelerated cellular division, permanently shearing roughly 20 years off the consumer's total lifespan. Drink it down. The gathered ninjas stared at the bowls of pitch-black sludge, their faces turning visibly green. What exactly is this? A restorative tonic, Shiraki replied with a perfectly deadpan expression. It replenishes your physical deficits, repairs deep-seated internal trauma, softens your skeletal structure, and forcefully unlocks your latent potential. The ninjas exchanged uneasy glances, pinched their noses, and forced the sludge down their throats. Immediately afterward, they discovered to their utter astonishment that the accumulated exhaustion of a brutal day's training was completely wiped clean. The chronic internal injuries they had collected over years of service, alongside the physical deformities left behind by improper conditioning, were visibly dissolving. What kind of divine miracle medicine is this? Don't ask questions, just drink it when ordered. 3 days later, several individuals noted a massive shift in their physical capabilities. Their movement speed was noticeably snappier, their physical strikes packed more raw force, and their chakra reserves felt incredibly abundant. 5 days later, several began breaking through long-standing bottlenecks, scaling to entirely new heights of combat proficiency. 7 days later, some could continuously execute high-intensity kunai-throwing drills for an entire night, without requiring a single moment of rest. The efficiency of the training protocol was visible to the naked eye. Of course, not every single candidate could maintain that grueling pace. Human talent varied wildly from person to person, and the rate at which their individual biologies absorbed the medicinal soup differed significantly. Those whose progression fell short of the metric gradually began falling behind the vanguard curve. By the 10th day, the very first round of systemic eliminations began. Shiraki gathered all the ninjas whose progression had stagnated and stood squarely before them. Congratulations to all of you. Compared to the rest of the candidates, your baseline comprehension is noticeably superior, and I hadn't anticipated that you would master the core fundamentals and complete the primary phases of training in such a tight window. This is a standard the rest of the camp falls far short of. However, it is my unfortunate duty to inform you that your specific physical compositions are not compatible with the biological criteria required to become a true dragonfly user. Consequently, the most critical assignment of this entire campaign will be entrusted directly to your hands. At this very moment, our leader will systematically restructure you into 25 specialized squads. You will serve as the absolute spearhead of our tactical vanguard. We have zero requirement for you to engage Konoha in a direct, frontal clash. Your sole objective is to seed the terrain with traps and ruthlessly stall the momentum of their advance. We're being sent to the front lines already. One of the ninjas spoke up, his voice tight. The very first group deployed to the field ascent, that just definitionally serving as cannon fodder. Who told you that? Shiraki swept his gaze over the assembled crowd, his tone remaining perfectly measured. You are the very first wave being deployed to the theater, not because you are weak, but precisely because you are strong. You completed your training ahead of schedule. Once the post-war administrative reforms are implemented within the village, every single vacant leadership position will be awarded strictly to those who accumulate the highest merits. When you return from this deployment, you will step directly into roles as squad captains, department heads, and clan elders. As for those left behind, they still have to train here for another 10 days, 20 days, or perhaps even longer. While this deployment carries a definitive baseline of danger, opportunity and risk are always mathematically equivalent. Graduating earlier than your peers means stepping onto the battlefield earlier, which allows you to secure definitive structural merit far ahead of anyone else. The explanation carried a highly convincing thread of logic, especially since the massive leaps in raw strength they had experienced over the past 10 days were an absolute, undeniable reality. In particular, the advanced chemical compounds they had never laid eyes on before, which they had been downing jar after jar, had drastically enhanced their physical power, raw speed, and baseline constitution. Combined with the hands-on instruction of an expert master who systematically patched the historical flaws in their foundational forms, their active combat threat had skyrocketed. Overwhelming 3 or 4 of their past selves in a straight fight was no longer an issue. Right at that moment, Shiraki offered a reassuring smile. Furthermore, with the Seven Tails personally anchoring your rear guard, what is there for you to possibly fear? We have already completely shed our old skins. So what if they're ninjas from a great shinobi village? Why should we be afraid? Military advisor Shiraki, rest assured, we will execute the objective to absolute perfection. They firmly believed that with the massive form of Chomei backing them up, combined with the explosive progression their raw strength had experienced before their very eyes, success was within reach. Their confidence surged across the board. They were absolutely convinced that as long as they secured a definitive victory in the opening skirmish, Lord Shiraki would undoubtedly leverage that momentum to secure secondary reinforcement from the other two nations. When that time came, a tripartite alliance would be more than capable of weathering the storm, allowing the land of grass to truly stand independent. In the blink of an eye, several more days went by, and the final screening process drew to a definitive close. Out of 613 initial candidates, 523 had been systematically eliminated, leaving exactly 90 elite survivors. To fill the remaining vacancies and round the vanguard force out to an even 100, Shiraki had no choice but to handpick 10 high-level wind-style specialists to fill the final slots. These 100 individuals would officially assume the title of the Dragonfly users. From this day forward, you must forge an absolute spiritual connection with your assigned Dragonfly. They are not mere tools of war, they are your partners. You must understand them, trust them implicitly, and align your thoughts seamlessly with theirs. He raised his hand smoothly, and a massive swarm of giant dragonflies fluttered downward, roosting precisely before the assembled ninjas. Over the subsequent days, the skies above the grass village frequently played host to the spectacular sight of shinobi and insects dancing in perfect synchronization. There were those who rode their dragonflies to soar through the clouds, those who practiced specialized elemental casting alongside their aerial partners, and those who even began attempting to align their respiratory cycles and physical trajectories perfectly with the insects beneath them. Meanwhile, Shui turned his absolute focus toward resolving the most critical technical barrier, the concept of human-insect integration. He drew his core inspiration directly from the secret techniques of the Inuzuka clan. That particular lineage possessed the ability to merge flawlessly with their ninja hounds, unleashing a devastating tier of combat power that far exceeded their individual baselines. The underlying principle was relatively straightforward. By achieving a precise resonance within their chakra signatures, the pathway systems of two entirely separate biological entities could be brought into a brief, overlapping alignment, securing total physical synchronization. However, every single clan's secret technique was the product of nearly a millennium of evolutionary trial and error. While the baseline concept seemed simple on paper, the internal mechanics possessed an incredibly intricate, highly volatile layer of complexity. In particular, the internal pathways through which chakra circulated varied drastically across different biological kingdoms. A dragonfly's meridians shared absolutely zero structural commonalities with a human being's nervous system. The synchronization dynamic utilized between a human and a canine could only serve as a generic reference point when applied to a human and an insect. He attempted dozens of specialized pathway alignments, but every single experiment collapsed into a definitive failure. Yet, he remained perfectly composed. He still possessed a narrow window of time. Right at that juncture, an emergency intelligence dispatch arrived from the front lines. Konoha's vanguard force had rapidly advanced its perimeter, eating through nearly 50 miles of territory. The leadership of this incoming army featured two prominent powerhouses, Uchiha Fugaku, the famed wicked eye of the Uchiha, and Hyuga Tennin, the current head of the Hyuga clan. Together, the two prestigious noble lineages commanded an army of 1,000 shinobi. The initial 100-man screening unit that the grass village had previously deployed had been thoroughly broken. Only a few dozen heavily wounded survivors had managed to crawl back to the compound. The moment the intelligence swept through the grass village, the baseline atmosphere instantly tightened to a razor's edge. Upon hearing the report, Shiraki simply smiled faintly. Clearing out the internal web of spies ahead of time, was proving to be an exceptionally brilliant tactical move because the enemy army was advancing with absolute zero knowledge that he had already brought the Seven Tails onto the field. Chomei possessed a highly specific, devastating area of effect jutsu. By scattering her specialized blinding scale powder across the sky, she could induce collective, absolute blindness across an entire battlefield. It didn't matter what kind of legendary dojutsu your bloodline possessed before her radiant powder, everyone was equally blind. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 103, The Eve of the Great Battle. 1167 words. P.S. I know it sounds like robots talking, but it will be only for some chapters. I have fixed the upcoming chapters. Looking at the panicked crowd below, Aburame Shursui felt certain in his heart, yet he still turned to the Seven Tails resting nearby and asked, Chomei, can your scale powder blind the Byakugan and the Sharingan? The Seven Tails flapped its wings and replied, of course it can. My scale powder doesn't just target the eyes, it targets chakra perception. No matter if it's the Byakugan or the Sharingan, anyone touched by my powder becomes completely blind. Aburame Shursui nodded and looked back at the panicked ninjas. Did you all hear that? The reinforcements Konoha sent are from the two clans famous for their eyes, Aburame Shursui said calmly. But our trump card is the scale powder that renders all eyes useless. Furthermore, Takigakure has agreed to lend us 100 elite ninjas for support. We only need to wait patiently and let them enter our trap. At that moment, another elder spoke up. Our grass village has countered the Hyuga's gentle fist before. As long as we can blind them, their gentle fist is useless against us. Let them see the power of the grass village. A few days later, all the ninjas of the grass village were assembled, 13 people in total, divided into two groups. The first group of 400 men was led by Negishi Kusanagi. They were well-equipped and high in spirits, heading to the border to build defenses and intercept Konoha's vanguard. The second group consisted of 113 people, including 100 Dragonfly users and 13 reserves, commanded personally by Aburame Shursui. They would serve as the reserve force to be deployed at the critical moment. Standing on a high platform, Negishi Kusanagi looked down at the dark mass of people. Do you have the confidence to defeat the enemy? The crowd shouted in unison, yes. Do you have confidence? Negishi Kusanagi raised his hand, move out. The 400 ninjas marched in formation toward the border. Aburame Shursui stayed behind, watching their departing backs. Beside him, the massive body of the Seven Tails lay on the ground, its 6 wings fluttering gently. Aren't you going? She asked. No rush, Aburame Shursui said calmly. Let them fight first to wear down Konoha's spirit. He turned to the Seven Tails. When the time comes, I'm counting on you. The Seven Tails replied, don't worry. Leave it to me. By the way, after the war, can you give me a little more of that energy? Just a little bit. Aburame Shursui. We'll talk after the battle. On the other side, at the border of the land of grass, along a 50-mile battle line. Uchiha Fugaku stood on a high slope, his crimson Sharingan spinning slowly as he scanned the valley covered in thick forest. Behind him, nearly 1,000 Konoha ninjas were stationed in an orderly camp. The camp spread out in a fan shape, occupying 3 miles of strategic ground. Hyuga Tennin walked up slowly, the veins near his temples bulging as his Byakugan remained active. Standing beside Fugaku, his vision pierced through layers of trees, taking in the terrain within 10 kilometers. The layout is crude, Hyuga Tennin said quietly. The traps are spaced unevenly and the technique is amateur. They were likely set up in a hurry. Uchiha Fugaku nodded. His 3-tomo Sharingan caught faint traces of chakra in the distance. But their numbers are high. In the skirmish 3 days ago, we killed over 90 people, and fewer than 10 escaped back heavily wounded. The grass village's total fighting force should be much more than this. You think it's an ambush? Hyuga Tennin glanced at him. I don't, Uchiha Fugaku said plainly. I just think it's going too smoothly. It was indeed too smooth. As the Konoha army advanced, they met almost no real resistance. The traps set by the grass ninjas' tripwires, simple explosive tags, and poison needle traps were useless against the Sharingan and Byakugan. Often, the traps were dismantled by Konoha's sensory or scout teams before they could even be triggered. The battles were completely one-sided. In the skirmish 3 days ago, Konoha sent only 3 squads of 30 men, and wiped out nearly 100 grass vanguard ninjas. Konoha's casualties were minor, only 30 were wounded, and 17 of those died from their injuries, mostly due to an enemy Jonin's intervention. For a 1,000-man battle, these losses were negligible. Right now, a sense of laziness drifted through the Konoha camp. Several Chunin sat around a campfire, chatting while sharpening their kunai. I thought this would be hard, but this is it. I heard the grass village doesn't even have real masters. Their strongest people are just average Jonin level. This is like bullying. Elsewhere, 3 Jonin were checking spoils of war. The ninja tools taken from the grass corpses were of poor quality, mostly common iron, with the occasional low-grade chakra metal kunai. With gear like this, they dared to challenge Konoha, a scarred Jonin mocked. Fighting the grass village isn't like fighting a great nation, it's easy work. These ninjas aren't even enough for us to kill. Hey, don't say that. Those 100 people from before were actually quite strong. Usually, those would have been all the elites they have. Their voices were just loud enough to reach the ears of Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Tennin nearby. Both men turned around at once. Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan shifted, becoming cold, Jonin Tanaka. The scarred Jonin froze and quickly stood up, Lord Fugaku. Repeat what you just said. Tanaka swallowed hard, not daring to speak. Hyuga Tennin took a step forward, his Byakugan staring at the moon. His voice was low but carried absolute authority. Whether the opponent is from the 5 great nations or a small village, as long as they are the enemy, you must treat them with total seriousness. Carelessness is a ninja's greatest stupidity. Uchiha Fugaku took over, his voice echoing through the camp. Did any of you look closely at the grass ninja corpses from 3 days ago? The camp fell silent. Their equipment was simple, but their physical condition was wrong, Fugaku continued. Their muscle density far exceeded normal grass ninjas, and their chakra levels were unusually high. I checked the palms of several bodies. The calluses from throwing kunai were fresh. This means they underwent high-intensity training very recently. Hyuga Tennin added with a nod, also, the ones who escaped moved at extreme speeds despite their injuries. That isn't the kind of stamina a normal grass ninja possesses. The two looked at each other, both seeing the same concern in the other's eyes. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters. 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter. 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 104, Why Can't the Teacher Let Go of His Hatred? 1362 words, rest and reorganize on the spot, Uchiha Fugaku ordered. Scouting squad, advance 5 kilometers and establish a picket line. Medical squad, check all wounded personnel to ensure there are no signs of poisoning or genjutsu. Fugaku, Hyuga Tennin said in a low voice, I want to personally lead a team to look ahead. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head. I will go. Hyuga Tennin frowned slightly. In terms of scouting, the Hyuga's Byakugan is more suitable. Uchiha Fugaku looked toward the other side of the camp. There, more than 50 Uchiha clansmen had gathered voluntarily, the red light of the Sharingan flickering in everyone's eyes. But we need to achieve military merit. Hyuga Tennin remained silent. In truth, he really wanted to explain to this young master of the Uchiha that whether the Uchiha could integrate into Konoha's political power had nothing to do with having military merit. But the words reached his lips and he swallowed them back down. Some things are better left unsaid, especially now. If he spoke up, the other party would think he was trying to steal the credit. It was better to let these proud Uchiha experience and feel it for themselves. Then again, under normal circumstances, the Uchiha clan truly did need merit. Ever since the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, established the military police force and restricted the Uchiha to managing village security, this grand clan which once shared equal fame with the Senju had gradually distanced itself from the system of war achievements. Opportunities to earn merit on the battlefield grew fewer, and their voice within the village waned day by day. In contrast, the Hyuga clan, as one of Konoha's oldest noble clans, upheld their family precepts. The branch house protected the main house, and the main house did not easily put itself in danger. The entire clan maintained a subtle and stable position within Konoha. Merit, for them, was not a necessity. I understand, Hyuga Tennin finally nodded. Take 50 men and advance at most 20 miles outside the grass village. If there is any abnormality, retreat immediately. Rest assured. Uchiha Fugaku turned and walked toward his clansmen. 50 pairs of Sharingan looked at him simultaneously. In those eyes, there was desire, battle intent, and a restlessness that had been suppressed for far too long. Come with me. At the same time, in Konoha village. Inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, looked at the latest battle report, his brow furrowed deeply. Advancing 50 miles in 2 days, killing nearly 100 grass ninjas, with our own casualties under 10 men. He murmured to himself. It's too smooth. Udatane Koharu stood to the side. Isn't that a good thing? A good thing. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the scroll. Koharu, you are also someone who lived through the Warring States period. On the battlefield, things going too smoothly usually means greater danger lies ahead. Mitokado Hamura added, Fugaku and Tennin are both cautious men. They should act with care. I hope so, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, feeling uneasy. In the land of Earth, Hidden Stone Village. Anoki floated in midair, looking at the intelligence sent back by a spy. A cold smile appeared on his wrinkled face. Konoha deployed 1,000 troops, with the Uchiha and Hyuga clans jointly leading the attack on the grass village. Behind him, Kitsuchi asked, Lord Tsuchikage, do we need to intervene? Intervene? Anoki shook his head with a smile. No, we will just watch. The grass village has only a few hundred people. Even if they have some hidden cards, it is impossible for them to stop the joint forces of Konoha's 2 grand clans. This war will end in half a month at most. However, send orders to the border troops to increase vigilance. If Konoha gains a solid foothold in the land of grass, it won't be a good thing for our hidden stone. In a certain underground cave, a white, humanoid creature slowly emerged from the ground, making a strange, mocking sound. Lord Madara, the war between Konoha and the grass village has begun. Deep within the cave, Uchiha Madara sat on his stone throne, his eyes still tightly closed. Konoha sent Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Tennin with 1,000 ninjas. As for the grass village, there seem to be some small movements, but the specifics are unclear. Lord Madara, do you need me to take a look? Uchiha Madara's voice carried undisguised contempt. To fight a small ninja village of a few hundred people, they actually need to deploy both the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. Konoha has grown weaker and weaker in the hands of Tobirama and Hiruzen. Then the outcome of this war. The grass village is bound to lose, Uchiha Madara said plainly. The gap in strength cannot be made up by petty cleverness. Ignore such boring matters, the Eye of the Moon plan is the main focus. Understood. White Zetsu slowly sank back into the ground, and the cave fell into silence once more. On the other side of the land of grass border, Kakuzu walked leisurely along a path through the forest, followed by 100 Takigakure ninjas. Their pace was not fast. Rather than rushing to a battlefield, they looked more like they were out on a stroll. Lord Kakuzu, shouldn't we pick up the pace? A Takigakure Jonin couldn't help but ask. The fighting over at the grass village might have already started. Kakuzu didn't turn his head. What's the rush? The grass village hired us to be reinforcements. When are reinforcements most valuable? It is when the battle is at its fiercest, and both sides are completely exhausted. If we go too early, they will want us to exert our strength. If we go too late and the grass village is destroyed, the commission fee is gone. Therefore, neither too early nor too late is just right. He looked up at the sky. At this rate, we will walk for another 3 days. The Takigakure ninjas looked at each other, but no one dared to argue. This powerhouse, who had lived from the Warring States period until now, usually looked like a money-grubbing old man, but when he gave an order, no one dared to oppose him. Kakuzu continued forward, but his mind was calculating something else. What on earth was that guy Aburame Shirsui, who went by the codename Shiraki, planning? That guy's strength was terrifyingly vast. If he summoned all those insects from underground, he could fight Konoha on his own. Yet he absolutely refused to reveal his strength, and he didn't even plan to make a move personally during this clash between the two nations. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. In any case, whether the grass village won or lost, he would make money. If they won, his commission would double. If they lost, he could still salvage some valuable corpses from the battlefield to sell on the black market for cash. Further away, in Orochimaru's underground laboratory, his movements suddenly paused. At this moment, his physical strength was constantly climbing. Finally, a complete transformation. In the land of rain, Jiraiya sighed when he thought about the upcoming war. Old man, why can't you look at the bigger picture, and just let go of the hatred a little? Blind hatred only causes hatred to continue. Why can't people understand each other, tolerate each other, and reach a reconciliation to bring peace to the ninja world? Back in the land of grass, mimicry monitoring insects were spread everywhere, lurking in the mountains, forests, and even within the rivers. Under the guidance of Shiraki, they monitored the area, watching as 50 pairs of crimson Sharingan moved through the forest, rapidly closing in on the grass village. The mountain rain was about to fall. The wind had already begun to blow. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters. 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter. 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 105. The first clash. Even when empowered, they stand no chance. 1392 words. At the border, Negishi Kusanagi stood on a hill, looking into the distance. There the Konoha army was approaching. Leading them were the two grand clans possessing the highest bloodline limits in the ninja world, the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, and the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. He took a deep breath. To say he wasn't nervous would be a lie, but he had no way back. Behind him were the 500 ninjas he had personally selected. They might be inferior to the enemy in strength, equipment, and experience. But now, they suddenly had a belief. From this day on, the grass village would no longer be a fence-sitter. From this day on, they were the independent faction. They were here. Negishi Kusanagi narrowed his eyes as Konoha's vanguard came into view. It was the advance team of the Uchiha clan, about 50 people, led personally by Uchiha Fugaku. Get ready. The ninjas behind him gripped their kunai tightly and held their breath. 500 against 50. The numerical advantage was theirs, but behind those 50 were another 950 men. Staring at the approaching enemy, Negishi Kusanagi suddenly smiled. Come on. Let me see just how strong these so-called prestigious clans really are. With a wave of his hand, the combat formation was instantly deployed. The 400 grass ninjas behind him scattered across the slope of the hill, and into the nearby woods. This was the ambush point they had carefully chosen. Using the terrain and their numbers, they could at least deal a heavy blow to the enemy, Negishi Kusanagi told himself. Uchiha Fugaku stopped on an open patch of ground about 200 meters from the hill, and raised his hand to signal his team to halt. His 3 Tomo Sharingan calmly swept over the hill, and woods ahead, leaving no shadow where an enemy could hide unexposed. 73 people in the left woods, 55 behind the jagged rocks on the right, and the main force on the front slope, 272 people. He spoke in a low voice to his deputy beside him, a crude encirclement formation. Should we notify the main force in the rear? The deputy asked. No need, pierce straight through. Before his voice fully faded, Uchiha Fugaku was the first to dash forward. The 50 Uchiha ninjas followed close behind. There were no complex flanking maneuvers or probing feints, they just charged straight and clean toward the hill. Negishi Kusanagi roared his command. Instantly, kunai and shuriken poured down like rain, mixed with explosive tags, and a few scattered fire-style and wind-style ninjutsu. The dense sound of cutting through the air formed a solid sheet, completely covering the space in front of the Uchiha team. Uchiha Fugaku didn't even slow down. His Sharingan spun at high speed, clearly capturing and predicting the trajectory of every incoming tool and jutsu. His body moved through the attacks with incredible flexibility and precision. Spinning, ducking, leaning sideways, and tilting backward, his movements were as smooth as a dance, and not a single kunai could touch the edge of his clothes. The clansmen behind him did the exact same. Their crimson eyes left trails of red light as they bolted forward. The entire team was like a red-hot knife, easily slicing through the seemingly airtight net of long-range attacks. Even if there were a few attacks that could not be completely avoided, they were precisely deflected with kunai or detonated in advance. How is this possible? A young grass ninja stared with wide eyes, his hand holding the kunai trembling. The distance between the two sides closed drastically in a matter of seconds. Close combat stopped them. Negishi Kusanagi drew his long sword, and was the first to meet them. He had to lead the charge, he was the commander. Negishi Kusanagi's blade was fast, striking toward Uchiha Fugaku's neck with lethal intent. However, the edge of his blade only sliced through an afterimage. Fugaku's real body had already appeared on his left side, driving a heavy kick into his ribs. Negishi Kusanagi only felt a massive force hit him before he flew backward, crashing heavily into a tree, as a sweet taste rose in his throat. Uchiha Fugaku didn't even give him a second glance, his figure already diving into the ranks of the grass ninjas. The slaughter began. No, perhaps harvesting was a more accurate word. With the insight of the Sharingan, they could always predict their opponent's attacks and strike back from the most difficult angles. The grass ninjas' advantage in numbers felt hollow and useless against such extreme differences in individual strength. Often, 3 or 4 grass ninjas would surround a single Uchiha, only to find all their coordination seen through, and all their attacks hitting empty air. Then, the Uchiha would seize a fleeting opening to deliver a fatal blow. Kunai pierced hearts, shuriken slit throats, and fire-style burned bodies at close range, screams and dying groans echoed one after another. A grass jonin roared as he formed hand signs, earth-style, earth spike. Sharp stone pillars erupted from the ground. The Sharingan of the Uchiha youth in front of him spun. He leaped lightly into the air just a split second before the stone pillars burst out, throwing 3 shuriken tied with steel wires. They precisely wrapped around the grass jonin's limbs, and with a hard pull. The moment the grass jonin lost his balance, a Uchiha kunai was already driven into the center of his forehead. On the other side, 5 grass ninjas tried to use a coordinated wind and fire combination jutsu to block the retreat of an Uchiha Chunin. But that Chunin's Sharingan saw their chakra flow with perfect clarity. The moment the fireball erupted, he slipped through a gap between 2 wind blades by a hair's breadth. The kunai in his hand flashed with a cold light, and the 2 grass ninjas maintaining the wind style collapsed as blood sprayed from their necks. The combination jutsu instantly collapsed. Well equipped. Yes, the grass ninjas were holding weapons and wearing armor that were much better than before, which Shiraki had scraped together through gritted teeth. But before the Sharingan, the weak points of their armor were easily pierced, and their fine weapons didn't even have time to hit their targets. Firm in their belief, the grass ninjas truly held the determination to fight for their village. However, they now found out that it was all garbage. They clearly felt that they had become stronger, yet when 400 to 500 of them fought 50 people, they couldn't even gain an advantage with a tenfold numerical superiority. Retreat to the second defensive line. Negishi Kusanagi coughed up blood, shouting at the top of his lungs. He saw it clearly. In less than 3 minutes of engagement, over 60 or 70 people on his side had already fallen. Meanwhile, on the Uchiha side, although there were casualties, the number was a mere handful. The rout began. The grass ninjas had long been driven witless by this one-sided crushing. Hearing the order to retreat, they immediately broke and fled backward, their formation completely shattered as they ran for their lives. Chase them. A young member of the Uchiha Hawk faction had gone red-eyed with slaughter. Licking the blood splattered near his lips, he wanted to lead a team up the hill to expand their victory. The cold voice wasn't loud, but it caused all the Uchiha clansmen to stop instantly. Uchiha Fugaku stood where he was, his clothes free of dust, his breathing not even rushed. He turned his head, his three Tomo eyes looking at the clansmen who wanted to pursue. With just a single glance devoid of killing intent or anger, the young hawk felt a chill run through his entire body. Fugaku's gaze swept over the battlefield. The grass ninjas had left behind 47 corpses, and a dozen or so heavily wounded or incapacitated men were wailing. He showed no mercy, ordering his men to finish them off one by one. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters. 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter. 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 106, the brocade pouch stabilizes the army, the cost of fusion. 1340 words. On the Uchiha side, 13 men had fallen. Fugaku walked over, inspecting each one carefully. 7 were already dead. Fugaku recognized them. They were all members of the clan's Hawk faction, the ones most desperate to prove the Uchiha's worth. They had charged the foremost and killed the most fiercely in the recent battle. Another 6 were heavily wounded, but their lives were not in danger. 50 against 500. 7 dead, 6 heavily wounded, nearly 50 enemies annihilated, and 500 routed. This was a combat record that would satisfy any commander. Young Master Fugaku, isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to act like this? A Dove faction elder stepped forward and whispered. Uchiha Fugaku did not reply, his face remaining as calm as ever. Clear the battlefield and retrieve the bodies of the fallen. Then, retreat and report back to the main camp. Young Master Fugaku, are we not going to continue scouting? Another clansman couldn't help but ask. Fugaku turned and walked back the way they came. The intelligence has already been gathered. He had verified what he wanted to know. The fighting power and equipment of the grass ninjas were indeed a step above what the intelligence indicated, but they were still not enough to threaten Konoha's main force. Across the grasslands, forests, and hills, Negishi Kusanagi led his men in a frantic retreat. In the battle just now, if not for his special ability that neutralized the impact of the initial strike, he might have already died under Uchiha Fugaku's blade. What do they mean by we can win? It's all a lie. Where are the reinforcements? Where is the tailed beast? We can't win at all. We couldn't even beat 50 of them. We might as well just scatter and run right now. A ninja's hands trembled violently as he gripped his kunai, his expression completely broken. For a time, fear spread through the crowd. They had finally realized that no matter how much stronger they had become, standing against Konoha was like a mantis trying to stop a carriage. Leader, what do we do? A deputy asked, clutching his wounded side. Their main force will catch up soon. With our strength, I don't think we can hold them off for long. Right then, Negishi Kusanagi remembered the silk pouch that Shiraki had given him before they departed. He had been instructed to open it when facing a crisis. Remembering this, he hurriedly opened the pouch. Inside was a note written by Aburame Shirsue. I assume you have already encountered the Uchiha. Do not panic. Just preserve your strength and retreat. I have a plan. Sir, what does it say? Someone looked up to ask. Negishi Kusanagi replied, the military advisor left behind 3 brilliant strategies in these pouches. What does he want us to do? Follow our previous strategy. When the enemy advances, we retreat. Disperse and stall them. Will this really work? Many people were beginning to doubt. Even Negishi Kusunagi's heart had long been shaken. Training a flying squad wasn't something that could be done overnight. How were they supposed to win? But if they wanted to survive right now, they couldn't scatter. As long as these few hundred people stayed together, he, as their leader, wouldn't be the first to die. Shut up, all of you. Listen to my orders. Take your food pills. Leave 50 men behind to set traps, and follow the preset formations to retreat rapidly. At that moment, someone refused to obey the order and tried to break away from the group. Suddenly, the ninja distributing the food pills spoke up, "Stay and fight to the death. Otherwise, you won't survive past 10 days. Did you really think the nutritional supplements and food pills you've been taking lately had no strings attached?" Everyone froze in shock, instantly halting their steps. That son of a bitch Shiraki. You are not allowed to insult the military advisor. Then, another person asked, should we open the other 2 pouches he left behind right now? Negishi Kusunagi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose not to open them yet. Meanwhile, at the grass village training ground, Aburame Shirsue stood on the high platform, watching the final 100 Dragonfly users perform synchronization training with their partners. In the sky, dozens of massive dragonflies circled and soared. The grass ninjas on their backs stood or crouched, practicing high-altitude kunai throwing and unleashing ninjutsu. Still not enough. The highest synchronization rate is only 63%. He looked at the humans and insects working together in the distance, writing and drawing in his notebook. A closer look would reveal detailed anatomical diagrams of human and dragonfly meridians. It mapped out blood vessels, muscle flow, and most importantly, the flow of chakra pathways. Just looking at that makes my head spin, it's too complicated. The Seven Tails poked her head over from the side. It doesn't feel very useful. It would be faster if I just spat out a tailed beast bomb. Aburame Shirsue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's precisely because they are weak that we need to utilize energy as efficiently as possible to defeat a stronger enemy. The chakra contained in a single one of your tailed beast bombs would completely drain all of these people combined, and it still might not be enough. So should I learn some techniques too? Chomei asked thoughtfully. If you want to learn, do it later, but it won't do much for you. You don't have hands. Unless you can use your mind to manipulate the chakra inside your body to perform precise operations like ninjutsu or sealing jutsu, small ninjutsu are just minor additions for you. Aburame Shirsue returned to his research. Just then, a ninja ran over from afar, panting, "Military advisor Shiraki. Our forces have engaged Konoha. Due to the gap in strength, we have lost dozens of men and have strategically retreated 50 miles. The army's morale is wavering right now. When are we deploying the tailed beast for support?" "I know," Aburame Shirsue interrupted him. "Therefore, we begin the second phase tonight." "The second phase of training? Shouldn't they be sending support?" The Jonin who had returned to deliver the message was completely bewildered. The experimental version of human-insect fusion. Aburame Shirsue turned and pulled out a yellowed scroll from his robes. He had already found the key from the Inuzuka clan's secret techniques. While they couldn't achieve a perfect fusion, they could briefly share chakra and sensory perception. However, at present, there is a slight side effect during the fusion. The dragonfly users will bear a massive burden. Every fusion will accelerate the burning of their chakra. Furthermore, their chakra pathways will suffer permanent damage. Their strength may stagnate forever or even regress. It can't be helped. That's why I only plan to send out 10 people for the fusion experiment this time. The messenger understood clearly. This was preparing 10 people to become test subjects ahead of time to pave the way for those who followed. On the training ground, a young grass ninja dived down on his dragonfly, pulling up sharply just 3 meters above the ground. The movement was so fluid it looked as if the dragonfly were an extension of his own body. Aburaim Shursway looked at them, his heart filled with complex emotions. Some of them were only 15 or 16 years old, while others were already 30. They had drunk the medicine that shortened their lifespans, endured near-brutal training, and now had to face the risk of permanent meridian damage. Yet, there was no hesitation in their eyes, because they knew this was the grass village's only chance. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters. 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter. 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 107, Stubborn Resistance is Futile. 1367 words. What inspiring young people. With their sacrifices, I believe the land of grass will get better and better. A thin smile appeared on Aburaim Shursway's face as he turned around. Let's tell them the truth this time, and let them choose for themselves. With a nod, he walked toward the center of the training ground. The dragonflies in the sky landed one after another, and the ninjas leaped off their backs, lining up in neat formations. Tonight, we will attempt a new kind of technique, Shursway's voice echoed across the field. The initial stage of human-insect fusion. If successful, your strength will explode in a short time, giving you enough power to confront Konoha's Jonin head-on. A slight commotion rippled through the crowd. But there is a price, Shursway continued calmly. With every fusion, the cells in your body will accelerate their division and burn. Your own chakra pathways may also be damaged, and your strength might never progress another inch. This is not an order, it is a choice. Those willing to try, stay. Those who are not can withdraw, and head to the front lines to help set up our defenses. After a long, heavy silence, the first ninja stepped forward, followed immediately by a second, a third. Without Shiraki having to call names, the first batch of 10 test subjects volunteered themselves. Most of them were either too old, full of youthful arrogance, or simply those who genuinely believed the grass village could win this war. These individuals might not have been the type to selflessly sacrifice everything for their village under normal circumstances. But right now, choosing to stand forward showed a unique kind of courage. Even if it was because they had no other options left, and even if it was because they had nowhere else to run. Shiraki applauded them, then took a deep breath as he slowly unrolled the scroll in his hands. Very well, let us begin. Meanwhile, inside Konoha's main camp. 7 dead, 6 heavily wounded, Hyuga Tennin repeated tightly. Fugaku, the opponent, is just the grass village. Is this level of loss not incredibly abnormal? Inside the command tent, several Konoha Jonin, and the core members of both clans held their breath. The casualty rate of the Uchiha clan was within expected parameters for a war, but for it to be this high combined with the grass ninjas displaying strength far beyond intel warranted a deeper look. Uchiha Fugaku stated, the individual combat capability, the quality of equipment, and the fighting will of the grass ninjas we encountered this time far exceed the intelligence we previously possessed. The standard kunai and shuriken they use are exceptionally well crafted, and the same goes for the armor on their bodies. The hidden stone, Hyuga Tennin noted suddenly. A Konoha strategist analyzed, extremely likely. Only a great ninja village has the capability to arm, and rapidly boost a small village in such a short time. The land of earth has always harbored designs on the land of grass as a buffer zone. If Onoki is pulling the strings from behind. No need to guess, Hyuga Tennin interrupted, looking at Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku, what is your judgment? Uchiha Fugaku spoke again, the grass village itself is nothing to worry about. But the shadow behind them must be thoroughly investigated. I suspect the hidden stone didn't just provide equipment, they might have also sent a significant number of elites embedded within them to guide them, or even provided certain forbidden secret techniques or medicines. One had to realize that the 50 men he took out were all Uchiha elites, yet they still suffered significant casualties. Though there were subtle internal power struggles between different factions, the Uchiha were fiercely united when facing an outside threat. But it was exactly that slight friction and distraction that cost them dearly, surpassing the limits of what the Uchiha could tolerate. If that's the case, our strategy needs to change, Hyuga Tennin pondered for a moment. We cannot give the hidden stone time to react or intervene further. We must end this swiftly. Before the grass village can fully reveal their so-called trump cards, we must completely crush them, seize control of the entire land of grass, and establish a fait accompli. I agree, Uchiha Fugaku nodded. Delays breed complications. If the hidden stone really is behind them, seeing the grass fall quickly might deter them from directly conflicting with Konoha. But if the war drags on and they see an opening, the consequences would be disastrous. Chief Tennin, Uchiha Fugaku looked toward the Hyuga leader. The security of our rear and flanks, especially scouting toward the land of earth, will rely on the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. I will detach a squad to cooperate with your clan's scouting efforts. Hyuga Tennin nodded. This was both a division of labor and a political statement. The Uchiha would spearhead the attack while the Hyuga managed defense and scouting. The credit would be balanced across different areas, avoiding the internal friction that might arise if the Uchiha clan claimed all the glory. Though the Hyuga clan wasn't desperate for military merit, maintaining a necessary balance was vital. I will personally arrange a team of elite Hyuga clansmen to scout toward the northwest, focusing heavily on movements near the hidden stone border, Hyuga Tennin said. As for our main force, how do we proceed? Uchiha Fugaku declared, at dawn tomorrow, the entire army presses forward. No more probing, no holding back. With thunderous momentum, we will crush the remaining grass forces and march straight on the grass village. The orders were swiftly relayed, and the Konoha camp became a hive of activity as nearly 1,000 ninjas began their final rest and preparation before the great clash. Uchiha Fugaku noticed that the discipline among the general forces was still somewhat loose, and a bad premonition crept into his heart once more. But this time, Konoha had to win, and the Uchiha had to win. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. To Negishi Kusanagi and his remaining subordinates, these 3 days were absolute hell. Konoha's pursuit was no longer a probing action, it had turned into a highly efficient hunting operation. The Uchiha and Hyuga ninjas moved like precise killing machines, coordinating seamlessly with the other Konoha forces to launch wave after wave of attacks. They were completely useless before the Byakugan. The insight of the Sharingan saw through most camouflages well in advance. A frontal confrontation. That was a luxury they couldn't afford. The only thing the grass ninjas could do was utilize their familiarity with the terrain to continuously retreat, buying time with their lives. Negishi Kusanagi's unit suffered devastating losses. Their original force of over 400 men was whittled down to just over 190, and most of them carried injuries. Yet, the support they desperately wanted never arrived. There was no sign of the tailed beast, and the reinforcements from Takigakure were nowhere to be seen. Despair began to settle over the grass ninjas. But with their lives held in the hands of the enemy, they had no choice but to fight with everything they had just for a chance to survive, unleashing an astonishing display of combat power. However, this desperate resistance, which drained every last ounce of their strength, struck the Konoha ninjas as something deeply unsettling. Judging strictly by the casualty numbers, Konoha had also lost nearly 200 men, with another 100 wounded. This loss ratio was almost a staggering 1-to-1 exchange with the grass village. Furthermore, the bulk of the grass casualties had been dealt by the Uchiha. It could no longer be described as merely unexpected, it was outright shocking. Unfortunately, stalling could not alter the ultimate outcome of the battle, it was simply a slow death. Leader, have we been abandoned? How could that be? We still have the silk pouches. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters. 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter. 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 108, Luring the Enemy into the Abyss, The Desperate Counter. 1433 words. The silk pouches. Who gave a damn about the silk pouches anymore? If they were truly useful, why hadn't they been brought out earlier? If it weren't for the poison in their bodies and their lives being held in someone else's hands, they would have run away long ago. As for whether the poison was real or fake, those ninjas who had previously tried to run away had all acted as if they had lost their minds, covering themselves in explosive tags and charging into the enemy lines to detonate. That was the absolute best proof. In truth, Negishi Kusanagi was also on the verge of collapsing. His special physique could neutralize a portion of the incoming attacks, but days of fierce combat and continuous fleeing had left him covered in wounds, and his chakra was nearly depleted. He looked at the final 2 remaining pouches in his hand, his fingers trembling slightly. Should he open them? Though the timing felt wrong, if he delayed any longer, he feared they would all be slaughtered by Konoha. Ultimately, urged on by the desperate crowd around him, he tore open the pouch marked with the number 2. The letter inside read, "You have fought the Konoha ninjas for so long, surely you already know which ones among them are wind and water style users. The second phase of the plan is to use every ounce of your strength to kill their water style users. This is the absolute key to victory." That was it. That was all. What good would killing water style users do? The crowd was bewildered, but in their current state, they could only follow orders blindly. "Leader, just open the final pouch too," someone urged. Negishi Kusanagi hesitated, but in the end, he ignored military advisor Shiraki's original instructions and opened the last pouch early. They were facing death right now, and everyone desperately needed to know if there were any real backup plans or hidden arrangements left. Inside the final pouch was a crude, hand-drawn map. It marked a specific location called the Ring Valley, and next to it was a small line of text. "I knew you would open this early. But eliminating the water-style users remains critical. Once that is done, flee into this area. A trap has already been set here." The Ring Butterfly Valley shown on the map was less than 20 miles away from their current path of retreat. "Leader, since there's a trap, let's fall back right now. Forget about the water-style users." Another voice pressed, "Yeah, Konoha didn't deploy many water-style users this time anyway. Shut up and follow orders." Negishi Kusanagi barked in a low hiss. "We have already been pushed to this absolute limit. We must execute the plan precisely." In truth, he didn't quite understand why the advisor was being so seemingly foolish either, but Aburame Shirsue had solemnly promised him before the war that as long as he followed the plan to the letter, he would live. As for whether the other grass ninjas survived, he no longer cared about that. As long as he survived, nothing else mattered. Furthermore, he knew one secret very clearly: there was no actual poison inside the grass ninjas' bodies. It was all a lie cooked up to maintain absolute discipline in the ranks, a narrative he and the advisor had agreed upon beforehand. As for why the deserting ninjas turned into human bombs, that was naturally due to other hidden traps the advisor had placed on them. 3 days later, the grass village force had dwindled drastically once again, leaving only a little over 110 people. Fortunately, water-style users were indeed scarce among the enemy ranks. The Uchiha naturally favored fire and lightning attributes, rarely producing water users, while the Hyuga specialized entirely in taijutsu, with most of their clansmen completely lacking or outright disdaining the 5 basic nature transformations. This allowed their targeted elimination of water-style users to succeed flawlessly. Afterward, fighting and fleeing at the same time, they finally reached the designated valley. It was a small circular valley, easily taken in with a single glance. Wild grass covered the surrounding terrain, while the interior of the valley was shaded by lush green trees. Aside from that, the topography was low-lying, surrounded by poisonous mist and swamp miasma, with very scarce water resources. These features were all entirely visible at a glance. Beyond that, there was absolutely no sign of any hidden traps. "Where's the trap?" A one-armed grass ninja laughed miserably. "This is just a quiet, swampy valley. Is the advisor playing us? Does he want to bury the last of us here just so he can surrender to Konoha? Negishi Kusanagi barked sharply, though his own heart sank. Military advisor Shiraki's plans were becoming harder and harder to comprehend. But at this point, did they have any other choice? Keep moving toward the center of the valley. Negishi Kusanagi ordered through gritted teeth. It was the only command left to give. The remaining grass ninjas supported one another, stumbling blindly toward the center of the ring valley. Behind them, Konoha's pursuers followed like shadows. The continuous chase over the past few days had cost Konoha another few dozen lives. Most of them had died in the near-suicidal, frantic counterattacks launched by the cornered grass ninjas. This casualty ratio left the Konoha ninjas shocked and deeply humiliated. The arrogant ninjas who had mocked their foes earlier felt as if they had been violently slapped across the face. But the battlefield waited for no one. Having guessed that the hidden stone village might be backing the grass, Konoha could no longer alter its strategy to a slow, steady advance. They had to crush and eliminate every single grass ninja, in one swift motion. Yet, even though they had corrected their attitude and proceeded with absolute caution, their losses and casualties still refused to drop. The Hyuga clan fared reasonably well, with their Byakugan and disciplined style. They did not overextend, keeping their casualties minimal. The Uchiha clan, however, charged at the very front every single time. They had already lost nearly a third of their deployed clansmen over these past few days. However, their surviving forces had grown noticeably stronger, as almost all remaining Uchiha had awakened their eyes, with 4 ninjas successfully advancing to the 3-tomo stage. Hyuga Tennin's Byakugan had already mapped out the layout of the circular valley from afar. Though the terrain looked slightly peculiar, he detected no large chakra signatures or signs of an ambush. No large-scale ambushes found in the valley ahead, Hyuga Tennin confirmed with Fugaku. Accelerate. Don't let them escape into the valley. Uchiha Fugaku gave the order, his Sharingan sweeping across the battered remnants of the fleeing grass ninjas. The last shred of doubt in his heart vanished. Fleeing into a dead end at the end of their rope was nothing more than a final death struggle. Very quickly, the path ahead ended. The desperate grass ninjas halted their steps and turned around, only to see 700 Konoha ninjas already sealing off their escape routes. The faces of the pursuers flashed with excitement, clearly viewing these heads as stepping stones for their own promotions. All forces advance, eliminate them inside the valley. With a single command, the Konoha ninjas charged with full force. The last vestige of hope in Negishi Kusanagi's heart shattered completely. Looking at the dark mass of Konoha ninjas rushing toward them, he let out a furious roar, "Military advisor Shiraki, you lied to me." However, right at that moment high up in the sky, the cloud layer tore open. The sharp, rhythmic hum of vibrating insect wings echoed down from above, forcing every ninja below to instinctively look up. They saw a massive insect flapping 6 wings, blotting out the sun as it scattered countless shimmering, colorful scales from the sky. It was the 7 Tails, Chomei. Their reinforcements had arrived. Swiftly, the hum of insects began to rise throughout the valley, and a faint mist started to ripple outward from the creature's body. Deep within the forest, a figure with vibrant green hair rapidly formed hand signs. A voice, too quiet for anyone to hear, whispered through the trees, "Genjutsu, breath of euphoria." The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters. 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter. 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 109, blinded by scale powder, frenzied by the euphoric buff. 1314 words. Oh no, my eyes. I can't see anything. Quickly, close your eyes. Don't look at the sky. Within the circular valley, hundreds of Konoha ninjas instantly became blind with their eyes wide open. And that was not the end of it. Swiftly, the genjutsu descended, causing everyone's desire to battle to skyrocket, which quickly began to impair their judgment. The genjutsu breath of euphoria was an ability Aburame Shursui had used once before during his battle against Orochimaru, though it was incomplete at the time. Now, while it was far more difficult to execute, its effects were terrifyingly potent. It was not a pure genjutsu, nor was it a pure poison. It was a colorless, odorless, shapeless blend of toxins and chakra. This specialized chakra-infused poison entered the body through breathing, directly targeting the nervous system and adrenaline production. Those caught in the technique would grow increasingly ecstatic, frantic, and eventually lose all rationality. And if one happened to be in the middle of a battlefield, there was only one possible outcome. Inside the Ring Valley, the Konoha ninjas who had inhaled the breath of euphoria showed reddening eyes after about half a minute of incubation. This was not the crimson of the Sharingan, but a bloodshot redness born of congestion. Yet, their pupils remained dull and lifeless, they were clearly still blind. A Chunin suddenly snapped, driving a kunai into the comrade beside him. In truth, he couldn't even be sure if it was an ally, he merely felt danger approaching. Completely blinded, he had become a total captive to his instincts. Are you insane? His companion was slightly stronger, and had only just entered the euphoric state, retaining a shred of reason to recognize that the attacker was a compromised teammate. But at most, he could only recognize the single teammate, he could no longer distinguish the other Konoha ninjas. Soon, a lethal intent struck from behind, forcing him to fight back to protect himself. Just like that, a comrade died by his hand, covering him in spraying blood. Don't move. Stay where you are, a Jonin roared, his hands rapidly weaving signs to cast a genjutsu release. But it was entirely useless, and no one listened. The weaker ninjas caught in the breath of euphoria were left with nothing but the urge to slaughter, unable to distinguish friend from foe or tell directions. Meanwhile, those who were less affected had no choice but to strike back in self-defense. Of course, there was an even more critical factor. A portion of the grass ninjas had also been affected, but for some reason, they seemed to have prepared their eyes in advance. They were not blind, or at least not completely blind, and could still make out blurry shapes. Anger, revenge, and euphoria stacked together, maxing out their status buffs and causing their combat power to skyrocket. Instantly, the battlefield devolved into utter chaos. Amidst the turmoil, more individuals lost control of their willpower, as they inhaled greater amounts of the mist, joining the frantic madness. Standing in the middle of the chaotic army, Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan spun rapidly. A large amount of blood rushed to his eyes, washing away the scale powder and quickly freeing him from the blindness. At that moment, he felt the bizarre aura invading his body, trying to stir his emotions, but he used his ocular power to forcefully suppress it. Uchiha clansmen, gather around me, he barked sharply. It had to be said that the Uchiha clan's resistance to genjutsu was incredibly high. Even though their bodies remained hyperstimulated, many clansmen regained their senses with Fugaku's help, gradually suppressing the aggressive restlessness in their hearts to gather around him. However, the Seven-Tails scale powder was not to be underestimated. It had already worked its way into their eyes, and even a three-tomo Sharingan could not grant total immunity. Before long, over a dozen Uchiha gathered by his side. Fugaku instructed them to forcefully push their Sharingan to wash the scale powder off their pupils with the blood overflowing from their eyes. The clansmen did as instructed, but many who lacked sufficient strength still failed to recover their vision, their sight remaining entirely gray. Lord Fugaku, I still can't see. Are we going blind? An Uchiha gripped his eyes, his expression twisted in pain. His eyes were his pride, and now that pride was being thoroughly crushed. Don't overthink it, the effect is only temporary. You will recover soon. But Uchiha Fugaku did not know that while the initial blindness might have been temporary, their forced manipulation made it permanent for some. Those who could recover had already done so, suffering at most a minor drop in visual acuity later on. But for those who failed to recover, the scale powder had hitched a ride on the flowing blood to invade the small wounds in their eyes, making the situation worse by the second. If left untreated, they could face permanent partial or total blindness. Right then, the sound of vibrating wings echoed from the sky once more. Uchiha Fugaku looked up. There a massive insect slowly flapped its wings, its golden compound eyes looking down upon the field, the Seven-Tails, Chomei. Around it, nearly 100 figures were circling. These figures either rode giant dragonflies or had fused with them, growing a pair of translucent wings on their backs to dart through the air like hunting birds. Flying ninjas, giant dragonfly-type summoning beasts. Uchiha Fugaku muttered. He finally understood what the Grass Village's true trump card was. Unnoticed by most, Aburame Shirsue using the codename Shiraki had already appeared on the back of the Seven Tails. As it turned out, the one casting genjutsu from within the valley had never been his real body. "Rescue our people," Shiraki said plainly, looking down at the chaotic battlefield below. Beside him, the Seven Tails continued to scatter her scale powder continuously. Upon receiving the order, the hundreds of dragonfly users dived down, scooping up the grass ninjas who had broken away from the front lines and still retained their sanity. These grass ninjas had consumed the insect soup, allowing a portion of them to become immune to the informational toxins. Furthermore, Shiraki had intentionally avoided them while casting his technique, so very few were actually caught in the genjutsu. "It's the military advisor. We are saved." The rescued grass ninjas collapsed onto the backs of the dragonflies, weeping tears of joy. In the end, 67 people were successfully pulled out. As for the remaining 40-odd people, they had either already died in battle or had fallen completely into madness. Reduced to a semi-blind state, they trusted no one but themselves, killing anyone who came near. But nothing could be done about that. They could only blame their body's poor absorption of the medicine, which had failed to build an immunity, or their weak resistance to genjutsu, which left them entangled despite not being targeted. "Retreat," Shiraki ordered once more. The dragonfly users carried the rescued grass ninjas, soaring back into the high skies. On the battlefield below, only the frantic Konoha ninjas and the few elites struggling to maintain their sanity remained. Uchiha Fugaku stood expressionless, watching the dragonfly users carry the grass ninjas away, completely powerless to stop them. Those flying enemies were far too troublesome, their speed was too fast, and their position was too high for him to reach. "Lord Fugaku, let's fall back," and Uchiha urged. Uchiha Fugaku remained silent, looking at the frantic Konoha ninjas and the Jonin, who were being pinned down by their own allies. Finally, hardening his heart, he waved his hand, "Retreat. The story is already written. Waiting to be unleashed." Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters. 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter. 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 110, The Mangekyo and the Avatar of Destruction. 1440 words. However, right at that moment, the dragonfly users in the skies above the valley flew back once more. They circled above the ravine, systematically forming a massive vortex. Immediately after, the 100 dragonfly users formed hand signs simultaneously. Wind style, tornado jutsu. The combined jutsu unleashed by the 100 ninjas and their summoning beasts generated a violent air current around the outer edge of the circular valley. The ninjas who were attempting to flee were instantly blown back inside. Initially, the wind pressure was not overwhelmingly strong. Uchiha Fugaku could have broken through the barrier and escaped on his own, but he could not abandon his clansmen, who were being swept back by the gale. Forced by the circumstances, he returned to the valley floor. "Form a formation. Back to back, do not separate," he roared to the people around him. The Uchiha clansmen did not understand why Fugaku was giving such an order. After all, face to face with a combined ninjutsu of this scale, any resistance seemed utterly futile. "Don't worry about us, leave quickly. He's right, we can no longer escape." With a freezing expression, Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan spun frantically. He stared at them with bloodshot eyes and barked, "Obey my orders." Finally, the dozen or so Uchiha clansmen stopped resisting. They gathered together, establishing a tight defensive perimeter. At the same time, Hyuga Tennin and a dozen Hyuga clansmen formed a similar defensive formation not far away. After the intense slaughter, they had finally snapped out of their confusion. Although their Byakugan still could not see through the scale powder, the Hyuga clan possessed naturally exceptional sensory abilities. Even without their vision, they were highly capable sensory ninjas. "Chief Hyuga, bring your men over here." Uchiha Fugaku suddenly called out toward the distance. Hyuga Tennin tracked the source of the voice and looked toward him. For some unknown reason, a natural sense of trust toward this junior rose from the depths of his heart. It was an indescribable feeling, largely stemming from the innate confidence Fugaku exuded, a confidence that made people believe he truly possessed a way to survive. "Listen to my command, move over there." "Chief, even if we activate rotation," a Hyuga ninja argued, "protecting ourselves is already difficult enough. We can't afford to watch out for the Uchiha. I am the clan chief, obey the order." Under Hyuga Tennin's unyielding command, the Hyuga clan swiftly integrated with the Uchiha clan. "Are we going to join forces and break out?" Hyuga Tennin asked upon getting close. Uchiha Fugaku looked up at the sky and shook his head. "No, the killing blow is coming. I need your rotation to block the first wave of the assault." Before he could finish his sentence, the wind pressure, which had not yet reached its absolute peak, abruptly contracted toward the center. The wild wind howled, whipping up sand and shattering rocks. The remaining frantic Konoha ninjas were pulled into the vortex, vanishing into the depths of the eye of the storm with horrific screams. Uchiha Fugaku commanded, "Hold steady. Use your chakra to grip the ground firmly." Hyuga Tennin kept his word, drawing a circle with both hands to unleash rotation, successfully holding the raging winds at bay outside their barrier. But this was only the beginning. In the sky, the Seven-Tails giggled and said, "My turn." She opened her massive mouth, violently spewing a dense cloud of purple scale powder. The scales were instantly caught by the wild wind and drawn into the tornado, distributing evenly into every single corner. Her scale powder was never limited to just one type. She had blinding powder, and naturally, she also possessed highly flammable powder. Once a massive amount of combustible material was mixed into the dense tornado, dozens of dragonfly users formed hand signs simultaneously, spitting out searing flames. Fire style, blazing ash jutsu. Though it was merely an ordinary C-rank ninjutsu, the sheer scale of dozens of them being cast in unison made the power terrifying. The moment the flames touched the scale powder boom, the purple flames instantly erupted, spreading along the path of the tornado and transforming the entire column of wind into a soaring pillar of fire. Even if the remaining Konoha ninjas managed to avoid being swept away by the gale, the extreme heat that accompanied the falling flames instantly vacuumed the surrounding oxygen, turning the air scalding hot. Many ninjas simply could not withstand it, their bodies charring from the inside out in an instant. They did not even get the chance to let out a single scream. The wind fueled the fire, and the fire rode the wind, instantly engulfing hundreds of ninjas within the inferno. The swamp gas, dry grass, and trees within the valley, every combustible thing burned furiously. The orange-red fire tornado reached hundreds of meters into the sky, illuminating the entire valley as bright as day. On the outside of the pillar of fire, the ninjas who had fused with their dragonflies temporarily undone their fusions. They collapsed onto the backs of their dragonflies, rapidly moving away from the flames to avoid being roasted by the intense heat. As for Shiraki, he sat comfortably on the back of the Seven-Tails, flying further into the distance to observe. By this point, the battle was entirely devoid of suspense. The Konoha ninjas were virtually annihilated, leaving zero possibility for a turnaround. Even the few who had miraculously broken past the wind pressure were completely helpless against the high-altitude flying ninjas due to their blindness. A few successive wind blades easily sliced them into ribbons, and they couldn't even manage to land a scratch on the dragonfly users. Shiraki gazed at the towering pillar of fire and murmured, "Is it over? It seems no other unexpected variables will occur." For some reason, Shiraki felt a trace of disappointment. He had originally thought there would be some earth-shattering twist, or perhaps certain Uchiha had hidden their true capabilities. Now, it appeared there was nothing. However, just as he shook his head with a sigh, preparing to depart, the violently burning vortex of fire began to shrink rapidly. Right before the fire tornado could dissipate completely, a massive, orange-yellow greatsword slashed through the flames from the inside out. Surprisingly, the remaining fire was absorbed entirely by that massive greatsword in a single breath. Once the flames in the valley vanished completely, a massive, dozen-meter-tall orange humanoid skeletal torso appeared on the open ground at the core of the valley. The skeletal torso was heavily ridged, and held a burning longsword in its hand. The lower half of the skeleton cloaked over a dozen surviving ninjas, keeping them safely protected within. Uchiha Fugaku stood within the core of the skeleton, both of his eyes bleeding. The blood was black, streaming down his cheeks, and dripping onto the collar of his robes. His eyes were no longer the three-tomo Sharingan. Instead, three blade-like patterns slowly rotated within his pupils. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Immediately following this, his eyes spun once more, causing fresh lines of blood to stream down. Muscles and skin rapidly manifested over the skeleton's frame, draping it in heavy armor. Then, that burning orange treasure sword swung through the air, slashing directly toward his position across the distance. A spark of excitement ignited within Shiraki's heart. His hands rapidly wove hand signs, coordinating with the Seven Tails as she flapped her wings. Before the distant slash of the orange treasure sword could even reach his front, it was forcefully suppressed back down by an immense wall of wind pressure. He patted the Seven Tails back. Fly higher. It's finally here. Chomei, prepare the tailed beast bomb. Shiraki issued the command. Upon receiving the signal, the Seven Tails opened her mouth to gather energy, but a sudden blur washed over her mind as a powerful gaze locked onto her head. It left her thoughts completely chaotic, causing her to feel as if she were plummeting from the sky. It wasn't until Shiraki's voice echoed in her ears once more that her mind snapped back to clarity. Damn it, that wretched Mangekyo Sharingan. I was actually countered by him. However, I am no longer the same as I was in the past. This time, I definitely won't fall for it again. Shiraki shook his head, patting her gently as he said, just to be safe, let's leave it for next time. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 111, Breaking the Encirclement, a secondary ambush manifests 1729 words summoning jutsu, release. Aburame Shirsue operating under his wartime moniker Shiraki rapidly wove a sequence of hand signs. The massive form of the Seven Tails shuddered violently before dissolving into a burst of white smoke, vanishing into thin air. The summoning had been forcefully undone. Uchiha Fugaku raised his head, his Mangekyo Sharingan tracking the space where Chomei had just been floating. A lingering trace of regret flickered in his chest. What a pity. He had burned through an immense amount of ocular power just now trying to seize control of the Seven Tails, but his current strength fell short, allowing the target to break free. What he didn't realize, however, was that Chomei was no longer the creature she once was. Having been heavily infused and reinforced with primordial energy, she had begun developing her own unique inner core. Once her evolution reached its absolute completion, even the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan might fail to suppress her entirely. At that stage, whether a Mangekyo's genjutsu could take hold would depend purely on a raw battle of wills and spiritual pressure between the ninja and the tailed beast. A short distance away, Shiraki remounted a giant dragonfly, his eyes narrowing slightly as he observed the battlefield. Fugaku locked his gaze onto him, his Sharingan practically radiating pure malice. Who are you? Shiraki offered no reply, simply raising a hand with absolute indifference. In the sky above, the 100 dragonfly users dived downward in perfect synchronization. What a joke! Why on earth would he willingly state his identity to the enemy? Furthermore, he wasn't foolish enough to engage a Kage-level powerhouse in close-quarters combat. When his entire vanguard possessed the ability to fly, utilizing absolute air superiority to wear the enemy down was the only logical play. With that, the clash erupted once more. The massive sword of Fugaku's Susanoo cleaved through the air, each swing packing more than enough raw force to obliterate a dragonfly user instantly. However, the aerial squad was simply too fast and too numerous. Fugaku couldn't land a single blow on Shiraki's true body, and even when his attacks clipped the flying ninjas, they merely resulted in non-lethal injuries in most cases. Safely ensconced within the protective absolute defense of the Susanoo, the dozens of elite Konoha ninjas scrambled to treat their wounds using whatever field medicine they had left. The members of the Uchiha clan, in particular, were practically trembling with a mix of awe and fanaticism. The Mangekyo that was the ultimate, legendary evolution of their clan's Kekkai Genkai. None of them had anticipated that Uchiha Fugaku would awaken the Mangekyo at such a critical juncture, let alone manifest the Susanoo to completely shield them from the devastating inferno. As for whether Fugaku had truly just awakened these eyes at this very moment, no one could say for sure. However, judging by the specific abilities manifesting from his eyes, it seemed highly probable. His first ocular jutsu was Kagetsuchi, granting him absolute control over the shape and application of flames for offensive strikes. His second jutsu was called Mikahan, 3000 blazes, manifesting, as the distinct orange fire churning within his pupils, an ability capable of absorbing any fire-attributed energy or flame to convert it directly into his own strength. The flaming longsword currently gripped by the Susanoo was the physical manifestation of these two overlapping ocular traits. Even so, his ocular power was burning at an unsustainable rate. The massive drain on his physical stamina and chakra reservoir had already forced him down onto one knee. Standing high in the sky, Shiraki looked down at the desperate struggle of the cornered prey, gradually losing interest. It truly was a universal constant in the ninja world. As long as you possessed the ability to fly, you held an absolute tactical advantage, regardless of raw power differentials. The wind-style attacks launched by the Dragonfly users did little more than scratch the surface of the Susanoo, but they had the advantage of absolute distance and endless attrition. More importantly, with Shiraki personally overseeing the aerial formation, any attempt by Fugaku to use genjutsu to compromise the flying ninjas was ruthlessly countered. These grass ninjas had undergone specialized training, making their baseline genjutsu resistance remarkably high. In terms of wide-area genjutsu, Fugaku couldn't match Shiraki's specialty, and while Fugaku's single-target ocular illusions were incredibly potent, even if he managed to snare a flyer, the affected ninja would simply be knocked unconscious by a comrade immediately. For a time, Uchiha Fugaku found himself completely bottlenecked. "Fugaku, stop worrying about us." As the effects of the blinding scale powder finally began to fade, Hyuga Tennin's vision returned significantly, restoring the bulk of his combat capability. With a single sweep of his eyes, he immediately diagnosed Fugaku's predicament. These grass ninjas couldn't breach his absolute defense, but because Fugaku was expending everything to shield the surviving group, he was completely anchored to the ground and unable to fight freely. "This is a losing battle if we stay stationary. We need to break through their perimeter. This operation has already failed," another Jonin urged tightly. However, his words immediately drew fierce, defensive backlash from the remaining Uchiha. "For what? The grass village's viable fighting force doesn't even total 100 men right now. What if they can fly? If we coordinate our movements perfectly, we can still slaughter them all. Our leader has awakened the Mangekyo. Why should we run like cowards?" Though Uchiha Fugaku had not officially assumed the mantle of clan head yet, the moment he set foot back within the walls of Konoha, the title would undoubtedly be his. "We haven't lost yet. Lord Fugaku, lead us out to slaughter them. Cut them all down," the Uchiha clansmen bellowed. In their ancestral records, they remembered mentions that the Susanoo was fully capable of flight once it reached higher stages. "All of you, shut up. In a moment, follow my lead. Do not get bogged down in combat, we are breaking out immediately." Fugaku swept his eyes across the perimeter, noting that the majority of the surviving ninjas had regained their mobility. He reached into his pouch, pulled out 2 military ration pills, crushed them between his teeth, and swallowed. His nearly hollowed-out chakra pathways flooded with a sudden surge of renewed energy. Immediately after, his hand slammed into a sequence of hand signs as he let out a thunderous roar. "We are the Uchiha, a clan that fought its way through the bloody crucible of the warring states. How could we ever be brought low by a swarm of miserable insects? The moment the words left his mouth, the lower extremities of the Susanoo rapidly materialized. A towering, 20-meter-tall armored skeletal giant rose from the valley floor. The giant raised its orange treasure sword horizontally across its chest. Deep within the core of the manifestation, Fugaku's chest expanded violently as he took a massive, deep breath. The very flames you built, I return to you tenfold. Flame release, great fire of 3,000 blazes. A colossal deluge of fire erupted from his mouth. The moment the torrent passed through the blade of the flaming treasure sword, it instantaneously superheated, expanding into a vast, unescapable sea of absolute fire. Unfortunately for him, Shiraki, watching closely from his high-altitude vantage point, had already anticipated a desperate gamble the exact moment the Susanoo began forming its lower limbs. He had already unrolled a massive summoning scroll. Weaving a quick succession of hand signs, Shiraki activated a reverse summoning jutsu. The entire squad of Dragonfly users received the emergency signal simultaneously, initiating an instant extraction. The advanced students who had achieved high synchronization with their dragonflies reacted split-second faster, initiating their own reverse summoning escapes. When the sea of fire fully crested, a massive portion of the aerial force vanished into thin air. Those who had failed to master the reverse summoning technique, or suffered from delayed reaction speeds, were instantly reduced to ash within the absolute inferno. As the flames finally dissipated, the irritating swarm of dragonfly users had been entirely cleared from the sky. Uchiha Fugaku had successfully blasted open a clear avenue of escape. Seeing a definitive lifeline, the surviving Konoha ninjas turned and sprinted wildly toward the outer edge of the valley. However, they had barely cleared the immediate perimeter when over 100 figures materialized out of thin air, launching a brutal, coordinated ambush right in their path. Kunai, shuriken, and explosive tags rained down alongside a barrage of elemental jutsu. Though the surviving Konoha ninjas were high-level elites, they had just endured back-to-back catastrophic engagements. They were covered in severe injuries, and their desperate rush to escape left their guard wide open, causing them to plunge headfirst into the trap. In a single, devastating instant, nearly half of the remaining survivors were cut down in the opening volley. As the smoke cleared, the hidden forces responsible for the midway ambush finally stepped into the light. It was a detachment of 100 heavily armed ninjas from Takegakure, led by none other than Kakuzu. Kakuzu swept his cold gaze over Uchiha Fugaku, evaluating the armored frame of the Susanoo that was rapidly stabilizing around the Uchiha leader. A mockingly amused tone crept into his voice. Well, well. If it isn't the Uchiha clan's Susanoo. The last time this old man laid eyes on this technique, I was in the middle of assassinating your Konoha's first Hokage. What a shame he had a partner with him back then, otherwise, I might have actually succeeded. Fugaku's entire body went rigid. He could feel the sheer, oppressive weight of the chakra radiating from the man before him. This newcomer was an apex-level powerhouse. That being said, Kakuzu continued, his eyes locking onto Fugaku's bleeding face. Those eyes of yours look like they would fetch an incredible price on the black market. I think I'll be taking them now. Before the last syllable could fully leave his lips, several thick tendrils of black thread shot out from his hands like lances, striking heavily against the newly reinforced ribs of the Susanoo. The story is already written. Waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters. 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter. 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 112, The Byakugan Secured. 1674 words within the ribs of the Susanoo. Uchiha Fugaku's pupils contracted slightly. Assassinated the first Hokage. Is this man merely boasting, or did it truly happen? Kakuzu did not explain. Instead, as he continued his relentless assault, he cast a glance upward at Shiraki in the sky. How much is that one's head worth? Shiraki smiled faintly. As long as you win, you can name your price. So it's priceless. Kakuzu's eyes lit up, glinting with avarice. Then it must be worth a fortune. He rolled his shoulders, his movements shifting from casual to calculated. Come then, let me see exactly what the Mangekyo is capable of. With a flick of his wrist, chakra circulated through his 5 hearts, and he slammed his palm against the ground. Earth style, earth flow river. Instead of relying on his favored wind or fire style techniques, Kakuzu used the earth flow river to cause the ground to churn and heave, instantaneously splitting the battlefield apart. The remaining Konoha ninjas, caught off guard by the shifting terrain, were violently scattered in all directions. Kakuzu singled out Uchiha Fugaku, but he merely focused on keeping the Uchiha leader pinned down. He strictly avoided any direct, brute force clashes, refraining from deploying massive, high-drain techniques in favor of a constant barrage of minor jutsu and specialized crowd control tactics. He constantly utilized the environment and coordinated with the surrounding ninjas to harass, exhaust, and launch precise sneak attacks against Fugaku. As far as Kakuzu was concerned, fighting fair in a one-on-one duel belonged strictly to the past. Ever since he had first experienced the absolute efficiency of a coordinated gang-up, he made sure to never act alone when he deployed. Furthermore, these Takigakure ninjas possessed exceptionally high physical resilience. Even if they made a tactical error, they weren't the type to be easily slain by a single kunai or a basic elemental jutsu. With the strongest fighter, Uchiha Fugaku, successfully tied down by this sudden powerhouse, Hyuga Tennin had no choice but to step forward. He flared his Byakugan. Though his vision remained terribly blurred, he could still make out the general trajectories of the enemy ninjas closing in on his perimeter. Gentle fist style, 8 trigrams 64 palms. He lunged into the fray, his palms blurring into motion as each strike struck a Takigakure ninja with mathematical precision. However, these adversaries were drastically different from the opponents he had faced in the past. Their hides were absurdly thick. This resilience didn't stem from any armor they wore, but from the dense, modified structure of their physical bodies. The shockwaves of the gentle fist were largely absorbed and mitigated by their augmented flesh. Though the strikes managed to inflict internal injuries, they fell short of delivering instant fatalities. Worse still, the wounded ninjas completely refused to get bogged down in a prolonged duel with him. They retreated immediately after a single exchange, allowing a fresh wave of combatants to take their place. Gradually, Hyuga Tennin felt his stamina failing him. His chakra reserves were rapidly approaching rock bottom, and his Byakugan was reaching its absolute endurance limit. He knew with bitter certainty that the battle was lost, but he refused to leave his clan's precious eyes to the enemy. Just as he raised both hands, preparing to gouge out his own eyes, a dark blur lunged at him from his blind spot. Tennin's battle instinct screamed at him to dodge, but the interloper was simply too fast. A wave of agonizing pain exploded from his left shoulder. He looked down, only to see his left arm completely detached from his torso, tumbling onto the blood-soaked grass. "Your Byakugan. I'll be taking it now," a calm, chillingly serene voice whispered right beside his ear. Tennin whipped his head around, locking eyes with an unfamiliar face. The man had vibrant green hair, and wore ordinary civilian attire without a shinobi headband. A faint, placid smile rested on his lips as he extended 2 fingers, hooking them directly toward Tennin's eyes. When did he? Wasn't he just up in the sky? Tennin's eyes widened in sheer horror. Following a sharp, piercing pain, absolute darkness instantly consumed his world. In the very next second, a kunai pierced cleanly through his back, rupturing his heart. Tennin slumped forward, 2 hollow, bloody sockets staring blindly down at the tip of the kunai protruding from his chest. His features were frozen in a mask of profound bitterness and unwillingness. The head of the prestigious Hyuga clan had died just like that. Slaughtered like cattle in a nameless, unremarkable valley deep within the land of grass. Meanwhile, the surrounding Konoha ninjas, most of whom could barely see 3 meters ahead, could only watch in despair as they were systematically whittled down and executed by numerical superiority under the coordinated assault of nearly 100 Taki elites. Within moments, only 3 Uchiha powerhouses remained, desperately fighting for their lives. Simultaneously, Uchiha Fugaku witnessed Hyuga Tennin's collapse. The stony, stoic expression he had maintained finally cracked, replaced by sheer disbelief. That was the head of the Hyuga clan. One of Konoha's ultimate masters of taijutsu, snuffed out just like that. A bitter wave of regret surged through his chest. He cursed his earlier hesitation. Why hadn't he unleashed the full power of the Mangekyo much earlier? Lord Fugaku, run! An Uchiha clansman roared at him, the lightning crackling around his hands, sputtering weakly as he struggled to wring out even a single drop of remaining chakra. In the next instant, a barrage of wind blades sliced the men into ribbons. Fugaku's eyes burned a deeper, violent crimson, a hue born not just from his dojutsu, but from absolute, unadulterated fury. He raised his head, glaring death at the figure floating high in the sky. The Mangekyo within his pupils spun at a manic pace as he attempted to lock onto the mastermind of this entire operation. Yet, every single time he tried to shift his focus, Kakuzu would abruptly intercept him. It's incredibly rude to look away from someone during a fight. Your opponent is me. Thick tendrils of black thread surged forward like a tide, though every single strike was relentlessly deflected by the outer shell of the Susanoo. Right at that moment, the ominous hum of wings echoed as the dragonfly users dived back into the valley. Fugaku knew, with absolute certainty, that his window of opportunity had closed completely. I will remember you. Gritting his teeth, he reached into his pouch once more, pulled out his remaining secret ration pills, and swallowed them all in one go. The absolute last reserves of his latent physical potential were forcibly wrung out. His eyes spun with frantic, self-destructive violence, and fresh streams of blood flowed uncontrollably down his face. Fugaku was gambling his life. Disregarding all consequences, he pushed his Mangekyo Sharingan to its absolute limit, pouring out a massive wave of ocular power that rapidly condensed into a pair of massive, fiery wings upon the back of the Susanoo. This was a specialized application of his Mangekyo. It had to be said that when pushed to the brink of death, a ninja's potential was truly limitless. The Susanoo was naturally capable of flight at higher stages, but what he lacked in mastery, he made up for with raw ocular manipulation. By combining the traits of both eyes, he could shape his flame release into any form he desired. Since the Susanoo was constructed entirely of chakra, its weight could be adjusted at will. Fugaku intended to launch himself straight into the sky, but the moment the fiery wings flapped, the massive construct wavered and plummeted heavily back onto the valley floor. Watching from a safe distance, Shiraki couldn't help but clap in silent appreciation. In terms of sheer genius, Uchiha Fugaku's talent wasn't inferior to his future children in the slightest. He hesitated for a brief moment, but ultimately decided against personal intervention. After all, as the mastermind pulling the strings from the shadows, how could he easily expose himself on the front lines? Doing so carried a massive risk of uncovering his true identity. Reason ultimately won out. While a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan was an incredible prize, it wasn't a strict necessity for his plans. What a pity. A half-damaged Mangekyo isn't of much practical use if taken by force anyway. However, a certain gold-obsessed powerhouse had absolutely no intention of letting such an incredibly lucrative opportunity slide. Kakuzu chuckled darkly, viewing this as a rare, golden opportunity. Flying is an incredibly difficult art to master, you still have a long way to go. Since you can't escape, your head and your eyes belong to me. He detached one of his masks to form a physical heart clone. The moment the clone closed the distance, its hardened threads managed to slip through a gap in the Susanoo's skeletal ribs, reaching directly for Fugaku's torso. But before the threads could pierce the heart, the clone found itself staring directly into a pair of blood-red, spinning blades. In the next fraction of a second, an orange-red treasure sword sliced downward, cleaving the clone perfectly in two. I've been tricked. Kakuzu's current collection of hearts was different from the ordinary ones he used to harvest. They had been carefully refined and possessed immense value. Losing one so abruptly cut him to the quick. He immediately broke away, completely losing the nerve to make another reckless approach, deeply terrified that the Uchiha leader still possessed enough lingering ocular power to snare him in a lethal illusion. Fugaku clicked his tongue in bitter disappointment. He hadn't expected his opponent to be so absurdly cautious, utilizing a physical clone that contained an actual, beating heart to test the waters. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters. 10 reviews ignite one bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 113. The first battle concludes. The fleeing Uchiha 1644 words, flame release, Susanoo heavenly flight. Gripping the only two surviving clansmen by his side, Fugaku spread his flaming wings, and launched himself violently toward the sky. The dragonfly users who had hastily converged on his position attempted to intercept them, but they were ruthlessly forced back by a single, sweeping slash of his treasure sword. Do not pursue, Shiraki spoke plainly. The dragonfly users halted midair. Watching the receding, fiery figure flee into the distance, they cheered triumphantly, haha. So these are the so-called two greatest ninja clans. They don't look like much after all. On the other side of the valley, Kakuzu raised his head to watch the distant, burning silhouette vanish. A slight smile played on his lips. You're just going to let him leave like that? Shiraki nodded smoothly. Why shouldn't I? He exhausted every single drop of his chakra and ocular power just to wring out this narrow escape. Even if he manages to stumble back to Konoha, those eyes of his are as good as ruined. The corner of Shiraki's mouth curled into a subtle smirk. But you likely don't understand what those eyes symbolize to the Uchiha clan. With him back there, I believe Konoha will become quite lively very soon. So a pair of half-damaged Mangekyo is worth more than a corpse. Kakuzu looked at him, suddenly bursting into a laugh. I didn't expect you to be even more sinister than I imagined. Likewise. Shiraki swept his gaze over the injured Takigakure ninjas surrounding Kakuzu. This man, who had once been an uncompromising, unyielding lone wolf, had thoroughly changed. He finally understood the value of using others as shields and coordinating with a vanguard. Though Kakuzu's raw power hadn't experienced an earth-shattering leap compared to the past, in terms of sheer survivability, it was highly probable that even two of his past selves combined wouldn't match his current standard. Right, what do you plan to do next? Kakuzu asked suddenly. Nothing special. Naturally, I will proceed to forge the alliance with the Land of Rain. In truth, I quite dislike meaningless slaughter, but there are times when certain sacrifices are an absolute necessity. Shiraki shifted the narrative smoothly. Therefore, let the bloodshed between shinobi remain strictly contained within the shinobi world. Moving forward, the Land of Grass will undoubtedly become the absolute vortex of this war. When that time comes, the local nobility will flee, and the ruling order across various major cities will collapse entirely. Once the common people lose oversight, combined with the panic of war, I fear they will descend into chaos all on their own. Alas, human nature is the least capable of handling a true test. When pushed to the absolute brink of starvation, how many of those able-bodied youths will be able to maintain their moral compass? To survive, I fear many will turn into wandering bandits. Once they cross the line into murder, their fundamental nature will change completely. After that, most of them will cease to be human at all. Kakuzu curled his lip slightly. Why does it sound like you've experienced this firsthand? Haven't you as well? In truth, I fear all shinobi are exactly the same. So what do you intend to do? Kakuzu didn't quite grasp why Shiraki had suddenly diverted the conversation toward ordinary civilians, but at this moment, he was genuinely curious about the mastermind's intentions. Migration. Moving forward, I will have to trouble your forces to assist with this. The citizens caught in the crossfire are currently gripped by absolute panic. Migrating them en masse to the Land of Waterfall is the absolute best outcome for everyone involved. You want us to accept refugees? A look of disappointment crossed Kakuzu's face. Compared to accepting commoners, he was far more willing to take in wealthy nobles, at least they could be squeezed for money. After all, he had long outgrown the age of possessing a soft heart. No, you look at it wrong, Shiraki countered calmly. In truth, it is the population that generates wealth in the first place. If you have no people, earning all the money in the world becomes entirely meaningless. Furthermore, the land of Waterfall is currently undergoing massive infrastructure development. It happens to require a massive labor force, does it not? Kakuzu lapsed into silence for a brief moment, then chuckled. Those words actually carry a shred of logic. Fine, I will take on the extra trouble. But let it be known up front, I demand 30% of all the wealth carried by the migrating nobility. As they spoke, the last of the flames within the Ring Valley finally sputtered out. The Konoha ninjas who had managed to survive the initial inferno were systematically executed by the descending dragonfly users. Even the few who had been thrown into hidden alcoves by the wind pressure, narrowly avoiding the burning heat, were swiftly finished off with a single blade. The grass ninjas possessed zero habit of keeping prisoners. Shiraki stood at the center of the blackened wasteland, surveying the carpet of corpses. There were over 700 bodies from Konoha, and when combined with the corpses harvested from various other skirmishes across the region, the total came close to 1,000. With a wave of his hand, he commanded his subordinates to move all the corpses into a massive deep trench. Once the area was entirely clear of onlookers, he would deploy his specialized insects to clean the pit. He could only wonder how much primordial energy he would be able to accumulate from this harvest. Following this grand clash, the total number of surviving ninjas belonging to the grass village stood at a mere 127. Of course, if one included himself and the father-son duo from Hozuki Castle, the entire force totaled exactly 130 people. As for Konoha, Uchiha Fugaku had escaped alongside 2 of his clansmen. Hyuga Tennin was dead, and every single remaining jonin had been utterly wiped out. Shiraki uncurled his fingers, revealing a pair of pristine, unblemished Byakugan. Lacking the restrictive cage bird seal, these eyes were an absolute treasure. Secure the battlefield, he ordered as he stood up. Salvage every single usable resource. The dragonfly users moved instantly upon receiving the command. Shiraki raised his head, his gaze piercing toward the horizon in the direction of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, how exactly will you respond once you receive this grand gift? He murmured, a faint, placid smile playing upon his lips. Far away, on a distant hillside, Negishi Kusanagi sat heavily on the ground, completely drenched in blood. He watched the dragonfly users circling majestically in the sky, watching the remnants of his shattered vanguard being pulled up to safety one by one. Beside him, a grass ninja stared at the scene with a face full of absolute disbelief. Over 700 Konoha ninjas, a combined vanguard spearhead featuring the Apex Uchiha and Hyuga clans, totaling 1,000-man army, had been completely broken and slaughtered by them. Leader. It looks like we won. Negishi Kusanagi muttered blankly. Long live the grass village. Long live the independence faction. Cheers began to erupt across the slope. The battered, heavily wounded grass ninjas fell into one another's arms, weeping tears of pure catharsis. Some fell to their knees, kissing the scorched earth beneath their feet, while others roared at the sky, expelling the immense dread that had choked their chests for days. Watching this display, Negishi Kusanagi suddenly burst into a hysterical laugh, ha ha ha. Yet, as the laughter echoed, hot tears streamed down his face. The cost of this single victory had been devastatingly, brutally high. Military advisor Shiraki, you absolute bastard, you truly aren't human. Meanwhile, inside the Hokage's office in Konoha, Uchiha Fugaku has crawled back heavily wounded, Hyuga Tennin has fallen in battle, and over 1,000 of our shinobi have been completely annihilated. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat stiffly behind his desk. As his eyes scanned the lines of the emergency report, a sudden wave of absolute darkness rushed over his vision, making his head spin. Hiruzen, you must take care of your health. Udatane Koharu cried out in panic, rushing forward to support him. I am fine, leave me in peace for a moment. He dismissed them with a weak wave of his hand. Facing his dark expression, the advisors lapsed into a grim silence and systematically filed out of the room. The exact second the door clicked shut, Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed up a violent mouthful of fresh blood. Deep within the land of earth, inside the hidden stone village, Anoki stared at the intelligence scroll held in his hands, maintaining an absolute, heavy silence for a very long time. The Grass Village, the Seven Tails, the Dragonfly users. If it weren't for the absolute verification protocols embedded in the intel, he would have assumed someone was playing a massive, elaborate prank on him. Could this be the rise of another individual like Hanzo of the Salamander? No, this development must be evaluated with absolute precision. Meanwhile, in a hidden valley deep within the Land of Water, Zetsu materialized directly out of the ground, his voice dripping with pure excitement. Lord Madara, the Grass Village has secured an absolute victory. Madara slowly cracked his eyes open. Uchiha Fugaku successfully awakened the Mangekyo, but he was utterly defeated. Hyuga Tennin has fallen in battle, and Konoha's vanguard force was almost entirely wiped out. Uchiha Madara let out a long, heavy sigh, his voice echoing with profound melancholy. Hashirama. Without you around, Konoha has truly fallen into deep decay. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters. 10 reviews ignite one bonus chapter. 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 114. The migration policy begins. 1774 words. When the news of the Land of Grass securing an absolute victory against Konoha swept back into the country, the immediate reaction of the nobility and the wealthy merchants wasn't bursts of wild joy. It was terror, a deep, visceral dread that left their entire bodies trembling. They understood the hidden depths of Konoha far too well. When had Konoha ever deployed an army against a minor nation only to suffer such catastrophic losses? Word on the street was that only 3 individuals managed to crawl back alive, leaving an army of 1,000 slaughtered on the field, and even the head of the prestigious Hyuga clan had perished there. Looking back at their own Land of Grass, though they had successfully held the line during the first wave, it was an incredibly Pyrrhic victory. Their shinobi forces had suffered devastating casualties, leaving their total active deployment at under 200 men. How could a shattered vanguard like that ever hope to withstand the Hokage's inevitable second, furious onslaught? Therefore, this victory felt less like a triumph and more like a fleeting nightmare. And behind the veil of a nightmare, an even more brutal reality usually awaited. Retaliation, national annihilation, absolute liquidation, all sorts of grim scenarios flashed through their minds, relentlessly eroding what little remained of their composure. Consequently, on the very night the intelligence arrived, countless grand manors blazed with lamplight as servants scrambled in panic. Gold, silver, and fine silks were hastily packed into bundles, and chest after chest of hidden treasures was hauled out of underground vaults and loaded onto carriages. The immediate thought dominating the minds of these nobles and wealthy merchants was to flee the Land of Grass and seek asylum within the Land of Fire. After all, that prosperous and stable territory was a beacon of safety many yearned for, and even the daimyo of various minor nations viewed it as an absolute lighthouse of civilization. However, the immigration ban issued by the Land of Fire's daimyo traveled even faster. Any foreign entrant looking to cross the border had to surrender 30% of their entire net worth. One had to realize that those choosing to move their entire households to the Land of Fire at a time like this were, without exception, the core nobility of the Land of Grass. Otherwise, who would willingly abandon their lifestyle as local absolute rulers to migrate to the Land of Fire? The Land of Fire lacked many things, but it certainly did not lack entrenched nobility or filthy rich merchants. The wealth, minor lineages, and social status of these grass nobles would amount to absolutely nothing there. Previously, even if their local living conditions were slightly subpar, everyone in the region coddled and flattered them. This psychological satisfaction and emotional validation were something that raw wealth or luxurious living conditions could never truly replicate. Yet, once they arrived in the Land of Fire, they would have to swallow their pride and become the ones bowing and scraping to others. But for the sake of sheer survival, they felt they had no choice. A few slammed their teeth together, preparing to accept this exorbitant price to buy their lives. Coincidentally, on that very same night, ninjas from Takigakure knocked politely on their doors. They were impeccably well-mannered. They hadn't come to plunder, nor had they come to threaten. They were simply dropping by to pitch their services. Standing at the doorways wearing their Takigakure headbands, the ninjas inquired in measured, peaceful tones, Do you require escort services? The land of waterfall and the land of grass are now formal allies, and our forces guarantee your absolute safe transit. They presented official documents, patiently explaining the terms. The daimyo of both nations had officially ratified a cooperative treaty. Any citizen of the land of grass migrating to the land of waterfall would only be subjected to a mere 10% asset tax. Those holding noble titles would be granted equivalent plots of land, while those without titles but possessing immense capital could directly invest their wealth to secure peerages. As for exactly when the daimyo had agreed to this, when the two sovereigns had met, or when this specific treaty had been signed, was completely irrelevant. The authenticity of the document didn't matter anymore. To these highly perceptive, wealthy individuals, the rapid rise of the land of waterfall in recent years was no secret. Its economy was booming, its public safety was rock-solid, and its hidden village was exceptionally powerful. More importantly, it offered viable avenues for social mobility, and its upper echelons weren't choked by an overabundance of entrenched, wealthy nobles looking to suppress newcomers. Aside from the current local infrastructure being a bit less developed, it was practically a paradise compared to the land of fire. And when compared to the land of grass, it felt very similar, if not noticeably better. As the proverb went, better to be the beak of a rooster than the tail of a phoenix. Instantly, many decided to pivot on the spot. Since they were forced to leave anyway, it made far more sense to head to the land of waterfall, especially when it meant keeping an extra 20% of their wealth. Of course, not every wealthy merchant or noble chose to alter their trajectory. Among them remained a small handful of stubborn traditionalists who viewed the land of fire as their absolute, unshakable dogma. They firmly believed the land of fire was the ultimate lighthouse, the undisputed strongest nation in the shinobi world, and an indelible faith in their hearts. Even if they had to bleed their fortunes dry, even if they had to crawl on their hands and knees, they would drag themselves to the land of fire. While stating it that way carried a hint of hyperlogic, a small faction of extreme loyalists transformed it into reality. Thus, the first wave of migration carriages set out before dawn. Kakuzu stood at the edge of the border bridge, personally logging and collecting the transit fees, the smirk on his face never fading for a second. He knew exactly what those carriages contained, not just jewelry and currency, but the accumulated commercial lifeblood of the land of grass built over decades. Naturally, he didn't lose sight of the grand design. Securing the nobility was merely the introductory phase. Once the wealthy elite had completely evacuated, the local administrative order would disintegrate by tomorrow, marking the perfect window for the land of waterfalls factories to initiate their mass recruitment drive. Occasionally, Kakuzu found himself wondering, was Aburame Shirsue's ultimate goal in orchestrating this entire campaign truly just a simple thirst for vengeance against Konoha, or a tactical move to divert the incoming threat eastward? From where he stood, the deeper implication seemed to be using this war to completely shatter the local stability of the land of grass, transforming it into an incredibly hostile wasteland. By doing so, he could systematically drain a sovereign nation of its entire human and material capital to reinforce the foundations of the land of waterfall. One could only conclude that, short of explicitly claiming the physical territory, this strategy was practically indistinguishable from an absolute annexation of the land of grass. 3 days later, the departure of the nobility and wealthy merchants felt as though the main supporting pillars of a grand roof had been abruptly yanked away. The urban centers were the first to collapse into disarray. The marketplaces fell dead silent, shops closed their shutters, and grain prices spiked 3 times in a single day. While the remote, isolated farmlands could still manage a baseline self-sufficiency, the common folk living along the fringes of the major cities were gripped by absolute panic. Though they possessed currency in their hands, they found themselves completely unable to purchase food, because the nobility had already swept up and evacuated the regional grain reserves beforehand. Even the commoners who possessed private grain stores at home felt a deep, lingering dread. They feared their lifelong friends and neighbors might turn on them to rob their stores, and they feared even more the day Konoha's main army arrived for a brutal punitive raid. They worried whether the grass village shinobi would begin launching forced requisitions, plundering what little food they had left just to feed the remaining military. Within a mere handful of days, chaotic elements began to rapidly manifest. Incidents of open assault and robbery on the public streets surfaced, and many young women were dragged away in broad daylight. Fortunately, the head of the grass village, Nagishi Kusanagi, already possessed a contingency protocol ready to deploy, one that had, in absolute reality, been meticulously mapped out by Shursui from behind the scenes. Way back when the merchants and nobles were first preparing their departures, the military leadership had issued a mobilization directive under the explicit authority of the daimyo, targeting the villages and townships situated along the vulnerable borders first. The directive strongly advised them to migrate to the land of waterfall as quickly as possible, or at the very least, gather their households and move toward the reinforced urban centers. To ensure compliance, they even circulated reports that the outlying borders had become profoundly unsafe. Of course, this wasn't mere propaganda, it was an absolute tactical fact. Though the land of grass had secured the opening battle, there were still plenty of predatory forces eyeing this vulnerable territory. Furthermore, in Shursui's grand design, there was never any intention of preserving this physical land to begin with. Unfortunately, when the mobilization orders dropped, very few among the common folk were willing to listen. Those who flatly refused to abandon their ancestral lands could be found everywhere, particularly among the elderly. Their mindsets were deeply conservative. They believed that the moment they severed their ties to their physical fields, they would become rootless weeds, or worse, risk being reduced to actual slaves. Shursui chose not to employ brute force. He had long understood that a person's fundamental core beliefs were the hardest thing to alter through coercion, so he adjusted his strategy to an entirely different vector, a method that systematically bought out their time and leased their labor through raw economic incentive. As the old proverb went, the world hustles and bustles entirely for the sake of profit. The common people simply hadn't been shown a definitive vision of the future yet. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters. 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter. 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 115. The young patriarch knows not the weight of the world. 1693 words. Shursui ordered a few ninjas to travel through the remote villages with a massive carriage stacked with currency. They didn't hand out the money directly, they simply let the locals see it. The campaign they pushed focused entirely on one concept: recruitment. Specifically, recruitment for the land of waterfall, offering guaranteed housing, assigned jobs, and a fixed monthly salary. More importantly, if they performed their duties well, they were promised a retirement pension in their old age, which could even be passed down to their children. That specific term, hereditary, was the absolute focal point of the pitch. Since ancestral land could be inherited across generations, if these new jobs couldn't be handed down similarly, how could the common folk ever be convinced to abandon the fields their families had cultivated for centuries? As for whether these policies might change down the road, that was a problem for the future. At the very least, everything looked perfect right now. In addition to the visual display, Shursui deployed actual officials and ninjas from the land of waterfall to serve as real-world examples. They traveled from village to village explaining that the nation provided free education for children, countless job openings, and vast expanses of wild terrain waiting to be reclaimed. They proved that a person could live a perfectly stable life even without owning a single plot of farmable land. The peasants living in the isolated mountain regions of the land of grass had spent their entire lives scratching a living out of the dirt. They had never seen an organized effort like this. They couldn't even conceive that this might be an elaborate trap. They genuinely believed every word of it. After all, what did they possess that was worth stealing? Why would high-ranking officials and dozens of powerful ninjas put this much effort into deceiving simple peasants? The explanations were simple, dropping like fresh seeds into parched soil. To these people, a guaranteed job was the greatest blessing they could ever receive. They felt an immediate surge of renewed energy, wishing they could immediately start working for the land of waterfall, even if it meant putting in 12-hour shifts every single day. Those who bought into the promise packed up their households, clutched their meager bundles, and climbed aboard the departing transport carriages. As the numbers of those leaving grew, the individuals who remained behind became increasingly panicked. The regional grain supplies had been stripped away, their lifelong neighbors were vanishing, and the villages were gradually sinking into a dead silence. Ultimately, the vast majority had no choice but to follow the flowing tide of people. Naturally, there were always a few elderly individuals who resolutely chose to stay behind. They sat quietly on their wooden doorsteps, watching the departing caravans fade into the distance with cloudy, peaceful eyes. These old-timers possessed their own stubborn sort of wisdom. No matter how glittering the promises sounded, they chose to remain conservative. Given their advanced age, they had zero desire to abandon their ancestral soil just to gamble on an uncertain future. Shui respected their choices. He simply turned to his assistant ninja and spoke in a quiet tone. The specific areas I've marked on this map will very quickly transform into active combat zones. As for the territories with highly fertile soil, make sure to partition them properly as soon as possible. They will be turned into commercial commodities. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to the chaotic upheaval gripping the land of grass, the Hidden Leaf village was completely submerged in a heavy, suffocating silence. The ancestral compound of the Hyuga clan was entirely draped in white funeral banners. Inside the mourning hall, the two brothers, Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hizashi, knelt stiffly before their father's casket. White cloths were tied tightly around their foreheads, and the tear tracks on their faces had not yet dried. The surrounding clansmen stood in absolute silence, though the eyes of many were still filled with a volatile mix of confusion and burning rage. To them, this recent deployment was supposed to be a mission where they simply picked up unearned credit. Their clan head's journey to the land of grass hadn't even been intended as a genuine combat mission. Its core purpose was to help the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, balance out the growing influence of the Uchiha clan. Hyuga Tennin had volunteered to lead the vanguard simply to extend a diplomatic olive branch to the Hokage. This had been the very first political maneuver the clan head had pushed through against massive internal opposition, aiming to bring the Hyuga back toward the village's center of power. If the operation succeeded, even if it didn't completely solve their isolation, it would have injected a shred of new vitality into Konoha's rigid political system. Who could have anticipated that an attempt to curry favor would turn into a mass funeral? Before the Hyuga clan's new open-door policy could even face resistance from their own conservative elders, it had been brutally smashed to pieces by an external force, driving the clan toward an even more isolated and regressive path. Throughout the funeral service, Uchiha Fugaku remained entirely tight-lipped. Only an extremely select few individuals knew that he had successfully awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and even with that legendary power, he had still failed to turn the tide of the battle. Midway through the ceremony, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, arrived to pay his formal respects. On that day, he wore ordinary civilian attire instead of his official robes, making him look like a frail, heavily stooped old man, a truly tragic and pitiable sight. He walked up to the altar, bowed deeply 3 times, and gently placed a white flower upon the casket. In that exact moment, dozens of pairs of Byakugan locked onto him. The gazes radiating from the crowd carried a distinct trace of pure hatred. It wasn't just directed at him either. Uchiha Fugaku, standing nearby, was subjected to the same icy glare from the gathered Hyuga. Although the tactical disaster wasn't directly their fault, both men knew with absolute certainty that they had become targets of deep resentment for the entire Hyuga clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen kept his head lowered, accepting the unspoken blame without a word of protest. His expressions of grief weren't performative, they carried a genuine, crushing weight. Once the formal mourning rituals concluded, Hyuga Hayashi stepped forward to officially succeed his father as clan head right before the altar. Standing tall in front of his father's casket, his sharp gaze swept across the gathered clansmen. As of today, I, Hyuga Hayashi, will inherit my father's iron will and assume the mantle of clan head. Moving forward, my path is singular, and my resolve will dictate the resolve of this entire clan. Furthermore, I declare an absolute blood feud against the Grass Village. No matter how the political landscape shifts in the future, the Grass Village will remain our sworn enemy. There will be no negotiations, and there will be no compromises, until one side is completely wiped out. And above all else, I will reclaim my father's stolen eyes. Vengeance. 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 Every single member of the Hyuga clan raised their arms and roared in unison. Standing right in the center of the deafening shouts, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself trapped in an incredibly awkward position. No matter how one rationalized the disaster, he bore an undeniable share of the responsibility for creating this situation. Following the formal burial of Hyuga Tennin, both the funeral and the succession ceremony drew to a close. Before departing the compound, Hiruzen managed to pull Hayashi into a quiet side parlor. He sighed heavily, speaking with deep regret. Alas, in the end, it is I who has profoundly failed the Hyuga clan. Whatever resources or demands you require, the village will do its absolute best to fulfill them. The newly instated clan head, Hyuga Hayashi, was currently in the prime of his youth, exactly 16 years old, an age driven entirely by raw impulse. He raised his chin, his stark white eyes staring directly into Hiruzen's face as he asked bluntly, "Fulfill anything? Then can a member of the Hyuga clan become the Hokage?" The air in the room instantly froze. The awkwardness on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was impossible to mask. He opened his mouth to formulate a response, but found himself momentarily at a complete loss for words. Ultimately, he could only offer a generic explanation. Who assumes the mantle of Hokage is not something decided by me, nor is it a decision left to the great noble clans. To become the Hokage, a ninja must first earn the unconditional acknowledgement of the common people, the acknowledgement of every single citizen in Konoha, and on a grander scale, the recognition of the entire Land of Fire. It was merely a joke. Hayashi let out a bitter laugh, using the cynical sound to mask the deep mockery swirling in his eyes. He continued plainly, "I have no such ambitions. My only desire is to fundamentally restructure my clan. Both the main house and the branch house have grown entirely too arrogant. The future will inevitably belong to the era of civilian ninjas, while the traditional noble clans will eventually be suppressed into the background, far away from the public eye. You shouldn't look at it so pessimistically. Konoha belongs to every single one of us." Sarutobi Hiruzen offered a vague, non-committal response, looking at the teenager with a patronizing gaze that suggested the young man was simply too immature to comprehend the broader picture. It was the great noble clans that originally built the foundations of Konoha. While we heavily prioritize the training of civilian talent, we always remember the first Hokage's foundational dream, which was simply to ensure everyone could live a better life. As the saying goes, wherever leaves flutter, fire's flames will always take root. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters. 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter. 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 116. The Uchiha recovers before debriefing the operational metrics. 1462 words. Lord Hokage, I have no time to listen to your lectures on the will of fire. Hyuga Hayashi cut him off instantly. It could only be said that he was currently too young and aggressive, and without his father's restraining presence, he spoke his mind without a shred of filter. You claim there will still be a place for our noble clans in the future, yet isn't what you are doing right now precisely aimed at weakening our power? I am no longer a child, I am now the clan head. These eyes of mine see perfectly clear what you are orchestrating. The future belongs to the civilian ninjas, and aren't you the very one driving that shift? I understand it completely. The Hyuga do not wish to be cast aside. We want real power, actual, tangible authority. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at him for a long time, ultimately letting out a heavy sigh. It is not that this old man is unwilling. I will restructure the Council of Elders and establish 6 permanent seats. The Hyuga will be granted 1, but whether you can sit firmly in it depends entirely on yourselves. With that, Hiruzen chose not to linger any longer, turning around to depart the parlor. Uchiha Fugaku, who had remained entirely silent throughout the exchange, followed closely behind him. Inside the Hokage's office, after Hiruzen dismissed all guards and attendants from the room, Fugaku began detailing every circumstance they had encountered during the campaign. This marked his very first post-war briefing to the Hokage since crawling back to Konoha. The delay was primarily because the moment Fugaku returned to the village, he had been sequestered deep within the clan's ancestral grounds to nurse his wounds. For reasons unspoken, both the Uchiha's moderate Dove faction and the militant Hawk faction had maintained an absolute, unspoken understanding on this matter. They had strictly forbidden him from making any contact with the Hokage until his injuries were fully healed. Even if Fugaku himself believed that while inside the walls of Konoha, the rats hiding in the dark gutters wouldn't dare step into the light to harm the Uchiha clan, let alone flagrantly assassinate him, he completely failed to realize his shifting status within the clan. Because of those eyes, he had become the collective crown jewel of the entire Uchiha lineage. Every single potential risk had to be ruthlessly eliminated, especially considering how the last pair of Mangekyo owners had died under incredibly suspicious circumstances. Fugaku began recounting the events of those weeks in a measured, slow cadence. The grass ninjas we initially encountered displayed minor physical modifications, but their equipment was utterly primitive. They initially deployed a vanguard of 100 men to set traps and launch an interception, but we easily saw through their maneuvers and wiped them out almost entirely. It was precisely from that moment onward that the psychological balance of our shinobi began to warp. Fugaku spoke slowly and meticulously, detailing not just the enemy's tactical maneuvers, but going so far as to describe the evolving psychological states of every Konoha ninja involved, including himself. In his assessment, this was the true, foundational cause of their catastrophic defeat. Konoha's shinobi were simply too arrogant. The world always branded the Uchiha clan as arrogant, but how was the rest of Konoha any different in the eyes of outsiders? As for the ambush by the Seven Tails, the flying dragonfly users, and the coordinated beacon fire elemental arrays, all of those elements were merely tools and external factors. Even without those specific variables, if they had been replaced by equivalent tactical threats, Konoha would have still suffered a crushing defeat, given the baseline mindset of their forces. The outcome simply wouldn't have been quite as blood-drenched. Listening intently from across the desk, Hiruzen tapped his fingers rhythmically against the wood. I never anticipated that the land of grass and the land of waterfall would forge such a tight alliance. This is indeed a massive blind spot in our intelligence network. To think they would go as far as to share custody of the Seven Tails. Furthermore, there is this sudden emergence of a dragonfly sacred land, and that military advisor named Shiraki. Based on your report, that individual's strategic foresight is profoundly terrifying. Are you absolutely certain his raw strength is merely at the Jonin level? Fugaku hesitated for a brief fraction of a second before ultimately nodding. The chakra fluctuations radiating from his body gave me that exact impression. Moreover, he strictly avoided close-quarters combat, and judging by his movements, he likely only specializes in wind style and sensory jutsu. Of course, if you factor in his ability to command the Seven Tails, his actual combat threat is an entirely separate matter. I understand. Hiruzen nodded once more. I will have his intelligence profile recompiled and circulated across our networks. He will be designated as a top priority target moving forward. Saying this, his gaze locked tightly onto Fugaku's eyes. His lips twitched slightly as he hesitated, but in the end, he swallowed the burning question he truly wanted to ask. That will be all for now. If there is nothing else, return to your quarters and focus on your recovery. Furthermore, what I stated regarding the Council of Elders stands. The Uchiha performed exceptionally well during this deployment and suffered immense sacrifices. I will reserve a permanent seat for your clan. Thank you, Lord Hokage. If there is nothing else, Fugaku takes his leave. Hearing the massive political concession, Fugaku felt not a shred of excitement, his features maintaining the exact same expressionless, stony facade. Yet, the exact moment he turned to exit the Hokage's office, a chilling, dark figure brushed past him in the doorway. As their eyes locked for a brief instant, Fugaku confirmed the identity of the newcomer. It was Shimura Danzo. Danzo stared intensely at Fugaku's eyes, his gaze dripping with scrutiny, beneath which danced a faint, tightly veiled shred of pure avarice. Authorize the strike, Hiruzen. The land of grass is currently occupied with mass civilian migrations, its territorial defenses are completely hollowed out. This is the absolute golden window to launch our offensive. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head firmly. Danzo, the grass village, has the 7 tails in its possession. A Jinchuriki. Danzo knit his brows, letting out a cold snort. Since when has Takigakure been so incredibly generous as to lease out their tailed beast? No matter, we have our own Jinchuriki to counter them. Hiruzen let out a long, heavy sigh. It isn't a lease, it is a full cooperation. Furthermore, their method of deployment doesn't rely on a traditional Jinchuriki host. Fugaku just confirmed that Takigakure's 7 tails behaves as though it has been thoroughly tamed. The more Danzo listened, the tighter his brow furrowed. A tailed beast could be directly tamed and commanded. This completely subverted the established laws of the shinobi world. If this information hadn't come directly from the mouth of his lifelong comrade, he would have dismissed it as a flagrant rumor. As universal common sense dictated, tailed beasts were wild monsters, walking natural disasters utterly uncontainable and completely untamable. Even the absolute god of shinobi, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, had merely suppressed them through overwhelming raw power. He had never housebroken them into showing absolute obedience. Naturally, what Danzo found even more intolerable was the fact that he was learning about this critical development after Sarutobi Hiruzen. He felt as though his personal web of spies had been systematically purged, his intelligence infrastructure shattered, leaving him with the distinct, infuriating sensation that the shinobi world was rapidly slipping entirely out of his grasp. You are not to interfere in this matter. I will handle all developments personally. Furthermore, the combined shinobi forces of those 2 nations are currently executing civilian migrations. Launching a reckless assault at this juncture would inevitably slaughter innocent bystanders. That is not a righteous act. Hiruzen, I see this precisely as our absolute advantage. It is because they are occupied with escorting commoners that. Hiruzen's voice abruptly pitched higher, snapping sharply, Danzo. As shinobi, we must maintain an absolute baseline. And above all, the Hokage must embody that standard. Hearing the definitive shutdown, Danzo clamped his jaw shut, forcing the argument down before pivoting the narrative smoothly. He spoke coldly, fine. I will not meddle in matters outside the village walls. But what exactly is the situation regarding the Uchiha clan? Word has reached me that Uchiha Fugaku has successfully awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters. 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter. 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 117, Uchiha Mikoto 1881 words. It is indeed the Mangekyo. As for its specific abilities, I didn't pry. After all, such things are the absolute secret of every shinobi. Danzo, I have already resolved to establish the Council of Elders. The Uchiha and Hyuga will each be granted a permanent seat, and as for the remaining positions, I intend for over half to be occupied by civilian ninjas. You actually intend to hand real political authority to the Uchiha? Shimura Danzo immediately voiced his fierce opposition. Hiruzen, you are openly flouting the explicit edicts left behind by our teacher. Our teacher's edicts were meant to guide us in ensuring the hidden leaf grows stronger and more stable. Rest assured, I possess a definitive strategic blueprint regarding how to handle the Uchiha. When all is said and done, they remain an inseparable part of this village, and Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo must be managed with absolute care. I believe Fugaku will perform adequately as clan head. As long as we systematically concede an appropriate measure of authority, he will willingly assist us in mediating and neutralizing the friction between the village leadership and the Uchiha clan. This is absolute madness. You are doing nothing more than nurturing a tiger that will eventually devour you. Seeing that his arguments were failing to pierce Hiruzen's resolve, Danzo could only leave behind a parting threat. Hiruzen, you will live to regret this. With that, he whipped around and departed. For the first time, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't offer a single word of counterargument after Danzo's outburst, simply maintaining a heavy silence as he watched his old friend leave. As for transferring political authority to the Uchiha, It wasn't as though he actively desired to violate his teacher's foundational principles. There were times when, for the ultimate stability of the village, he was simply forced to adapt his methods. While the Uchiha had indeed lost a notable number of shinobi during this recent campaign, the absolute, systemic damage inflicted upon the broader Hidden Leaf military infrastructure was vastly more severe. Furthermore, with the return of 2 standard 3-tomo users alongside a newly manifested Mangekyo wielder, the Uchiha clan had become unified to an unprecedented degree. Their internal security operations had grown exceptionally strict, and the collective aura they projected within the village was sharper and more dominant than ever before. To describe their current political trajectory as a blazing sun at its absolute zenith wouldn't be an exaggeration in the slightest. At a time when Konoha could least afford internal upheaval, Hiruzen had no choice but to surrender a fraction of their core interests and political leverage. This wasn't a pathetic attempt to buy peace, nor was it a helpless, cowardly compromise. It was simply, he wanted to trial a different approach. Perhaps a calculated policy of conciliation would gently guide the Uchiha back into the warm embrace of the village's core structure. Regardless of how the landscape shifts, whether it be the Uchiha or the Hyuga, neither of your lineages will ever be permitted to assume the mantle of Hokage. Hiruzen stood up, his gaze fixing upon the stone faces carved into the Hokage rock. This wasn't merely the lingering will of his teacher, it was the collective, unspoken resolution shared by the vast majority of the Hidden Leaf's shinobi structure. The unique ocular power of the Uchiha was a force that germinated within absolute resentment and found its ultimate birth through profound tragedy. Their exceptional strength was forged strictly within the crucibles of hatred and psychological scars. How could individuals shaped by such core trauma ever be trusted to carry the absolute light of the village forward? Shifting his focus back to the immediate present, Hiruzen suddenly recalled a pressing tactical detail. He bit the tip of his finger, drawing blood as his hands blurred into a sequence of signs. Following a sharp pop, a dense cloud of white smoke erupted over the floor, and Enma materialized by his side. Hiruzen, why have you summoned me so abruptly? Is there a battle requiring my assistance? No, there is no combat today. I simply require your specialized insight on a specific matter. Hiruzen pulled over a nearby chair, gesturing for the king of monkeys to sit, before continuing plainly. Has the Enma clan ever encountered or heard records of a lineage calling themselves the Dragonfly clan? The Dragonfly clan? Enma scratched his head in deep thought, eventually shaking his head firmly. Never heard of them. Probably they are merely a minor, unrecorded summoning lineage tucked away in some obscure corner of the world. That shouldn't be the case. Based on the verified intelligence I just received, their combat capabilities are formidable. They even explicitly refer to their ancestral domain as the Dragonfly Sacred Land. Hiruzen handed the newly compiled post-war report over to Enma. As his eyes skimmed the stark data recorded on the parchment, the Monkey King's baseline certainty wavered significantly. Scratching his head once more, he muttered, perhaps there truly is a hidden dragonfly lineage that has kept itself completely isolated from the affairs of the shinobi world, but as for them being an actual sacred land, I find that highly improbable. No matter, I simply wanted to verify if you possessed any immediate context. It's fine. I will review our clan's ancestral archives once I return, and consult with the older generations of our lineage. With a final nod, Enma dissolved into a plume of white smoke and vanished. In absolute reality, the various summoning clans scattered across the world were vastly older than the concept of shinobi civilization itself. While Enma held an exceptionally high status within his own lineage, his scope of historical knowledge had its structural limits. It remained entirely possible that a reclusive clan, hidden away from the world for centuries, had suddenly chosen this moment to re-emerge. But regardless of their historical origins, this Dragonfly clan had definitively stamped themselves as an enemy, one whose hostility allowed for zero future compromise or reconciliation. After all, the Enma clan and the Sarutobi clan had been bound together for generations, their fates so tightly intertwined that they had long since become entirely inseparable. Meanwhile, on the other side of the village, Uchiha Fugaku crossed the threshold into the core Uchiha residential compound. Weaving a silent hand sign, he deactivated the sensory jutsu he had kept active around his body, allowing his tightly wound nerves to gradually unwind. He was going to extreme lengths to ensure no one realized his eyesight had already deteriorated into a blurred, hazy mess, particularly when operating in front of outsiders. If the surrounding factions discovered that his current aura of supreme dominance was merely a desperate bluff, the hard-won political concessions he had just wrung out for his clan would instantly evaporate into thin air. Suddenly, as he rounded a familiar stone corner, a soft figure bumped directly into his midsection, or more accurately, a small, stubborn head collided right against his abdomen. Fugaku lowered his head to look. Standing right in front of him was a young girl who appeared to be roughly 10 or 11 years old. The girl stepped back a pace, covering her forehead with a small hand. Fugaku focused his strained vision on her, eventually identifying her identity primarily through the cadence of her voice. This was the daughter of one of the clan's core conservative elders, named Uchiha Mikoto. In the past, they had possessed virtually zero personal interaction. Their age gap was simply too wide, spanning roughly 7 or 8 years, placing them in completely different generations. Facing a child of his own clan, his deep voice softened considerably, and the rigid tension on his face relaxed. "Is that you, Mikoto? My apologies for bumping into you. I was deep in thought regarding a few clan matters." Mikoto hastily shook her head, her voice small. "No, it was my fault. I wasn't looking where I was going." She raised her head, her gaze locking onto his sharp, handsome features as her heart began to hammer like a drum against her ribs. In truth, she was lying through her teeth. This entire encounter had been a calculated choice to wait for him at this precise corner. With Fugaku's sudden awakening of the Mangekyo, his ascension from the position of young master to the absolute clan head was a foregone conclusion. And her grandfather had explicitly instructed her very recently that she was destined to become the wife of the future clan head. Therefore, the young man standing before her was her future husband. This accidental collision was a script she had meticulously coordinated, driven entirely by a youthful curiosity to see exactly what kind of man her future partner truly was. Evidently, her internal evaluation left her profoundly satisfied. As for him bumping into her, she didn't view it as an actual accident at all. Instead, she assumed he had done it entirely on purpose, that he had easily seen through her clumsy little stakeout from the start, and had intentionally walked into her to playfully tease her. As that specific realization bloomed in her mind, a bright crimson blush rapidly crept up her cheeks. A sudden wave of intense embarrassment washed over her. She felt as though her private, girlish schemes had been stripped entirely bare before him. Right at that moment, a young, red-haired girl materialized a short distance down the path, waving her hands and shouting across the yard, "How much longer are you going to make me wait over there? Hurry up and get over here. Brother Fugaku. I have an errand to run with my friend, so I must take my leave now." Dropping her head, she quickly spun around and sprinted away in a flurry of motion. She remained completely oblivious to the alternative, stark reality of the situation, the simple fact that Fugaku's vision was bordering on functional blindness, and he literally hadn't seen her standing there at all. Fugaku watched the small, retreating figure vanish around the bend, his features returning to their standard, unreadable expression. In truth, he hadn't seen through any intricate schemes or romantic intentions. To him, she was a child of barely 11 years old, nothing more than a young, innocent girl of the lineage. He was entirely incapable of viewing his arranged fiancée through any sort of romantic lens at this stage of her life. Fugaku gently raised his hand, his fingertips tracing the contours of his eyelids. As he blinked, the temporary chakra concealment he had maintained over his dojutsu dissolved entirely. The brilliant, piercing clarity that usually defined his gaze faded away, replaced by an uninspired, hollow dullness that lacked any vibrant color. "It appears I will need to focus strictly on guiding the clan through the next few years before I can even begin to afford the luxury of considering personal matters. I can only wonder if these eyes of mine will still retain enough light to watch you walk down the aisle when the time comes. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon. com/Kazama677 You hold the keys to bonus chapters. 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter 100 power stones summon another Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 118. The Vertical and Horizontal Art, Try. 1778 words. A week passed in the blink of an eye. With the systematic assistance of the 2 hidden villages, every citizen capable of leaving the land of grass had successfully evacuated. Only those completely unwilling to abandon their roots remained. The total population of the land of grass hovered around 440,000. Due to the aggressive routing enforced by the 2 ninja forces, combined with Kakuzu's absolute obsession with precise figures, the migrant tally reached approximately 380,000. Subtracting those who had fled independently into other neighboring territories, a mere 20 to 30,000 citizens remained scattered across the local provinces. The vast majority of this remnant consisted of the elderly, the sick, and the disabled individuals who simply refused to pack their lives away. Operating under the principle that everyone must choose their own path, Shui didn't waste resources forcing them. Meanwhile, the total civilian population within the grass village itself had shrunk to just over 2,000. Most of these were elderly residents, active ninja dependents, and a handful of political opportunists. The latter group held a firm belief: as long as the 7 tails remained anchored in the village, the administrative order wouldn't collapse. Furthermore, since the surviving ninja force was entirely focused on intensive training, local administrative authority would naturally fall into the hands of capable civilians. The newly instated leader, Nagishi Kusanagi, had explicitly publicized that anyone who managed the daily public logistics adequately stood a genuine chance of becoming an official village administrator. Consequently, a massive, grassroots reconstruction effort kicked off across the settlement. Acting on the recommendations of the airborne dragonfly users, rooftops were systematically flattened and reinforced to serve as landing platforms. The architectural style shifted heavily toward uniform dome designs, and the public streets were laid out in a precise grid formation. Beneath the surface, an integrated network of drainage systems and reinforced emergency shelters was rapidly completed with the assistance of Takigakure's Earth-style specialists. Within a single week, the foundational layout of the new village took shape. Though its total surface area was modest, its structural layout was clean, heavily fortified, and exceptionally organized. More critically, Takigakure's specialized barrier corps had successfully erected a comprehensive warning array around the perimeter. This marked the absolute first time in the history of the grass village that it possessed a fully functioning defense barrier. If nothing else, Takigakure was undeniably superior to other minor nations in this regard. Even a village as historically strong as Amigakure had never established a permanent protective barrier. This wasn't due to a lack of raw capital, but rather because they lacked a sufficient pool of shinobi trained in intricate sealing formulas, not to mention their actual sealing heritage was incomplete. The grass village had been even worse off. Despite their frequent participation in major global conflicts, their foundational heritage was completely inferior to Takigakure's. As the village's reconstruction stabilized, the high-ranking jonin of the grass village immediately convened a closed-door strategy meeting to map out their next diplomatic and military maneuvers. This specific briefing featured almost total attendance from their leadership corps, primarily because the grass village simply didn't have many active jonin left to begin with. Inside the council chamber, the atmosphere buzzed with intense debates regarding their long-term path. One jonin stood up, suggesting firmly, "Leader, our top priority must be the immediate establishment of a formal ninja academy. We desperately require a steady influx of fresh recruits, otherwise, our current numbers will be completely whittled down by Konoha in a war of attrition." As the official leader, Nagishi Kusanagi sat at the head of the table, though his gaze constantly drifted toward Shui, who sat directly to his left. In truth, Kusanagi had long since accepted the military advisor as his absolute backbone. While he held the title of leader, he functioned essentially as a puppet. The vast majority of the ninjas in the room grasped this political reality perfectly, though a few remained oblivious. "Your point is entirely valid," another veteran countered, gesturing out the window. "But where exactly do we harvest these students? The young adults of the land of grass have almost entirely migrated, and there are barely any children left in the local sectors. Saying this, the speaker cast a pointed look toward Shui, his tone carrying a distinct trace of underlying resentment. Shui completely ignored the hostile glares. He spoke calmly, "We can recruit directly from the land of rain. Amigacure has just endured a massive war. Their local rainfall is highly acidic, making agricultural cultivation exceptionally difficult. The baseline living conditions for their common folk are vastly more brutal than our migrants' setup. We can systematically absorb those families, and their children will fill our academy rosters." This statement caused a ripple of confusion, and someone voiced their doubt: would Hanzo of the Salamander ever agree to that? What about the land of rain's daimyo? They will agree, Shui replied with absolute certainty. We will officially cede our southern territories directly to the land of rain. To a nation that endures perpetual downpours and ruined soil, that particular stretch of land is a pristine, sunlit paradise. It can be used directly for clean farming, or even to resettle their excess population. As for the land of rain's daimyo, Shui highly suspected the Mun had either been placed under Hanzo's absolute physical containment long ago, fled the country under an alias, or been quietly executed. In short, the executive governance of the land of rain had already been consolidated entirely under Hanzo's thumb. Intellectually speaking, that territory was the very first nation to achieve a total unification of military and political command, where every shred of national policy was dictated directly by the hidden village chief. Hearing the proposal to trade away national territory, the remaining Jonin hesitated briefly. It wasn't until Shui bluntly reminded them to look at reality, pointing out that since their civilian population had essentially vanished, their force of just over 100 ninjas was utterly incapable of policing such a massive country anyway, that the truth finally clicked. Only then did they truly comprehend the sheer, calculating ruthlessness of their military advisor. The Mun was a tactical demon. He had systematically dismantled the land of grass, fracturing its military, its citizenry, and its physical borders into 3 separate pieces. From this moment onward, the original land of grass existed purely in name only. Their actual village location was being preserved strictly as a fortified buffer zone to absorb the incoming fires of war. Yet, even as they realized the trap, the surviving ninjas harbored zero-deep patriotism for the old nation. The only thing they genuinely cared about was this isolated, hidden village, alongside the absolute pride of their newfound independence. Unsurprisingly, the diplomatic strategy passed without a single dissenting vote. Shui, operating under his identity as military advisor Shiraki, was officially designated as the supreme envoy to travel to the land of rain and secure a personal audience with the demigod of the shinobi world, Hanzo of the Salamander. His primary objective was to leverage the territorial concession to forge a binding alliance, systematically guiding the land of rain's displaced civilians to resettle within the abandoned grass provinces, where the natural environment was vastly superior. His secondary goal was to initiate a joint military academy network, pooling resources to aggressively cultivate a fresh generation of shinobi, thereby anchoring the 3 minor villages into a unified front capable of resisting the great nations and securing permanent independence. As for exactly how he would convince a figure like Hanzo, Shui had already mapped out a definitive psychological approach. If the situation demanded it, he was fully prepared to offer the supreme command of the entire 3-village coalition directly to Hanzo. On the night before his departure, Shui met with the 7 tails within the village perimeter, choosing to leave Chomei behind to anchor their local defenses. The massive-tailed beast flared its wings, sounding distinctly reluctant. "Why can't I accompany you? I heard the person you are going to see is incredibly powerful. Without my assistance, can you actually win if a fight breaks out?" Shui let out a soft laugh. "I am not traveling there to initiate a battle. I am going to negotiate a long-term partnership. If you appear at the border, it will simply trigger unnecessary diplomatic panic." To the outside world, Shui had consistently framed the 7 tails as a borrowed military asset belonging strictly to the land of waterfall. If he dragged her across international borders, countless powerhouses would inevitably attempt to capture him just to wring out the secret of how to domesticate a tailed beast. "Fine, I suppose," Chomei murmured, her massive antennae twitching. But before you leave, can I have another taste of that ancient energy stored within your personal space? Shui lapsed into a brief silence. Ultimately, the Seven-Tails got exactly what she wanted, consuming another 2,000 years' worth of primordial energy. Completely satisfied, she returned directly to her designated sanctuary inside the village to curl up and drift into a deep slumber. In addition to leaving Chomei behind, Shui ensured that Uzumaki Karen's mother remained stationed within the village, as she was currently the only active shinobi capable of utilizing the summoning contract to call forth the Seven-Tails in an emergency. He also left a highly systematic physical conditioning protocol, alongside a complete set of tailored medical solutions for Negishi Kusanagi. As long as the leader adhered strictly to the training regimen provided, Shui was confident that by the time he returned, Kusanagi would have thoroughly digested the combat experience from the grand battle, elevating his baseline strength close to the elite Jonin standard. If Kusanagi managed to properly evolve his unique innate ninjutsu style, he would eventually possess enough tactical utility to stall certain Kage-level adversaries. The night passed without further incident. The next morning, well before the first rays of dawn broke over the horizon, Shui quietly slipped away from the settlement. Mounting a giant dragonfly whose physical dimensions had expanded significantly due to ongoing energy exposure, he launched himself into the sky, charting a direct course toward the land of rain. As they flew, the green tint within his hair grew visibly deeper, and a faint, natural current of wind began to trail his movements, responding smoothly to his presence without requiring a single hand sign. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.